A computer screen displayed a congratulatory message, making the person very excited success. Rue exclaimed happily, "Damn it, finally did it! I broke the record." He stood up abruptly. "Finally beat this damn game." The audience clicked their tongues. "Shindong is amazing, actually. Did it fluffy. The first person in the world. Tiesk. Kangaroo Enchunsu. Congratulations." What he was talking about was a medieval combat-style defense of the Empire game, a classic title that had always proudly boasted its super difficult level, released for nearly a decade. Now finally someone had successfully conquered it. He proudly declared, "That's right, that person is me, I told you so." Ryu pointed at himself. "No matter how difficult the game is, someone will always overcome it. I am a game live streamer." The camera on the computer flashed a light focusing on the person who only aimed to conquer all classic games with high difficulty. His channel also had a rather bizarre appearance. Subscribed classic net subscribers, 2,340,000 video 172. Just from the ID you could already tell. Rue enthusiastically replied to each person, "Thank you Yogu for donating 300,000 talons. No, it's all thanks to everyone, you've all worked so hard." He couldn't stop thinking about his achievement. The game has been out for 10 years, and I'm the first person in the world to conquer a stage that no one has ever passed. How should I put it? Aren't I a bit of a top-notch player? While the young man was still busy praising himself, a comment popped up from a gamer who said what achievement could be more awesome. Speaking of which, there's one thing I still find a bit of a pity. The message from Sangi made him speechless in the final decisive battle that Saintess' character died, which was so sad for the level character who carried the team on their back. Returning to the screen, the chaotic scene inside remained, perhaps because the viewers were too invested in the game characters. They all hoped that everyone would survive until the very end, but the result was that except for the main character, Lucas, everyone died. He also pondered, "My goal was never for the whole team to survive, but to reach the very end." A strange sense of loneliness arose in Rue, even though I defeated the final boss, the sleepless water nymph, last stage clear stage Mu Lucas, SSR Hell difficulty, and Iron M mode, clear war ranking first player name classic, net only. Lucas stood there rooted to the spot. He looked closely at every detail inside, in front of the boss he had defeated. He stepped on countless corpses, piled up like mountains of enemy and allied soldiers. The young man sadly lowered his head. Why did it become like this? The character Lucas kept appearing in his mind with that lonely silhouette that's basically just a character in a game, but that silhouette still looks a bit lonely. Gradually everything darkened with the white words, "The end." Ryu rested his chin on his hand, feeling a bit sad. His emotions were interrupted by another notification. A viewer wondered, Win isn't on the game developer's side, so shouldn't they send some kind of reward? He immediately laughed. Why would they suddenly give me a gift? Another comment followed. Least should give something as proof that you cleared that super difficult stage. He exclaimed in surprise, "I understand." Ryu humbly told them, "Rewards are unnecessary. Being able to accompany everyone all this time has been fun enough, hasn't it?" However, a comment bluntly exposed him. "Biano, look at that ambitious look. Baby Boo even thought you'd say you'd accept anything. Beyond Blaster, no need to hide it. We can tell you're really looking forward to it." The young man quickly waved his hand. Where did Mr. A go? He's been missing for a long time. The game disc next to him lay still on the table. It's been too long. Rue leaned back to relax a bit. I don't even remember anymore. Just as he finished speaking, a notification suddenly appeared on the screen director. Mr. A. Hello you classic game fanatic, I am the director of Defense of the Empire. He widened both eyes in astonishment. Numerous question marks also popped up in the comments. The game director continued, "First of all, thank you very much, actually. I had almost given up on this game." He became even more confused. Is that for real? The director confided, "I originally thought that no one would ever succeed, but thanks to your successful completion, I actually breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you so much." Rue replied shyly, "No, it's not necessary to thank me like this." Suddenly he blurted out strange words. "It's fortunate that you have given us hope." Rue immediately thought in another direction. Hope, could they be planning to develop Defense of the Empire too? An offer was made. We have clearly seen your abilities and skills. We sincerely hope you can spare some time to come here and help us. Rue muttered again. Skills, abilities. The young man's reason wavered. What is this? Is he trying to be dramatic? No way would the founder watch my live stream, or should I just kick him out? Ryu immediately mocked. Oh, it's the game founder. No, it should be the person who claims to be the game founder, right? Suddenly his screen turned golden with dense static. The young man's image flickered along with it. Is this what he meant? His vision gradually darkened, causing him to panic. What's suddenly happening? Rue's body slowly fell. Did I play games for too long and get dizzy? All he could see was a bright yellow color from the screen, but if something happens to me, the viewers will call someone to rescue me immediately. Before finishing, the director politely thanked him. Thank you for playing Defense of the Empire. Finally, the golden light closed. Thank you for playing Protect the Empire. Everything shifted to a chaotic scene as countless magic spells fell thunderously to the ground. The young man's eyes quickly widened. Rue sat up in a panic, letting out a loud cry. The clothing and scenery had changed, but he hadn't had time to realize what that sound was just now. At this moment, a piece of the rock in front of him suddenly fell off. Before Rue could recover, he suffered another big shock. What the hell is this? He huddled up in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. Rue's hand braced against the rocky ground. The young man groaned and stood up step by step. A plume of black smoke billowed from the muzzle of the gun. It quickly spread, causing Rue to cough continuously. This is the smell of gunpowder. A rope was lit with a flame and was gradually burning downwards. The cannon next to Rue fired powerfully. He sat aside, his mind blank from the things before his eyes. Rue's face was blank for a moment. Another explosion erupted beside him due to a bomb sending dirt and rocks flying. He also began to feel annoyed. What the hell is this? Enough already. But when he turned his head, Rue immediately saw more bizarre things. The flags bearing the insignia of that army fluttered in the wind. The knights beside him wore hard armor and held sharp weapons, incredibly powerful. What is this? They surrounded Rue and divided to defend. Block them quickly. The young man still hadn't grasped the situation and was still gaping. War unfolded before the eyes of someone who lived in peace. What the hell is this situation? The knights on this side kept firing arrows with crossbows. Those on the other side gritted their teeth and endured the hits. He began to understand everything that was happening. War. A warrior stopped and gasped for breath in front of him. He rushed over. Your Highness. Rue looked at him questioningly. The warrior's face looked very fierce. Are you all right? He was immediately frightened by him, the enemy. Then Rue retreated quickly as lightning. Don't come here. He shouted loudly. I told you not to come near me. The warrior froze, his whole body trembling. His sword was also thrown to the ground. The man quickly bowed his head before him. Your Highness, your subordinate deserves to die. Tears streamed down his face. Your Highness, please save us. However, Rue still couldn't understand what was suddenly wrong with this guy. The young man carefully sat up. He walked up to the warrior and started talking. Hey, mister. While he was still speaking, a sudden attack appeared. Calm down first. The young man's mouth hung wide open in shock. The artillery shell struck directly and exploded violently. Rue's weak body flew backward. He slammed into the ground painfully again. The young man trembled with each breath as he struggled to get up. He breathed out a sigh. Ryu wondered to himself, what is this? Was that a bomb just now? Beside his hand, a blue light shone brightly again. A magical flame erupted beside him and burned everything to ashes. He was utterly shocked. What the hell is this again? The footsteps of the warriors quickly approached. Over here, over here. The commander shouted loudly, Raid team charge. He turned to look at them and was startled. The cavalry focused their strength on the edge of the city walls, absolutely not letting them climb up. The man tried to rush forward with his sword. Something very fast and powerful also rushed out. Its speed made the ordinary warrior's eyes widen. Then he took the full force of the fatal blow. Rue also saw that bloody scene. The man's body was lifted by tentacles. His arm fell off and rolled several times on the ground. Finally, it fell beside Rue. Red blood spurted out from the impact. Blood splattered onto the young man's face. He fearfully retreated quickly. At this time, other warriors around were also hit and screamed. They helplessly grabbed the tentacles while being pierced like meat. Both of them bled and fell at the same time. Rue's face darkened outside that city wall. What exactly? The monster still calmly released poison from its mouth. What is out there? Its huge legs were revealed. With its strength, it reached the front of the young man. The monster's red eyes flashed again. It roared loudly to threaten the person in front of it. He covered both ears and suddenly thought of ants. The soldiers hurriedly turned towards him. Raid team, quickly advance and attack. They still spoke loudly while the cut was right at his neck. Don't let them get close. The monster only needed to swing its legs slightly to cut them down cleanly. Rue began to tremble uncontrollably. His arm was completely powerless and couldn't move. The monster's leg, stained with blood, slammed into the ground violently. Its red eyes were deeply imprinted in Rue's eyes. Is this a dream, or is it all just an illusion? Now it could get closer to him. This situation is clearly unacceptable. The monster's sharp leg lifted up. Don't treat me like this. It decisively brought down its attack. Rue gritted his teeth in fear. Am I just going to die like this? And watch. At this moment, a head of golden hair suddenly intervened. Your Highness. His hand tightly gripped the sword. Why are you avoiding reality like this? The sword blade was dyed in a bright golden color. That person's eyes were also serious as they shone brightly. The sword stroke descended straight from above onto the large spider. It immediately split into two different pieces. After dealing with the monster, that person turned towards Rue. He smiled. Why are you reacting like this? The young man was stunned, his mouth open but unable to say a word. The warrior raised an eyebrow. He sat down and asked him with concern, Your Highness, is your body all right? He worried if there were any injuries, while Rue had a familiar feeling. This face, it looks familiar, no matter how I look at it. Rue's memory automatically replayed a silhouette. Then the young man blurted out, Lucas. That warrior was surprised indeed. He turned away in pain. Your head is injured, isn't it? Then Lucas lifted him up. It's all right. It's still fortunate that you finally called out my name in my entire life as your guard. You have never remembered my name. The words of the person in front of him made the young man even more panicked. What? Ryu stared intently at the knight, making him confused. Is that really Lucas? Wait a minute, if this is... Then he gradually realized everything could this place be. The young man's vision automatically zoomed out. Clearly he was standing on a citadel surrounded by the sound of bombs. White smoke also billowed before the wave of attacks. Rue exclaimed, I'm in the game defense of the Empire. His lips tightened. Old memories flooded back. It was that super difficult game he had just broken the record for before arriving in this place, defense of the Empire. The monster's mouth opened wide again and spat out viscous poison. It's that game. They were approaching in incredibly large numbers the very place he had struggled to defend. The bodies of the monsters rose into a hole and fired bombs. A horde of ghouls swarmed forward. He gasped and turned behind him before shouting in his mind, It's that damn hard game. The young man wondered to himself why. Several projectiles from the monsters shot out. They hit the stone wall and slowly corroded it with poison. An accidental blow struck right in front of Rue, causing him to feel immense pressure. His eyes still reflected horror. Why did I transmigrate into this game? The person beside him called out, Your Highness, he replied, Lucas. His hand rested on Rue's shoulder. Lucas carefully instructed, The enemy is about to advance. It's the Black Spider army. The destructive power of the monsters didn't stop. The fortress is on the verge of collapse, but the spiders won't be active after sunset. The sunlight was very close to the mountains, only 30 minutes before sunset. Lucas continued to draw his sword, therefore. He turned his back to the monsters. Then his guardian warrior affirmed, Until then, I will do my best to delay them, Your Highness. Rue was stunned. Why is he protecting me, and what did he call me? Your Highness, who am I now? The battle gradually ended as night fell. Lucas was still normal, but the army had quickly begun rescue operations. He's still breathing. Bring the stretcher here. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally it subsided. Those black spiders are gradually retreating. However, the actions of the person in front of him raised questions, Your Highness. Rue stood frozen and looked down. Their city walls were stained with the blue blood of monsters. Their bodies were pierced with arrows and the blood of soldiers. He spoke. Lucas. The person beside him quickly replied, Yes, Your Highness, the young man, then asked, What day is today, and where are we? Lucas replied in one breath, The last day of the second month, year 649. According to the royal calendar, we are currently at the frontline fortress on the border. He suddenly gritted his teeth. So tomorrow is the first day of the third month, year 649. His guardian warrior agreed. That's right. Ru's eyes narrowed on the first day of the 5th month, year 649. According to the royal calendar, the monsters begin their siege. I am exactly in the place. The young man couldn't restrain himself and bit his lower lip, falling into an extremely dangerous situation. Of course it's like that. Their city walls were enveloped in the cold night wind. Since I started playing tower defense games, I've experienced this situation and this place hundreds of times. Only now did he realize his identity. He was Asvon. Ru turned and placed his hand on his chest. My name is Asvon Hater Everback. Lucas acknowledged. That's right. Your Highness. Roy bitterly held his head and immediately turned away. Why did I transmigrate into this bastard? His identity was originally the one who rode the black horse, holding the fluttering flag, the mad third prince of the dynasty, the commander of this battle who had caused countless casualties to thousands of soldiers. The bloody scene was vividly remembered, and that was the character who would meet the most tragic end in the story's conclusion. That name was exactly attached to this body. Asvon Hater Everback. Why me, damn it? The army, and he quickly returned to their resting place at the command tent. Ryu kept cursing himself. This idiot, you should have obediently stayed in the capital. Why did you run to this place? But that was just a way to vent after a long silence. I must be crazy. He slowly recalled the details of a classic tower defense game, Defense of the Empire. The reason this game was widely known was due to the ferocious devil emblem appeared, representing the extreme difficulty of the Hell mode. Warriors were the only valuable asset here, and Iron Man mode was used throughout the process. He recalled every detail. Thanks to his previous memory, these two things could be combined to overcome the Hell mode. And he was also the only person who had ever cleared that Iron Man Hell mode. Clear, congratulations. Not only regarding the obtainable score, he was confident that he had enough skills to find a way to resolve it, except for one thing, the instructions for this situation. Ru hurriedly exclaimed, "System window, this stage can't be completed." The system automatically denied his efforts. Even with instructions, you will still fail, because the story only begins when Lucas alone escapes the monster invasion. The monsters they faced were the poisonous spiders in this game to survive for 3 years. The Black Spider Army was the first thing you had to face if you wanted to get through half of the second year. How could you fight hundreds of such large monsters? Ryu slapped his own face. Focus, you game addict. He looked up seriously. This is the game I once conquered. A small glimmer of hope ignited in the young man's mind. If I combine all the experiences and knowledge I have, I will definitely find a suitable solution. But the truth was crueler than he imagined. There was nothing in his head. He could only force a smile. Damn it, this time I'm really dead. He looked at the screen and was horrified by the stats on it. What level are these spiders? Stage 0, enemy information. Lord Spider 1, level 60. Assassin Spider 912, level 55. Warrior Spider 196, level 55, level 60. And there are thousands more out there. What the hell is this? Looking back at his own side, he was even more disappointed. What's more, the durability of the city wall is stone with ancient cannons. And the only usable weapon here is this old cannon. How can I do anything with this? My chance of victory is almost 0. But Ru tried his best to reassure himself. Amidst the stormy life, I have to find a way to increase this rate. Calm down. I must be calm. The young man reminded himself of one thing in Iron Man mode. The game doesn't allow saving and reloading, so one wrong step and everything is lost. Ryu's hand summoned countless system screens. Therefore, I have to find every way to make use of these precious moments. Ever since playing this game, I've learned one thing. The flashing blue lights meant that every situation or level had a method to overcome and survive. His sharp eyes scanned through them. Even the slightest chance of survival was a crucial key. Ru's arm suddenly froze before a piece of information. He quickly tapped on it, found it. Then Ru kicked open the door and called out loudly, "Lucas." The young man stepped out of the tent and called loudly, "Where are you, Lucas?" His guard, who was by the door, quickly replied, "I am here, Your Highness, I am here. What is the matter?" Ryu urgently ordered, "Quickly gather an army according to my command." The young man was doubtful. "An army? Do you mean the guards, Your Highness?" He wondered. "You have never summoned them before, why now?" Suddenly Ru interrupted. "Lucas, don't ask any more, just do as I say." His finger pointed directly at his guard's face. Ryu confidently affirmed, "I already have a way to get through this situation." Following the prince's orders, they were assembled, so he also pulled out a chair to sit down. He leaned over and asked, "All right, is everyone gathered?" In total, there were 4 people with 4 different roles. Ryu looked over and assessed them. They were all quite familiar faces. The girl who was smiling at him was named Lily. The more blunt young man was called Ken, and the one wearing large round glasses was Demian. Ryu clicked his tongue inwardly. Tesk, they really are familiar. In his mind's eye, a bloody picture had already been drawn. I have witnessed their deaths countless times, but anyway. He asked, "Why is he curling up like a ball?" Demian teared up as if about to cry, unable to answer himself. Lily explained, "For Demian, he's like this because he just lost a friend today, please." "Understand, Your Highness," remembering this, Ryu recalled that in the game guide he was also like this. This character was extremely weak in the game because he was always in an abnormal state, so he was also the first to be sacrificed. He was a healer who played a crucial role, but was ultimately useless. He quickly brushed that aside. "All right, first." The young man's clear words rang out, "I will explain now for everyone to understand their role in tomorrow's battle." He turned to the only girl present first. Lily, she replied very politely, "Yes, Your Highness." Ryu analyzed himself. Lily is a fire mage positioned as a key member in an army using spells to create considerable damage. Then the task was assigned, "You will be the shield blocking the spider's attacks on our shield-bearing soldiers." Lily was surprised, "But Your Highness, I am a mage." He didn't answer but continued, turning to Ken. The prince also clearly remembered his strength. Ken is an armored knight with the ability to push back the enemy's front lines, capable of attracting the spider's attention and attacking them. He is a tank. Then a dangerous mission was assigned. You will have to infiltrate deep into the enemy's formation and cause chaos. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Infiltrate chaos." The weakest person was also taken into consideration. Next, Demian, as mentioned, was a healer, an extremely necessary profession in the game. Then he frankly stated, "The unexpected from now on, you will become our army's marksman. You will aim for the most important targets." The more Lucas listened, the more astonished he became at the plan. "Finally, Lucas, you will command the remaining soldiers and maintain a solid front line." After they heard this, they fell silent, making him anxious. "What is it? Everyone say something." The warrior Ken gritted his teeth. He angrily slammed his hand on the wall. "Damn it, you call this a plan?" He roared. "Are you serious, Your Highness? Are you planning to put everyone here in danger with this command? Are you crazy?" Ryu was startled by that loud voice. "But that madman isn't me. I'm the bastard Ryu. Yes, this is a bit crazy." Even he knew that clearly, but this was a level that couldn't be cleared by ordinary means, so didn't that mean only a madman could get through? A thought arose solid as a pillar, "So Ken, I can't lose here." Ryu's eyes turned red with the authority of the noble king's son and the current army commander. He narrowed his eyes and threatened, "Do you want to defy my orders?" All 3 people there fell silent under that pressure. Ken also trembled uncontrollably at those words. He stammered, "Your Highness, I am. Just this was also what Ryu expected." "That's right, Ken. The person in front of you now is that madman." The young man quickly stood up. "Finally, if we lose this battle, everything will end." He suddenly approached Lily so that this plan would work effectively. Ryu drew the dagger from his side. Then, without hesitation, he swung his hand. "I have to make them completely obey my instructions." The stab aimed directly at Lily's shoulder. The people there gasped in horror. Enderman was also terrified by that scene, his face paling. The mage girl was stunned for a moment when she saw her shoulder. A sky-shattering scream erupted from the war tent. But Ryu still calmly wore a smile. "You are all capable of clearly hearing orders. Right, I will play this madman role through to the end." Everyone there had one question: a madman? Ken was sweating all over his face. The prince is truly a madman. Doesn't he know how valuable a magician is? He doubted, even though Ryu's expression was very serious. "How can we go to the battlefield under this guy's command?" Flames erupted from Ryu's sword strike. Lily became even more panicked as the heat gradually spread along her shoulder. Ken hurriedly exclaimed that. He also smiled. "Of course he knows. I wonder if the developers put it in as a joke or not." Everything he did was intentional, but all the beta test characters had hidden skills, characteristics that were completely opposite to their actual personalities. He suddenly asked Lily, "You were once cut by a sword. When you were young, weren't you, when the goblins attacked your village?" Tears welled up in the girl's eyes, but the fire didn't go out after that accident. You gained the Fire Skin trait. Fire Skin, a trait born from the fear of sharp weapons. You can block physical attacks by turning your body into fire. Each touch consumes megapixels. As long as you have mana, you can block any physical attack. He repeated his words once more. Am I wrong? Ryu was pleased, having calculated it beforehand. In his mind, a defensive ability on someone with immense offensive power. There's no way to fully utilize it in the game, but this is reality. The girl's clothes had been burned to a grey ash. I plan to utilize this ability to the maximum. Is there any possibility of clearing this stage? The young man's sly smile widened. Then there's no other choice but to cheat. Ryu cursed the game director inwardly. Like you said, you bastard. You threw me in here. I will conquer this damn game, and then I'll catch you and beat you to a pulp. Then he also drew his sword, sorry for doing something a bit extreme to prove it. She hesitated. It's all right, Your Highness, but how did you know about this? He deliberately avoided the question. It doesn't matter anymore. The young man turned to the side again. Next is. His devilish gaze made the warrior flinch. Ken, yes. Ryu bluntly exposed him. You were a thief when you were young, weren't you? You came from the slums with countless mouths to feed. Becoming a knight must have been very difficult. He was extremely embarrassed. How did you know? The prince placed the knife in his palm and revealed, I told you that doesn't matter anymore. What matters now is what you can do with it. Thief's survival method. Your timing habits are like a thief's. You can reduce your presence to face danger and avoid attention. It consumes a lot of HP for each use. Ken was speechless every time he asked, you can steal whenever you want, right? You can hide and evade attention. That attitude made Ryu wave his sword again. Or do we need to do another example? Ken bowed 180 degrees immediately. No, Your Highness, you are right, I can, so he didn't question further. All right then, from now on, you will obey my orders. The knife was also placed on the table, and finally, the prince directly called out that name, Demian. His footsteps lightly approached. You are the trump card of this plan, Demian. Ryu changed to a gentle expression. You have extremely sharp eyes, don't you? He sat curled up in a corner, even when Ryu knelt down very close. That's why you could foresee the death of your friend. Demian's eyebrows drooped, his eyes filled with immense sorrow. Painful memories replayed again in his mind. He was my hometown friend. We came from the same orphanage. Small, powerless arms flailed amidst the battlefield. In the middle of the battle, he sacrificed himself for me. Why? Demian's tears flowed down. Why did you bring us here, Your Highness? Why? He was so grief-stricken that he questioned Ryu, what are you planning to do? Every deep word in his heart was spoken, or are our meager lives nothing but a game to you? Finally, Demian could only earnestly plead, please return Van to me, return my friend to me. That pitiful face screamed, return him to me. Outside the tent, a warm ray of sunlight shone on a wildflower. Ryu wasn't angry, but gently placed his hand on his shoulder. He said seriously to him, you can blame me, Demian, if you need to. You can even hate me. Encouraging words rang out, but your friend Van sacrificed his life for you. Are you going to sit here and wait for death, wasting your friend's sacrifice? You need to reclaim what you've lost. He patiently enlightened Demian. Just because you were at death's door, because of a trash commander, are you going to throw away the life your friend sacrificed to save? You need to take back what you've lost. His hand gently tightened on his shoulder and avenge him. Ryu shouted loudly, kill those spiders, go out there and fight, teach them a lesson. He continued to ask Demian, do you want to kill those damn spiders? He weakly replied, yes. Another similar question was posed by him, then do you want to kill me? The young man fell silent as if thinking. Then the honest answer was revealed, startling the other three yes. But that only made Ryu more excited. Good. He proposed to Demian, I promise after we get out of here, I will let you kill me whenever you want. Lucas hurriedly shouted, but Ryu signaled him to stop, Your Highness. He swore to everyone there, if the plan fails, we will all die. If that happens, I'd rather let you kill me. The prince used all his gentleness to persuade, I swear on the honor of the royal family, even for just one day. That earnest plea moved Demian's heart, making him stunned. Follow my orders, sometimes you need to use anger as kindling. He stirred to get up, and then so did it. After boosting Demian's morale, he immediately turned to the others, making their hatred for him a catalyst. Ru sincerely admitted his fault to them. I will not make any excuses, because due to my misjudgment, our army was almost wiped out. The young man was cautious with every word, but if we follow my plan, we might be able to repel those spiders. It might be small, but the chance of victory still exists, so just this once. He proposed as a commander just this once. Please believe in me and follow me. Finally, his hand had perfected it. Lily slightly frowned as if taking it seriously. Ken also had a similar attitude as he looked directly at him. Demian no longer cried and focused intently on that commander. And Lucas also trusted and placed his faith in him. I don't know if this arm will be the arm of royalty or just a pile of trash. They went outside the city walls where the soldiers were still gathered, but there was no other choice anymore. The drummer forcefully struck the drum. The black spider army is heading towards us. The monsters are coming. A soldier worriedly asked, "Will you be all right?" Your Highness Roy firmly replied, "It's all right. Just do as I told you." They didn't say anything more, but clearly obeyed. The pitch-black swarm of monsters surged forward like a flood. The plan was very simple. Those spiders are full of bomb sacks. While the others stall for time, we will find the queen. Their command resounded fiercely. Kill it, blow it away with this mana cannon. The old soldier's armor lay scattered on the ground. Discard the hindrance. I have complete control over its magic power. Hopefully we can defeat the queen as well. The problem is its location. They all looked towards the distant horizon. I must find the queen's location. It's so far that it can't be seen. With the naked eye, can this really be possible? However, Raya had absolute confidence. Create a map. Of course, he ordered the system to create a map. The space around Roy flickered with illusory images. They rose into a sensor and swept over their fortress. It spread over every piece of land and ran far outside. Every creature in the forest was scanned to gather information. The system recreated those things through Ro's skill screen map creation, a skill that allowed observation of the entire area in the form of a small map. However, because of this, his strength was almost zero. The first time I saw these damn stats, I was shocked. ASX Level 1, Asvon Hater, Everblack Title, Nati Prince, Class Novice, Strength 1, Agility 1, Intelligence 1, Stamina 1, Magic Power 1. But luckily I still have this skill. His arm swept over each area on the map. Let's see, where are you hiding? I just need to find the trace of the queen spider. Then the young man was immediately startled. What? Ru was stunned to realize something. The queen spider's trace isn't here. The target of this mission, the queen of those spiders. At this time outside, those monsters had surged very close to the city walls, but they weren't on the map. The city gates slowly opened to lead the way for Ken. Before that, the prince and he had exchanged many things. Take this, I've gathered all the remaining physical enhancement potions in the city. You just go out and draw their attention. Ken himself was still doubtful. Do you think I can do it? Inside the dark bunker, light footsteps echoed. The mage girl trembled tightly, clutching her hands. Lily, I will also entrust you with a difficult task. She stood alone in the vast space in case those spider monsters managed to break through to the artillery team. I hope you will use fire skin to block the entrance. I can do it. Lucas above also began to shout loudly to your positions. The warriors equipped their crossbows and prepared for battle. The cannon was also positioned against the city wall. All the soldiers followed the direction of Lucas's sword. He fiercely shouted, "You must endure. We have to buy time until the prince defeats that queen." The young man also took the opportunity to look at the highest point. That solemn expression certainly means. His guard hurriedly ordered, "The prince has prepared everything, soldiers." But in reality, Roy was sweating profusely with panic. Wait a minute, everyone, I haven't. The battle began with arrows and cannon fire. They fell below and blew away several monsters. Lucas smiled with satisfaction at the battle. He also saw it and could only purse his lips. All right then, let's calm down. Ru had to redefine his target first. The target of this battle isn't to kill the boss. It not appearing on the map isn't surprising. He looked closely at the area ablaze with arrows and projectiles. It might appear when there's a full-scale attack. They have a safe rearguard behind them. Those soldiers are prepared for any unexpected events. That's the only place that Queen could appear. A region with a high concentration of monsters appeared as he predicted Demian he had just been called, and replied in surprise, yes. He pointed directly at a mountain range over there, do you see? No, he followed the direction of Roy's hand. There was clearly not a single monster in that place. He whispered his report. Yes, I see a group of spiders sitting still doing nothing. Ryu was a bit disappointed. I thought there would be a possibility, but don't tell me. Nevertheless, he calmly asked the queen might be there. Can you see? No. The young man narrowed his eyes to see deeper. The queen was within Demian's vision. A strange monster appeared, causing him to describe it. Do you mean the monster with the lower half of a spider and the upper half of a human? The target was found, making him burst into laughter. Found it. He affirmed exactly. However, a weakling like Demian was still hesitant. But isn't it a bit scary? He reassured him. No need to be afraid, it will soon be shot dead by this cannon. The artillery was ordered to adjust, turn the fortress, and aim it to the south, Demian, and I will aim precisely at the target. The soldier in charge also shouted at the right moment, mana loading, complete, we can aim and fire, excellent. This task was reassigned by Rue to the person beside him, Demian, take this. He held the switch, still trembling. Prince Rue immediately replied, what? He huddled close to the cannon. I'm not confident, I've never done things like this before, so asking me to do it is a bit. Rue immediately interrupted Demian. The prince encouraged him with sincere words, you can miss, and I will take full responsibility. And he also promised him, even if you mess everything up, it's all right, I will take full responsibility. All consequences are the commander's responsibility. The soldiers only follow orders. Demian was stunned by the suddenness. All you need to do is pull the trigger. That's all you are, the vanguard of revenge. Remembering those words, he regained his will. Vanguard of revenge, the eyes of 1,000 miles trait was activated. His arm decisively pulled down. Mana around the cannon gathered very quickly, causing a dazzling light to flash. The engine inside it began to rotate in order. An electric current flowed from the power source and extended to the cannon's mouth. Ryu looked pleased, that's right. The first shot was fired, blast them to smithereens. The firepower from it was incredibly terrifying. The light column left behind pierced through many layers of the atmosphere. That mana bullet passed through everything and flew along its trajectory. Sparks flew and the wind around the bow was blown away swiftly. Rue immediately roared, hit. That shot aimed at the other side of the land, exploding into a large column of smoke. The next commands were quickly issued, monitor if. The soldier reported in surprise it hit the target right in the middle of the monsters. They cheered loudly, that's the way. The soldiers quickly put their arms around Demian's shoulders. This guy is really impressive, are you sure it's your first time? He blushed with joy at the praise. I just followed instructions. He hesitated and said, when I held the cannon's muzzle, my whole body started moving on its own, but Rue inwardly denied it. What are you saying, Demian? He knew very well the reason. It's all thanks to your trait eyes of 1,000 miles a trait. Born from a god's mistake, you can see what you want to see and hit what you want to hit. Accuracy. Plauance 999, an incredible skill that always hit the target accurately. He hid his sly smile behind his hand. In the game he's a character who can't hold real weapons, but here all he did was grab it. They've taken the full force of our attack. While still happy, the prince suddenly realized something else. Indeed, I am different. He looked into the distance where the magic shot had just exploded. What is that? The monsters fiercely rose up. Why are they still moving? The observer on the city wall also paled. Prince, they are moving. Rue turned around in surprise. What? Bad news rushed in, forcing him to grab the binoculars himself. There's a swarm of spiders approaching over there. They're coming. Ryu gritted his teeth tensely as he tried to look in that direction. Beyond the thick smoke, the large body of the queen spider appeared. That's the largest one in the middle, protected by thousands of other small spiders, their formation. The queen's mouth opened wide, her eyes blazing red with anger. He was also startled by that unpleasant sound. The queen's roar made the spiders hear wide-eyed. They turned their heads and suddenly retreated. Where are they suddenly going? The spiders are moving. The people there were confused. Didn't we shoot the queen monster? Why are they still unharmed? Rui was stunned and lowered the binoculars. Impossible. The observer once again shouted, a disaster, the spiders. They returned in even greater numbers than before, swarming towards the fortress. The prince cursed under his breath. Damn it, you give orders quickly too, that queen bitch. In the forest area, the scene at the city wall could be seen, damn it. Ken gasped for breath and tried to suppress each heartbeat. His hand pulled out a mana vial. I only have one vial left. He hid behind a tree trunk. The spiders are crawling by in terrifying numbers. Should I just run now? The trees in the forest shook from a loud bang. Ken was also startled by it. What? He stood up to observe the situation. The other side of the forest glowed brightly with flames. Ken's face hung open in astonishment. Embers flew up with the wind and from there spread throughout the forest. The warrior suddenly lowered his head. Demian at this moment widened his eyes, analyzing the target. He reported to them, hit the target, hit the queen's exact spot. However, Roy leaned against the city wall, frowning. The sharp legs of the monsters relentlessly attacked. The spiders are still moving. The queen spider's face was charred black, but it still raised its head. The queen is still alive. Ryu gritted his teeth bitterly. Could it be that we aren't strong enough? He tried to remember what he had experienced. The original queen of the black spiders would die after being hit by 1 or 2 artillery barrages anyway, according to the game, compared to other monsters. In the early stages, the queen isn't very strong, but this queen seems a bit different. Thoughts flooded his mind, plunging him into crisis. I have no information about her at all. What if her stats are different? What if she has a special trick? What if... A bloody hypothesis came to his mind. She's not allowed to die. Then what should I do? Light from the cannon shot out erratically, Your Highness. Due to the energy core of the cannon operating too many times, it's reaching its limit. The panicked loader exclaimed, "This is a big problem. We won't be able to fire as many shots as we anticipated." The man immediately snapped back. "You talk too much. How many more times can we even fire?" The soldier emphasized only 5 more times, because we've already fired twice, so we only have 3 shots left. The man's face darkened another degree 3 more times. Rue looked towards the distant horizon. We have no choice but to kill that queen with only 3 shots moreover. At this moment, Demian was also panting, heavily exhausted. Demian's eyes, seemingly capable of seeing 10,000 miles, had other side effects. The small boy's arm trembled violently, maximum only 3 shots. As the commander, he worriedly asked himself if the boy could endure until then. The relentless attacks from the monsters were temporarily not dangerous. Fortunately, the city wall located in the center could withstand them very well. But no sooner had he finished speaking than bad news arrived. The wall breaching, monsters are coming. Rue's eyes turned instantly. What? A giant spider carrying a sharp body with green liquid dripping from its top. He grew increasingly uneasy. Is it trying to pierce straight through? Damn it, there's nothing like this in the game. The prince ordered defensively use all our firepower and aim directly at that destructive monster. Bullets obeyed the order and continued to fire countless times. They hit the spider, but it was completely unfazed. The wall-breaching spider had already approached very close to their location. No, only one thought flashed through his mind as it directly rammed into the city wall. The city wall will break. The wall shattered in an instant while the spider calmly shook its head. Following that, swarms of spiderlings poured in like invaders. Rue was so panicked that he couldn't utter a word. Lucas spoke for him. Everyone draw your weapons. We're going down to the 1st floor. The prince quickly shouted, everyone gather here. Those going downstairs will defend us. We must continuously fire at the queen before those damn monsters reach the artillery area. He affirmed to them we absolutely must kill that queen. Their city wall was in extreme urgency. The artillery fire was ready. He loudly called the young boy's name, Demian. Demian also strained himself, focusing forward. Another shot was fired, surely hitting the Black Queen spider, but she was still alive. Ro didn't hesitate and immediately demanded, prepare for the 2nd shot, hurry. Lucas himself swung his sword at the monsters. He slashed off their limbs, preventing them from advancing. The young man roared, protect the artillery area, we must protect the imperial family. Ru up here felt like his heart was boiling with anxiety. Because the sturdy city wall had broken, the disparity became increasingly clear. The ordinary soldier was helpless as a spider's leg pierced through him. Then he screamed tragically as he was hit by successive waves of attacks. The red numbers flashing on the screen terrified the prince. The number of casualties kept increasing. I don't know. He re-experienced the feeling of holding the mouse in his own hands. At that time, he calmly watched the soldiers die. I don't know when I started playing this. Like, it's just a game. Numbers and words stained with fresh blood marked the place where humans fought for survival. Remaining forces 142, the fact that death wasn't just a simple number, but it also came with desperate screams and a disgusting stench. Rue quickly turned off the system and focused more on the battle, closing the status window. At this moment, a quick-witted soldier reported to the surrounding troops. "Everyone surround the artillery, we have to cool it down first." Lucas's footsteps were also cautious on the ground. 5 shots it will burst before we can even fire the 4th. He had to cautiously look around while he had no way to retreat. Rue's spirit was in serious crisis. What should I do? A method to handle this situation. His mind was blank with helplessness. I can't think of anything. Suddenly, a fierce voice rang out. "Hey, you monster dogs!" Ken roared as he stood amidst the destroyed city wall. "I'm here, look at me." Ryu was startled when he recognized the person risking his life it was. He hurriedly drank the last magic potion. Though very tired, he still tried to open his eyes. Ken. Then the knight used all his strength to transmit his voice louder and clearer. "I am Ken, a knight of the Empire." The agitated spiders quickly changed direction. He was sweating with fear but still tried to remain calm. Ken turned and ran while shouting, "That's right, this way." He saw a small rock nearby. A brief smile bloomed on the young man's face. Ken immediately ran behind the rock. "Why don't you try coming over here to find me?" Then he used his unique skill thief's survival method, which was activated. Ro watched him through the screen and was immediately shocked. He exclaimed, "Wait, Ken, your remaining health." As expected, the system ruthlessly rejected his skill. Insufficient health, the effect of the trait has been cancelled. Ken faced countless sharp claws alone. Damn it, I shouldn't have trusted. As a result, he was stabbed beyond recognition. Rue's eyes widened in utter shock. The number 1 appeared coldly once more. Rue's face darkened even from a distance. He could clearly hear the sound of flesh tearing. Ken's armor fell apart around the pool of blood. My wrong orders. His commemorative watch also cracked, taking the lives of others. But thanks to that, the warriors had a chance to rush forward. Ken had expanded the defense line quickly, advanced straight ahead without hesitation. Even so, they were easily defeated by the spiders. Not only Ken, but everyone out there had their lives taken because of an order from me. But at this moment, Rue was still blaming himself. "I'm killing them all, nothing more than that. He compared it to the past while playing this game. "I always used my units as bait whenever I needed to. This damn game was designed to go this way." The screen displayed a question, and he simply chose, "Yes, would you like to deploy troops at this location?" "Yes." From then on, countless soldiers had fallen for the purpose of saving someone, obtaining an item, completing a side quest, or achieving accomplishments. Someone had to die, and I killed them in a happy mood. But at that time, all Roy felt was sleepiness for all the mistakes he had made. He didn't complain about anything either. However, now he had realized everything. His arm trembled, stopping the harm he had caused until this very moment. He helplessly roared, "I told you to stop, you damn monsters. The truth is that all deaths come with endless pain." Because of his voice, a large spider managed to climb all the way up here. "Stop, they won't stop." He also gritted his teeth tightly in fear. Just shouting wouldn't make them stop. At this moment, a blade of light descended upon its head. Lucas slashed accurately. "How dare you aim for the prince?" He stood below the battlefield, but was still worried about the upper level. "Are you all right, your highness?" The spider teetered about to fall with the sword. Rue's hand gripped the sword hilt tightly. "That's right, there's only one way left to make the monsters stop." He swung down cleanly, decapitating the spider. Their blue blood splattered everywhere. "Kill them before they kill us." The loader hurriedly reported, "At this moment, your highness, the 4th shot is prepared. However, Demian can't." He asked loudly, "Demian, can you fire?" Blood was streaming from the boy's eyes, but he still tried to wipe it away. "Yes, your highness." Their cannon unleashed its final attack, all it had. This time it also aimed at the queen spider, the 4th shot. It roared to command the surrounding spiders. They lunged forward, wanting to block the shot, but were all swept away by the bullet. The queen spider still opened its mouth wide and screamed it hit. Thanks to that, this shot also squarely hit that creature. It hit the queen's vital spot. However, its face revealed anger. It once again unleashed its oppressive aura. "That damn queen is still alive." That earth-shattering scream echoed all the way to the city walls. Soldiers and even Demian had collapsed. The soldiers' hands were blistered from the heat. Our attacks are ineffective. The loader also hesitated. The artillery has reached its limit. If we try to fire one more time, it will self-destruct. They gradually despaired. It's truly over now. Maybe we should just surrender. He also exhaled wearily. Is it over? The cannon's mouth was corroded. The heat still lingered, causing it to emit thick smoke. We have reached the brink of despair. The soldiers below were also pushed to their limits. The defense line had been devastated. Demian tried his best, but could only cry out, and our artilleryman can't even open his eyes anymore. Is this how it ends? Ryu's arm hung limp. Is there really no hope left? However, at this moment, the messenger added, no, we definitely caused some damage. He quickly looked towards the messenger. The messenger recounted what he saw. The queen's skin has peeled off. Ryu was shaken by that enthusiasm. Scout. Even in this situation, he remained loyal to his duty until the very last moment. The messenger hurriedly suggested as an enemy projectile flew towards them, if we fire one more shot, then we might be able to. Ryu stared blankly as the messenger passed away. A part of the fortress exploded from that shot. Lucas below cried out in panic, Your Highness. Ryu also fell helplessly below at this moment. It's broken. Stones and earth from the city wall shattered around him. The whole world, all hope vanished, everything. His vision blurred again due to someone's urgent call, Your Highness. That voice grew louder and louder, illuminating the surroundings, Your Highness. Ryu suddenly opened his eyes wide. The surroundings were desolate. Nothing remained, but his guards still helped him prop up a large rock. He stood up in a panic. Lucas, though heavily injured, was still worried. Your Highness, are you injured anywhere? The prince became even more anxious. That's what I should be saying. Are you all right? Lucas's red blood had completely stained the ground below. He suddenly whispered, Your Highness, do you remember that was something from the past, and it was 20 years ago already? But the harsh reality made Ryu only able to admit, I can't remember as a player who only appeared in this form. I don't have any memories of you two. He shared some old memories when Your Highness first allowed me to be your bodyguard. You told me. Ryu asked, what did I say? Even if I can't become emperor, I will become the greatest man in the world. Every word he spoke replayed in both of their memories. Then to the person who will become my knight, you wanted me to become the best knight in the kingdom. Lucas was incredibly surprised by that statement, even though that was the day I was just a young boy. He was still extremely happy when mentioning it. Your Highness's words touched my heart so deeply that I thought about them day and night. The young man firmly told his prince, Your Highness, I believe in you. Ryu was doubtful even in this situation. To that his guard emphasized even more anytime, anywhere. The rock on his back suddenly felt heavy. The young man couldn't support it and collapsed, hitting him. After a moment of struggling, everything around was still being submerged in fine dust. Lucas was pulled out by Ryu and laid on the ground. He made a decision in his heart. Just wait there, Lucas. His guard was completely unconscious. You are the main character, the savior of the world. You shouldn't die in a place like this. He continued to look around now. I should think about how to get out of this situation. This is below the artillery area. How long have I been unconscious? Suddenly the young man saw two soldiers with the cannon. Demian was also piled on top of them. Demian and all the gunners luckily seemed to have avoided the direct impacts without fatal injuries, but the cannon wasn't so lucky. A question flashed through his mind, speaking of which, how are we still alive? What about the spiders? Suddenly, at this moment, someone engulfed in flames called out to him, Your Highness? The crackling sounds and that brilliant color astonished him. Lily used her own body to block the entrance, causing her to be brutally attacked. It's not over yet. The girl gritted her teeth, enduring the pain of something piercing through her shoulder. Lily tried to force a smile at him. Right. Ryu was stunned at this moment. He exclaimed in surprise, Lily. Lily at this moment had a hole drilled through her stomach by a monster. With all her remaining strength, she raised her hand, gesturing to stop, and said, I can't hold on anymore. I can only block them for a little while. But she instructed the monsters will break through the gate soon and arrive here quickly. She mustered all her strength and shouted with determined eyes, We don't have any time left, hurry. Lily wanted to convey this effort. Don't let our sacrifice be in vain. Ryu seemed to be awakened by her gaze and words. He decisively ordered the soldiers, everyone stand up, gunners load the last round. But in response to that enthusiastic and hopeful rallying cry, a trembling voice came from a soldier. But Your Highness, the disadvantage. Now we already said that. The cannons can't be used anymore. He was stunned. The soldier continued, the moment we fire, the cannons will explode. Ryu glanced around and remarked, if we don't do anything, we'll die anyway. Isn't now the time we should take a gamble? He was determined to do it, even if it meant sacrificing himself. We have to try. The soldier was speechless. He looked up at the sky and wondered, but how can we aim at the target now? We can't even see outside. There's no way to know the Queen Spider's location. Hearing that, he ordered, if the gun mount is broken, then carry the cannons with your own hands. We must do everything we can. Ryu looked at him and added, there's no need to aim accurately, just have Demian fire-load the cannon, that's an order. The soldier nodded in acceptance of the order. Understood, sir. Ryu thought to himself, I don't know how foresight works, but as long as Demian can fire, that shot will definitely hit the target. We have no choice but to believe. He slowly walked towards Demian's position, where he was slumped over in despair. Demian, he said, this is the last shot. You just need to fire one more time, just once more. Demian looked up at Ryu with hazy eyes. Please, just one more try. He replied, Your Highness, what's the point of all this? Those words silenced Ryu. No matter what I do, nothing will change. Ryu replied, as if it were obvious, if you fire just one more time that Queen Spider will die. Demian responded, that's not what I'm talking about. Demian wondered, if I fire one more time and the Queen Spider dies, what will change? No matter how hard I work, no matter how hard I try, this world is already ruined. He seemed to want to interrupt, calling out the boy's name, Demian. Demian continued, I want everything to stop right now. I don't want to live like this anymore. I just want to... Hearing that, Ryu shouted, making the entire surrounding space seem to be released. Demian, do you think this world makes no sense at all? His words rushed into Demian's ears. Do you think that if you overcome this difficult obstacle, you'll continue to live in hell? Demian looked blankly. Yes, he grabbed Demian's collar, shook him and reminded him, then stop saying such obvious things, you idiot. Ryu tried to explain, if this world really has a difficulty level, then of course this is hell mode, and this is a mode where you can't save or load data. He felt like his heart was on fire. This isn't a game from the very beginning. This world has been hell and heaven. He continued to wake Demian up. It's truly absurd and ridiculous, and nothing goes the way we want. That's life, doesn't everyone know that? Right now we are living in a brutal era. Do you intend to give up? He continued to berate, then what, you just intend to give up and raise your thumb, waiting to be killed? Is that all you're going to do? Those words gradually brought back his consciousness. No, we have to fight to our last breath. Ryu released Demian and declared, I will continue to fight. I will continue to strategize and fight until the very last moment. As he spoke, he drew his sword. If you want to give up and die that easily. Ryu held the sword to Demian's neck, then slit your own throat right now. He quickly threw the sword aside, but if you're cowardly and don't have the courage to do that. Ryu faced him directly, then become my fuse, don't seek death, understand? He offered Demian sincere advice. The only thing you need to do, and I as your commander tell you, this, don't use the excuse that there's nothing left to live for. Each word was like a motivation, pushing him to recover his spirit. You are my chess piece, you are my key, you are my fuse. That's what you need to do. Ryu affirmed, that's what I need from you, Demian. A notification appeared. Ryu has unlocked a new skill, passive skill, unyielding commander. His eyes shone brightly. I order you. He placed his hand on the boy's shoulder and knelt down. Shoot that monster dead. Demian replied with determination, yes, your highness. He was more resolute than ever. I will follow your orders. A soldier reported, loading complete, sir. But he worried, there's no way to cool down the barrel if we do. That Ryu stepped forward, interrupting, get out of the way. He decided, I'll hold it. The soldier exclaimed in bewilderment, your highness, it's very hot. If you touch it, the least you'll get is a severe burn. Your highness, Ryu simply replied, better than being burned alive and dying in hellfire. He turned to ask, are you ready, Demian? The boy reported his condition, your highness. I can't see anything, Ryu immediately replied. All right. He continued, I can't feel my hands anymore either. Ryu simultaneously answered, it's all right. Ryu looked at him with affection. It's all right, Demian. Demian seemed to gain strength. Ryu strained all his muscles and lifted the cannon. Veins bulged all over his face. He frantically lifted it. The surrounding soldiers, seeing this, shouted to each other, help the prince. One by one they lent a hand. Rue and the soldiers lifted the cannon. Together they aimed at the monster before them. After the cannon was ready, Rue shouted, signaling Demian. Demian focused all his strength, concentrating intensely. He pulled the firing lever. He and everyone else bore the heavy recoil. The cannon, having accumulated energy, was activated. A beam of light shot out from within, immediately firing straight ahead. The entire army lay flat on the ground, exhausted. It hit. Ryu rejoiced inwardly. It hit from the start. This was an impossible mission. It was hard to explain a direct shot at an enemy we couldn't even observe. There was no way we could have hit the target. Surprisingly, however, that shot hit the Queen Spider, and it hadn't anticipated the trajectory of the bullet. At the same time, it hadn't anticipated the distance of the shot. Once again, it hadn't anticipated the hundreds of thousands of monsters along that trajectory. Everything seemed to replay a predetermined outcome. It was incredibly terrifying. That bullet flew straight into the Queen Spider, which was growling and roaring in anger. Unbelievably, it landed right on the Queen Spider's head, without deviating even by a centimeter. That shot blew the Queen Spider's head apart. A notification appeared on the screen before Rue. "You're insane. How did you win?" He read the message and thought to himself, "I didn't say a word. Regarding the first viewer message I've received since I started streaming, I don't know how to respond." The message from the viewer continued to appear. "I'll add you to my favorites. You'll stream again, right?" In Roy's mind, the thought appeared. And then, I replied that. Something made his eyes widen in shock. Thinking about this, he suddenly sat up, wincing, as the wound throbbed, a question forming in his mind. Am I alive? Suddenly, a gentle and familiar voice spoke from somewhere. "You should rest more, Your Highness." Roy was surprised by that voice. He quickly turned towards where it came from. The girl sitting there was still talking and writing something. "Demian used healing magic on you already. But because you suffered quite severe burns, it will take quite a while to heal completely." Rue was bewildered. Lily then put down her pen and continued, "You've been asleep for 4 days, Your Highness. I thought you would never wake up after struggling to defeat the Black Spider army." Rue was speechless for a moment. Then he said, "I'm alive." Lily added, "Thanks to Your Highness's command, the Queen Spider died in the final attack and the Black Spider army stopped immediately." "You won, Your Highness." Scene shifts to soldiers cleaning up. The reinforcements have rearranged the bodies of our allies and dealt with the spiders. "We're almost done cleaning up too." Rue looked out the window at everyone clearing the aftermath and simply replied, "I understand." Lily briefly explained Rue's condition. "Your Highness, you suffered severe burns on your arm, shoulder and neck. If you return to Crossroad, you'll have to go to the church, but even if it heals, there will still be scars." He simply replied, "Scars are better than losing my life." "Lily, how are you? How's your injury?" Lily, sitting in a wheelchair, gently replied, "After my mana ran out, a spider clawed at my back. Fortunately, the Queen Spider died right after, so I wasn't attacked further." She added with a sad expression, "But perhaps because the nerves in my waist area were damaged, I can no longer move my lower body." Rue was speechless at this moment, but immediately after Lily continued with a bright expression, "Please don't worry. Your Highness just being alive is enough for me, sir. The survivors include 5 artillerymen, Lucas, Demian, and Your Highness, that's all." Hearing the news, he slumped down, thinking to himself, 9 people. The previous battles had hundreds, but this time there are only 9. He looked at her, his mind in turmoil. There should have been another way. I should have come up with some special tactics. There should have been a way to save more people. Lily gently placed her hand on Rue to comfort him. Your Highness, you are not a god. In that situation, there was no way to save everyone. You did your best, didn't you?" Ryu blamed himself in both words and thoughts from the beginning. "I was the one who led the army here, even though that's what Roy did. It's not me. But since I'm occupying his body now, I also have to take responsibility for it." Lily tried her best to comfort him. It was unexpected that those monsters would become so numerous after decades, so please don't be too hard on yourself. Everything you did was already more than enough. Suddenly, Lucas burst into the room, tears and snot running down his face, calling out, "Your Highness!" "I'm so glad you're awake, Your Highness," Roy weakly replied Lucas. He rushed closer anxiously, asking, "Do you feel unwell anywhere? Should I call Demian right away?" Rue, exhausted, waved his hand in refusal. "No, I'm all right. I can endure it." "But weren't you also very seriously injured? Is it all right for you to walk around like this?" Lucas puffed out his chest confidently. You know, Your Highness, my greatest strength is my resilience, Ryu whispered. Yeah, because you're an SSS rank knight. He then took out a list, Your Highness. During this time I've completed the death toll statistics. There are many people whose remains we couldn't recover. But we've collected all the remains we could, sir. Rue and Lucas spoke back and forth. Where did you put those collected remains? The northern part of the Vanguard base, Your Highness? I'll go take a look. At this moment Rue suddenly stood up. Both Lucas and Lily tried to stop him. Your Highness, you can't go. Your Highness, you need to rest more. In the end, Roy still managed to go outside. He looked at Demian thinking they said he's the healer. He goes around healing even when he can't see. He must have struggled a lot this time. Rue walked over to Demian and asked Demian, this strategy was successful thanks to you. If you want, I'll reward you with enough money to eat and sleep for the rest of your life, so you don't have to go to the battlefield ever again. Since you're a mercenary, you can do whatever you want. Hearing this, Demian replied resolutely. Your Highness, you told me before that I am your linchpin. I want to know the origin of those monsters, who, where and why created them. And why did so many people have to die so, please? His eyes shining brightly, he said to Rue, please let me follow you, Your Highness. Rue smiled with satisfaction. All right then, from now on, you shall follow me to show respect for those who sacrifice themselves. We need a priest. Standing before the flames, Rue's heart was filled with emotion. I know there's no better way, no better strategy. Nothing is more foolish than dwelling on what happened in the past. I chose a tactic and executed it, and this is the result. So I will have to accept it, I have to bear it and move forward. Finishing his words, he ordered when the funeral is over, rearrange and transport them. The internal monologue continued in Crossroad, thousands of casualties every year. This is a world where funerals are more expensive than lives. There's an empty field east of Crossroad, bury them there. I plan to build a cemetery in the east, the place where I built the memorial in the game. He made a request, and every year the last day of February. He looked at the flames and continued, will become a day to honor their sacrifices. Lucas bowed his head and replied, I will follow your orders. Ryu continued thinking to himself, not just for them, for the thousands of times I reset while playing this game. For all the characters I killed without hesitation. This is also an act of atonement. He declared, Lucas, we won't lose anymore. We will not fail a second time. Let's go back to the main headquarters. Before the Crossroad platform. The system reported Scenario 0. Complete rewards have been granted. Please check your inventory. The rumble of horse-drawn carriages echoed. A line of carriages moved forward. Rue, sitting in the carriage, pondered. It's been 3 days since we left the training grounds and headed north to the main camp. The gem on Rue's necklace emitted a brilliant red light. Sitting in the carriage, he looked up at the sky and sighed, then sulked inwardly. This is so boring. Rue shouted out, Lucas, Lucas, are we there yet? He could only hear Lucas hurriedly reply, almost there. Your Highness, just a little longer, sir. Hearing that, he leaned back in his seat and continued to complain inwardly, you're like a food delivery service answering exactly like them. Rue thought to himself while a notification appeared above his head job selection. Ready, we must decide immediately. Going by the newbie guide, I should be at level 5 in this game. Jobs are selected upon reaching level 5. Rue looked at his stat sheet and exclaimed, why are my stats like this? What a terrible character! Then he pondered, the interesting thing is even with these random stat increases, I can choose any job like in the game, but the problem is at the bottom of the page. He tapped to see, a job I've never seen before, Novice Commander. He mused, who is this, an achievement reward for Hell Mode? Is it a hidden job? He was silent for a moment. Rue recalled the skill he had unlocked, Unyielding Commander. The system had then displayed. Rue has unlocked a new passive skill, Unyielding Commander. Clearly it's telling me to become a commander, isn't it? The screen continued to display Unyielding Commander, a skill created by those who are steadfast and never give up, provides allies within a 10-meter radius with a shield that grants immunity to mind control. Az looked at the skill and thought this skill is quite strong, but it's a bit useless early game. It only appears after frantically fighting until the late game. Choosing a job I'm not familiar with is too risky. He lamented, this is really troublesome. Just as they arrived, Lucas announced, Your Highness, we've arrived at Crossroad. Rue happily leaned out the window and exclaimed finally. His eyes lit up when he saw something before him. Before him was a place of immense size and majesty. At this moment, Roy was explaining Crossroad in his thoughts. Crossroad is the name of the fortress in the far south of the Empire. The reason it was built was to prevent monsters from continuously advancing from the Black Lake in the south. Importantly, there was a time when it was the most crucial fortress of the Empire on the map, but since monster incursions gradually decreased, troops were deployed to other regions. Mercenaries were brought in to fill the empty spaces. The concern retired veterans waiting for their pension or inexperienced recruits. Those mercenaries were all recruited, regardless of nationality or skill. The Empire just needed people to stand guard. The danger loomed over them. They were just a living barricade. And as more people came, restaurants, inns, and banks gradually sprang up within the fortress. According to him, several decades passed, and the fortress gradually became a city. Ryu looked up at this place after a while. People no longer called Crossroad a fortress, but rather, he sensed the bustling atmosphere of this place, the front line against monsters, the fortress city. To mock the mercenaries blinded by money and seeking their own deaths, and another name, the Suicide Road. The City of Tombstones, they called it. Rue hesitated inwardly. This place is humanity's defense line Crossroad. He continued thinking, unbelievable, I used to see this on a screen. It's much bigger than I imagined. The places are older and more dilapidated than I thought. Rue asked a big question, so I'm going to take over this city anyway. Arriving at this place, Lucas was a little tense. Ryu remarked, looking around. Why is everything? The extreme silence of everyone such a tense atmosphere. He had to think well. In Roe's prediction, their newly appointed lord and commander just finished killing off the militia and is also dying, so never mind. He smirked. I've prepared something to deal with this. The people looked at the carriage and murmured, Look, isn't that magic stone? Rue had planned ahead. I put over 400 black spider magic stones in the carriage for them to see. The fact that they were taken from high-level monsters means they are of very good quality. Just a rough estimate. They're already very expensive. They won't have to worry about money for a while. He said to himself, that's right. If I overcome an unbelievably difficult stage, I should at least receive that much loot. To make this game easier, I have to befriend the common people. Ryu understood people's psychology currently. The people's trust in me is almost non-existent. But I know. He imagined how to make them like and love him. Money filled his mind. Once again, Rue was more certain of it. Prepare to be reasonable and proper. I will buy their trust. That evening at dusk, the carriage wheels continued to roll. Lucas opened the carriage door. Then he bowed and announced, We've arrived, sir. As he stepped down, well done, Lucas. Before Rue could finish speaking, the mansion caught his eye. He was astonished by its grandeur. Rue wondered, is this where I'm going to live? His mouth dropped open. The small house I used to live in can't even compare. I never imagined I'd have such a dream house. A servant burst out of the door at this moment, exclaiming, Oh, master! He rushed over, overjoyed that his master was safe. Rue had barely spoken. Who are you? Ada continued, No, I can't call you master. Please forgive me, sir. Roy replied, You can just call me master. He clasped Rue's hands, his eyes welling up. I was so worried that you would be injured. Ada caressed his hands while crying. This poor servant was so worried he became ill. Roy thought to himself, the name of this guy who looks like he's cosplaying as a servant is Ada. In this game, he's an NPC who manages this city. I think of his role and handling Crossroads affairs. Things like building facilities, maintaining systems. It's probably the same here. I'll complete the quest here with him. Ada opened the door, welcoming him back. He enthusiastically guided, I've prepared a hot bath and dinner, sir. Please rest well. Ada softly asked. Sir Roy at this moment was standing frozen, shocked by the mansion. Ah, yes. Ryu asked Lucas about the soldiers. Have all the soldiers rested? Lucas replied, yes. Your Highness, after confirming, Ryu ordered Lucas to rest. Lucas, don't do anything today. Just rest. Lucas tried to object, but I am your bodyguard. Rue waved his hand and ordered, Just rest, you can work tomorrow. Lucas's face fell. Yes, sir, I understand. Ada called out, This way, sir. Rue smirked to himself. Looks like Lucas's room is on the first floor. Water was running into the tub. Ada introduced the bathroom. When you soak in the warm water, all the fatigue and the smell of blood from the battlefield will be washed away. Ryu rejoiced inwardly. How long has it been since I took a bath? It's true that I'm quite tired from the journey, so I'll rest for the whole day today. Ryu thanked him. Thank you, Ada. You should also rest today. He was starting to take off his shirt. Ada just gave a sinister smile. By the way, you did a very good job. That expression was full of danger, Richard Taco. Ryu's face turned pale upon hearing that. Ada coldly said, Richard Taco. The sound of water trickling from the faucet. He leaned against the doorframe and slapped the door once. Who knew you would complete the tutorial like that? Far beyond what I imagined. Ryu turned his face, looking extremely angry. You. Ada happily said, why hide it? Yes, I am the administrator of this world. I am Ada. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a punch to the face. Ada's whole body was sent flying by the impact. Ryu was furious. Administrator, you bastard. So you're the one who brought me here, you son of a bitch. Ada fearfully held out his hand to stop him. Calm down, Ryu. He bowed his head to the ground, pleading, I sincerely apologize for suddenly bringing you to this place, but still I know. Ada firmly declared loudly, this world needs Richard. Before he could finish his sentence, Ryu rushed at Ada and beat him up. His face was bruised and swollen as he cried and said, I'm sorry. After venting his anger, Ryu said, all right, just get straight to the point. Back then, when you were that administrator. He recalled when the system window appeared, and sadly replied, yes. Ryu questioned further, and you're really the administrator of this game? No, this world. Ada admitted. Hearing that seemingly obvious answer, Ryu thought to himself, why is this damn bastard talking like that? It's making my blood boil. Ryu asked Ada, why did you bring me here? Ada composed himself and began to answer. In this world, there is a true ending, only one true ending. Ryu pondered his words, something no one could touch. Ada continued, when the image of Earth appeared with a rotation, I had to restart this world countless times in order to reach that ending, but not even once could I reach the ending I wanted. Ryu interjected, and then you sought the help of others. Ada spoke again, opening a series of three-dimensional images. Simply put, that's right. A series of blue circular frames appeared before the two of them. He reached out and said, I changed the structure of this world into a game and let all the players in many different worlds know about it. Ada spoke as a series of lines gradually appeared. Many people pioneered very promising methods that no one had thought of before, but his eyes became deep and serious. No one could reach that true ending either. Ryu wondered, not even you, a true ending. I don't even know if it exists. Ada turned to warn him. Richard Taco, you won't be able to reach the true ending, but you can achieve something that others can't. A terrifying image flashed in Ryu's mind, making him think hell mode. Only I could complete this mode. Is that why I'm here? Ada continued, so I concluded that you would have the highest probability of success. That's why I brought you here. Ryu angrily roared, brought me here for what the hell? You kidnapped me. He recalled the terrible things he had experienced in this place and grumbled, not to mention, you even threw me into that tutorial, this body. Ada could only scratch his head defensively. It must have been a game bug. I didn't want that to happen either. Wait, let me tell you this. He held up his hand, trying to appease him. This is about the reward Roy will receive. Ryu was confused. Reward? Ada continued, if you reach the true ending of this world, I will grant you one wish. Ryu looked puzzled after hearing that a wish. He pondered, what's in that reward box? Blood streamed from Ada's nose as he replied, in other words, I'm like the god of this world. Ryu thought, that's believable. He further explained, when you return to your real world, I will definitely send you a very meaningful gift. Hearing that Ryu asked Ada anything, and he proudly replied, yes, anything at all, he pressed further, even 10 billion won in cash. Ada pushed up his glasses, implying just 10 billion won in cash. 100 billion won is also possible. Would you like more? Ryu felt annoyed. This bastard is acting like I'm useless, but honestly, it sounds quite appealing. He remembered himself looking at the computer. He will grant my wish, and there are so many things I want to do. A message popped up. Hey, Ryu firmly thought, no, I only have one wish to fulfill. His eyes were full of determination. If this guy can really grant that wish, then. Ada added, you must also have a wish that needs to be fulfilled. Right, Richard Taco, a wish more precious than money. You gave up on that dream because you thought you couldn't achieve it, didn't you? Ryu pondered silently, not saying a word. Ryu thought to himself, and then I realized that this guy, the one who called himself a god, brought me here knowing about me. A man stood looking at the person lying in bed. He knew that I had a lot of regrets. He knew that I always lived with remorse in my heart. Ada tried to persuade him I will make that dream come true. Rue denied that dream is over. Ada further explained as long as it remains in your heart that dream hasn't disappeared. Ryu wondered if you have the power to grant any wish, then why don't you solve this yourself? Ada further explained, currently my power is greatly limited in this world. I'm just an ordinary human. Rue sighed upon hearing him continue. That's why I have to find someone to replace me like you. Ryu interjected. Let me ask you this, Ada immediately responded. Yes, he bluntly asked, if I die here, what will happen? Ada cheerfully replied, well, if you die, you die. Rue rubbed his temples in frustration. Oh my god. Ada explained, life is a game, a one-life-only scenario, with no saves or reloads. If you've completed Hell Mode, you should know this right. Ryu thought to himself, that's true, this game is that kind of game, even if many other things are always happening. He thought death can't be changed. Ada added, if you want to return to Earth, I can send you back right now. Rue was surprised. What, really? He replied. Really, really? Ada pushed up his glasses, sweating. To be honest, my initial plan was to bring you here first, and then ask for your opinion, but then there was an obstacle. He was sincere before Roy's silence. Please choose. Ada held out his hand. Would you like to try to reach the true ending for a chance to have your wish granted? He narrowed his eyes seriously, or, Ada still holding out his hand, asked, would you like to return to your peaceful days? Days where you didn't have to worry about the danger of death, but a life of boredom. He continued, it's entirely up to your decision. Rue paused for a moment to think. Usually I would choose to return immediately, but now I'm torn between two things. A source of light appeared. One is the wish to fulfill my dream, and the other. Rue's eyes widened thoughtfully. Isn't that also worth trying? He raised his hand happily. It's confidence. I completed this game on Saint level Hell Mode, basically. I know almost everything about this game. Ryu chuckled to himself, completing it one more time. Why not? The sound of dripping water, he replied, all right. He resolutely continued, I will do what you want. Rue's answer made Ada happily respond, really. He nodded, yeah. Rue, now that I've agreed to do it, you'd better help me properly, and once I reach the true ending, don't you dare forget to grant my wish. Ada happily replied, what more can I say? Just consider me your servant. Rue immediately ordered. Good then. Rue touched his index finger to Ada. He suggested making Ada sweat from now until tomorrow morning. Sell all the black spider magic stones. Rue gritted his teeth in anger. Why is it an exchangeable item if you don't know how to sell it? Faced with Rue's urgency, Ada explained, that's true, but it's already late afternoon and most of the shops are closed. Ryu glared, shut up and do what I say, you bastard. I don't care if you stay up all night selling or sell at dawn. I just need you to complete the transaction before tomorrow. Got it? Ada acknowledged the order, understood, but you have a total of 388 magic stones, you know. He continued, just selling them at the market price will get you a huge amount of money. What do you plan to do with all that money? Rue replied briefly, we're going somewhere. Ada was taken aback. What? Rue chuckled and thought, how could you possibly know my intentions? Rue and Lucas stood before the mercenary guild, surely to seek fortune. Gold coins rained down. He gave a thumbs up and said, why don't we start? Rue slammed his hand hard on the table. He smirked, his face full of challenge, with 100 gacha rolls. A new day had dawned, and the deadline for Ada's task had arrived. After a grueling night, he sat exhausted before a cart piled high with gold. Rue and Lucas walked up to a door. He crossed his arms, a smirk on his face. They're really efficient. Lucas looked at him and said, Your Highness, I'll go in first. Rue put his weight on his foot and kicked the door open. Everyone pay attention. The people inside stared blankly at the two of them as if they were strange creatures that had just fallen from the sky. Rue and Lucas were greeted by the cursing of burly mercenaries. Who the hell are you looking for death? Ryu was not to be outdone and roared back, What, you bastard, who the hell do you think you're talking to? Finishing his sentence, he strolled around the place and placed his hand on the head of a threatening mercenary. I am your future master. Aren't you the one looking for death? The mercenaries buzzed with chatter. That's the third prince. Ah, that madman, I heard he killed all his soldiers on the front lines, but didn't he also wipe out all those spiders? Ryu looked around, thinking, is there anyone truly clever here? A line of text appeared, explaining the mercenary guild is where we can create new characters. A list of ranks appeared, and of course their influence would vary depending on their rank, whatever. He widened his eyes resolutely, but let's see if there's anyone skilled. At this moment, Rue saw a purple glow coming from an old woman smoking at the bar. What's that? Smoke billowed from the cigarette. Jupiter exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Welcome." She chuckled softly and said, "Welcome to the Crossroad Mercenary Guild, Your Highness." She turned and greeted Roy, the new lord of this land. Roy was surprised, a rank SL. Ryu was stunned, thinking really. He sat down. Ryu looked at Jupiter and asked, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" She immediately replied, "Of course." She patted her chest and warmly introduced herself. "My name is Jupiter. It's a pleasure to meet you." Rue looked at the person before him thinking, Lightning Mage, SL rank Jupiter, unbelievable that she got here first. Ryu looked at her and asked, "I've never seen this outfit before, what country is it from?" Jupiter touched her clothes and replied, "This attire belongs to our ever-black empire. You might not recognize it because this is a model from several decades ago." Hearing that, he asked, "So you once served the empire?" She smiled and explained, "I served there for 30 years. I was even the commander of the 2nd Magic Squad. After I retired, I made a living as a mercenary." Rue, upon hearing this, remarked, "Retired, but still sacrificing your body for the country. You are truly a model soldier." Jupiter swirled the drink in her hand and replied, "Not really, it's just that the pension wasn't enough to live on." She stopped swirling her drink and asked, "So then, Your Highness, what wind brings you here?" Rue smiled and explained to Jupiter, "What else would I come here for? Of course, to hire some useful mercenaries." She glanced at him and questioned, "Are you sure you didn't come here to buy some bait to die in your place?" Lucas glared at her and snapped, impudent. Rue immediately held out his hand to stop him. "Lucas, it's all right." Jupiter took a puff of her cigarette and smiled. "Rumors of the battle on the front lines have spread all the way here, Your Highness." She mocked him. "It seems you paid quite a hefty price for your incompetence, didn't you?" Smoke billowed around Jupiter as she stated, "While it's true that we're lowlifes who make money as mercenaries, we're not idiots who dig our own graves." She placed her hand on the table and continued, "None of us want to entrust our lives to an inexperienced commander." Hearing this, he smiled and replied, "I understand." Ryu stood up and said, "But hear me out." He stood before the mercenaries and asked, "Aren't all of you here to sell your lives?" Everyone remained silent, listening to Rue, since there's no other way to earn money. Besides selling your lives, isn't this your inevitable fate? But now you're afraid of losing your lives. He slammed his hand on the table and questioned, "Aren't you all idiots digging your own graves?" Rue smiled and looked at Jupiter, then mocked her that statement. "Sounds a bit odd, doesn't it, you damn Jupiter?" Jupiter, with the cigarette in her mouth, retorted, "What?" He sneered again. "That's right, your past career was quite grand, but weren't you kicked out for secretly embezzling military funds?" Ryu chuckled, looking at Jupiter. "Isn't that an act of digging your own grave?" he thought to himself. "Looks like she didn't think I'd know her past." He further explained, from corruption to smuggling goods to the enemy. When you were caught red-handed, you were disgracefully dismissed and stripped of your rank, yet you're still wearing your military uniform. Rue laughed mockingly at her. How shameful. In his mind, images and information about Jupiter appeared the embodiment of corruption, a rotten soldier from within, a veteran, unworthy of respect. She stood amidst swirling thunder, but her fighting ability was no joke. A heroine more like a pirate than a soldier, that was this woman, Lightning Mage Jupiter. Hearing this, Jupiter tried to argue, "Your Highness, even if my end wasn't good, I'm still proud to have been a soldier of the Empire." She softly reminded Rue, "Please be careful with your words." Rue interrupted, "How much of that pride you just mentioned are you selling?" Jupiter glared at him. He asked again, "I'm asking how much money will it take to make you my hunting dog?" She leisurely quoted a price. "Just because I look like this doesn't mean I'm cheap. You know, at least 100,000 euros per year." The moment she quoted her price, Rue decisively offered double, causing Jupiter to drop her cigarette. 200,000. Ryu repeated his offer, surprising her. "I'll double that to 200,000, he remarked. "That's quite a high price for a mercenary, but I am the prince of the empire and the lord of this city. Ada is even more exhausted, and I just sold 400 magic stones." Ryu looked at her smugly, thinking to himself, "Wasteful, no, I'm willing to pay any price to acquire an SL rank mercenary." Immediately after, Rue picked up a card and announced to all the mercenaries, There your fear of death, I will buy it. I will pay double your current salary. He cheerfully affirmed anyone chicken enough not to want to sell their lives can go home, but if you want to become true mercenaries and earn a lot of money, Rue informed them, then come to the empty lot west of Cross Road tonight. After finishing his business at the Mercenary Guild, he moved to the church. Inside the church, Maharita was healing Roy. She lifted his shirt and said, "It's done, but there's still a faint scar," Rue replied. "Thank you, Saintess." Maharita smiled at him. "You're welcome." Your Highness. Roy looked towards the Saintess, thinking to himself, an S-rank hero now hidden, and the top healer, Saintess Maharita. Once the specific conditions are met, I'll invite her to work for me immediately. Rue adjusted his buttons and said, "But that's not why I came here today." He placed a bag of gold on the counter and said, "Saintess, as I contacted you before." Maharita immediately replied, "Yes." She stood beside Rue and said, "I've brought all the currently free individuals here." Rue just smiled faintly and ordered, "Begin the plan. Demian, I see he's adapting well." He said with satisfaction, "Then let's proceed immediately." Rue could only think, today we have many things to do. It won't be simple. In the late afternoon, a grand funeral was held in the square for the fallen soldiers, those who had fallen on the battlefield that night west of Cross Road. Coffins were being lifted. The funeral procession had arrived earlier. A necklace was placed beside someone's grave. He looked sternly ahead. Rue thought to himself, soldiers standing in order, the Empire's flag draped over each coffin. He recounted a large-scale choir in a city where death is as common and cheap as this. A proper funeral is a rare sight. A woman trembled and cried before her husband's grave. More important than anything is the compensation given to each family. Rue revealed many people were shocked by the number of casualties, and the news spread from person to person. Throughout the town, rumors will spread quickly. Rue seemed to accept the reality. I have no intention of embellishing it. I want to show it with due respect. The flag symbolizing the city appeared. Rue thought, these are the frontline soldiers, warriors renowned for their noble mission for humanity. He moved forward. At this moment, Rue introduced himself as the new lord of this land, and his background as a prince. I am the third prince, and the newly appointed Lord Asvon Hater Everback. At this moment, murmurs and whispers arose from below. That mad prince is that the new lord, he looks damn awful. Ryu ignored it all and declared loudly to all the people present, I'm going to be honest with you all. He said with a serious expression, apart from the frontline troops, everyone else will die continuously. Ryu glanced at Jupiter standing in the ranks. He glanced at her and thought, so you've arrived. Ryu began, I will say this, if things continue like this, everyone on the front lines, he sternly affirmed, will die. Ryu continued his speech. Each passing week, numerous new graves will appear in this cemetery, and the lamenting dirge will echo. Everyone silently looked at him. He continued, but I assure you, your deaths are worth more than your survival. Ryu stated that the cost of organizing funerals and the compensation was enormous. Nearly half of the money they earned from selling magic stones was used for compensation. Demian stood before a grave praying, indeed death must not become commonplace and cheap. Ryu looked ahead loudly, affirming, that is why I will do my best to keep you alive. Lily looked at him with sad eyes. Ryu continued, I will use every means possible to save you and utilize those on the front lines. He reminded them, so don't you dare die easily. Jupiter, holding a cigarette, silently listened to Ryu's speech, survive and take your wages from me. The soldiers raised their gun barrels to the sky. He added, don't make me pay for your funerals. A moment later, Ryu announced, my speech is over. In his heart, he felt uneasy, wondering how the people felt about it. After speaking, Ryu stepped down from the stage. He wondered to himself, the defense of an incompetent commander, the debauchery of a mad lord. I don't care what they think, I can only prove my point with the results to come. Ryu firmly thought, in this harsh front line, I deserve to be here more than anyone else. He clasped his hands together, smiling. Well then, let's crush Stage 1. The system announced Stage 1 begins in 3 days and 1 hour 73:08. Night fell after the funeral ended. Ryu stood beside Lucas in the backyard and recounted, I went to the backyard of the mansion. The two stood silently for a long while. The system asked him, do you want to activate the teleport gate? Yes, no. Ryu touched the screen and said, of course, yes. The stones beneath his feet floated into the air, merging to form a gate. The teleport gate, once created, emitted light. Lucas and Rue stood silently before the gate. Lucas asked in surprise, "Your Highness, what is this?" Roy smiled and replied, "It's the gate leading to the dungeon at the bottom of the lake." Lucas, hearing this, said, "You mean?" Rue moved forward, interrupting him, "That's right." He raised his hand, a smirk on his face, and explained, "It's the gate straight to the enemy's main headquarters." At this moment, Rue analyzed the game and its mechanics in his mind. The Fortress Nation is a mix of two genres: tower defense and dungeon assault. From his experience, it was even written on the game cover: Fortress Nation, Tower Defense, and Dungeon Assault. Ryu stated the stage where the monsters invade Crossroad is Tower Defense, and between each stage. He provided further information: while the enemy isn't attacking, explore the dungeon beneath the lake and find the source of the monsters. Ryu continued, Dungeon Assault is called Free Exploration. This alternation is the basic structure of this game. Standing before the gate, he thought to himself, so it can open before stage 1. This game is difficult but not unreasonable. Ryu recounted, "Of course, I struggled a bit during the newbie tutorial, but this start is already very good." After the difficult early period, he now seemed to regain his spirits after what he had. "I get to start with an almost cheat-like character, Demian, and a long-range attacker, Jupiter." He happily added, "Not to mention all this money." Thinking of this, Ryu smiled confidently. "I have a chance to do it. No, I will definitely do it." After finishing the calculations, Rue assigned Lucas the first task after completing the teleport gate. I explained the game rules to Lucas and told him to find the enemy for the next stage. Lucas immediately acknowledged the order. Understood, understood. He chuckled confidently, "I will prepare well, Your Highness." A suspicious, contorted face, that's all. Lucas, seeing this, also didn't understand what was happening. He wondered inwardly, shouldn't Lucas not understand anything and question almost everything? Images of Roy pointing things out to him in the past appeared. Not only did the prince whom he had served almost his entire life suddenly change, but he also knew everything from the city's design to the presence of the dungeon. Despite arriving here for the first time, that's already too suspicious, yet Lucas still follows me without questioning a single thing. He silently marveled, "Isn't that too strange?" Rue suddenly called out, "Hey, Lucas!" Lucas answered the question as if it were obvious. "Yes, Your Highness." He asked suspiciously, "Don't you want to ask anything?" Hearing that, the expression on Lucas's face became somewhat awkward. "Your Highness, me." Rue's face became tense, even wrinkled. Lucas placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head and affirmed to him, "I will only follow your orders. I have no questions." Under the bright moonlight, Lucas continued, "I am your sword and shield." He declared loudly, "I only cut and block according to your commands." Hearing that answer, Rue appeared quite calm, although he knew Lucas still had many questions in his heart. Lucas's loyalty and devotion erased them all. There's no way he has no questions. Looking at him bowing his head before him, he thought, but what he's trying to say is that he trusts me more than his own doubts. Ryu was so happy that his whole body trembled. "Lucas, you bastard, I will definitely reward you handsomely." After regaining his confidence, he turned to face the gate and asked, "All right, Lucas, are you ready to enter the tiger's den?" Lucas replied seriously, "I can go through mountains of knives and seas of fire with Your Highness." Rue, hearing this, smiled with satisfaction. He pressed the option displayed on the screen warp and selected the destination lakeside. The two of them stepped through the gate. After the two entered, the gate collapsed. The system displayed loading warp tip. Heroes can equip items to become stronger. You can obtain items from dungeons or create them at the forge. Rue angrily yelled, "What the hell, stop giving me these tip windows, stop acting so high and mighty." Rue stepped out of the gate. The two of them were teleported to the front of a lake. He looked around and said, "We're here." Rue looked at the still lake surface and stated, "The Black Lake is the source of the monsters." He looked towards the lake again, thinking a realm of hell that creates nightmares. It's a dungeon located at the southern end of the world. Something caught Lucas's attention, and then Rue's as well. "Your Highness, over there." At this moment, the middle of the lake began to churn for an unknown reason. The water around the lake's surface spread out, forming a path. Monster arms began to sprout up. He saw the head of a monster. Countless suits of armor climbed out of the ground. Ryu glared at them, cursing inwardly. "God damn it, don't tell me." Recognizing their origin, he wondered mobile armor. Rue angrily gritted his teeth. So many monsters, so many monsters. Why did we have to run into these guys? He despaired, knowing that the enemy they were about to face was one of the worst possible choices. Not only that, but their numbers were completely overwhelming. It doesn't matter which one you encounter in Stage 1. Rue thought to himself, goblins would have been fine. Fishmen would have been good too. Even a wyvern would have been okay. Despair filled his heart, but out of all those low-level monsters, a series of monsters gradually appeared. So many, these are the ones I wanted to avoid the most. Rue grimaced, clutching his head, blaming the damn luck of this game. Lucas, sweating and bewildered, spoke up. Those guys, they must be the monsters we have to fight this time. He glanced at the system information panel. New enemy information had been updated. The system displayed Stage 1 enemy information level, unknown, quantity 1 level 5, armored soldier, quantity 1052, RU frantically thought, wait, what, 1000? Lucas widened his eyes warily. He anxiously asked, Your Highness, are you all right? You don't look well. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Rue, with sweat pouring down his face, pursed his lips and swallowed hard. He forced himself to call out Lucas. Rue thought uneasily, I think I said this during the newbie tutorial too. Damn it. The number of monsters increased by the moment, surrounded by powerful magic. I'm done for again. Rue recalled a past moment, clearly describing his helplessness when facing this type of monster 741 times. That's how many times I reset the game. Each reset had a different reason, but when living armor appeared as the monster in that stage, I didn't hesitate to reset everything. In his memory, living armor was a name implying a monster created from armor. Their bodies had phantoms inside. The biggest disadvantage, in short, was that they could resist most physical damage. For example, once you start getting more equipment, they become easier to defeat. But right now, everything is terrible. Rue angrily thought about them. If that thing doesn't appear, damn it. He gritted his teeth as if someone was deliberately doing this. Someone is intentionally preventing me from playing this game. They were trying to climb up from below 3 days until Stage 3 begins. Rue immediately ordered Lucas to retreat as the monsters slowly advanced. Fall back. Lucas, he replied, understood. They moved in the same direction. Rue flung the door open. Ada. He called out loudly, Where are you, Ada? He hesitantly replied, Welcome home, master. Ryu then asked Ada about the current defense situation. What's the city's defense status? We have a total of 526 people who can go to the front lines. After hearing Ada's answer, Rue exclaimed in alarm, realizing the current number was extremely low. I've been conscripting for 100 consecutive times, and there are only 500 people. Ada explained the reason during training. Most of our soldiers. He angrily bit his lip. Damn it, you stupid bastard. How many more people can we recruit? Ada replied, We've hired all the mercenaries in our city. He immediately asked, So we can't recruit any more now? He stammered, At least within this city, yes. Hearing this, he immediately ordered, Then send word to other cities and recruit soldiers. Tell them we'll pay double their weekly wages. He quickly took out his notebook and wrote it down. Understood. He carefully instructed, Send word to the royal palace, as well report to them that the monsters have begun to rise again. We need as many reinforcements as possible. Ada noted down every detail. He asked Han, Master, is this really okay? Ada reminded him of the risk if we request reinforcements from the Empire. Now the later events in the game will be ruined. He also knew this in his heart. But what else can I do now? I need to survive. Rue decisively made a decision. It's all right, just send word to them. Ada loyally obeyed. Understood. Ryu ordered send papers. Oh, and gather all the carpenters, stonemasons, blacksmiths, and alchemists in this city. Don't send conscription notices. Ada slightly objected, but if you do that, the magic stone production line will stop. But the intense desire to live from Rue made him obediently listen. This city is about to turn to dust. What are you still worried about? Magic stone production? For stop all production and bring them here. Ada immediately obeyed. Understood, understood. I will quickly summon them right away. Rue then went to his private room. He stood silently for a moment, then sighed. Now this game is no longer at a normal level of difficulty. I couldn't even decide. Ryu opened the data. Now I no longer have the time or space to wait any longer. He was making a decision: the higher the game difficulty I need to create more valuable things. The system announced newbie commander. Do you want to choose this profession? Yes, no, he thought to himself. So I decided to bet. Ryu hastily decided, all right, there it is, you bastard. The system congratulated. Congratulations, congratulations. Ryu has become a newbie commander. He muttered helplessly, what kind of effect is this? Right then, his heart twinged. Ryu, pale-faced and panting, thought, what was that feeling just now? The system warned, initiating debuff, 50% reduction in growth rate. His face went blank. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. What did it just say? The system continued with an urgent message, initiating debuff, 50% reduction in item proficiency. Ryu froze, stunned for a few seconds. This made Ryu furious, and he roared, shaking the entire mansion. What the hell are you kidding me? This isn't funny at all. At this moment, he was like a ferocious demon. What the hell is this, damn it? What kind of profession has so many debuffs? He grabbed the tongs in his hand, thinking, what kind of scam is this, Ada, you damn guide? I will definitely kill you. The system sent a series of notifications. You have acquired the ancestral attack trait. You have acquired the ancestral defense trait. You have acquired the super buff trait. You have acquired the command authority trait. The synergy power system is now available. Ryu, about to throw a tantrum, stopped and looked at the system panel. What's this? The fireplace was still blazing. He carefully read each line. Ancestral defense trait. When you are on the front lines, the morale of the soldiers will increase. All allies gain an additional 5% defense. Super buff trait. All buffs provided by the commanding character are enhanced by 1 level. Ancestral attack, trait level 1. When you are on the front lines, the morale of the soldiers will increase. All allies gain an additional 5% attack. Command authority trait, level 1, ability to provide precise commands on the battlefield. The commander's wishes will be conveyed clearly and accurately. Subordinates can fight exactly as the commander desires. Roy wondered, can I buff all the soldiers? He deduced, so that means as long as I'm on the battlefield, everyone's attack and defense will increase. Now I understand why they had to buff first. Ryu paused, saying, honestly, this is amazing. He analyzed each type of synergy power commander level benefits, depending on the combination of professions of each member. The team may gain a new skill. Try various combinations. There's also a job change system. Ryu, in his identity as a player, thought, for a game player like me, this profession is absolutely perfect. He picked up the tongs, then carefully placed them in a corner. In the blink of an eye, the next morning arrived. In his office, Roy was stunned. Can you explain what's going on here? Ada explained that no one had responded to the conscription order. He had managed to corner 4 people and bring them before Roy, so in a hurry I brought the union leaders. He felt truly embarrassed, all that fancy talk, and in the end it's just kidnapping. The blacksmith union leader began to shout and question what was happening. What is this absurd situation? Both the carpenter union leader and the stonemason union leader also protested. How could you bring us here like this? Can you take responsibility if the production flow encounters any problems? The alchemist union leader complained, even if you are royalty, you have to wait for a suitable time for what you want. Faced with this situation, Ryu inwardly wanted to find a gentle solution. See everyone's angry look at how they're shouting, their veins are popping out. I should probably apologize first. However, his words, actions, and the aura he exuded caused all 4 of them to choke up. You want to die, you bastards. His killing intent rose to the surface. Where do you think you are shouting so loudly? Don't you know who I am? Ryu slammed the table and snapped, as the prince and lord of the city you live in. If I summon you, even abandoning your entire production process to kneel and crawl here wouldn't be enough. He glared at them. But now you dare to affect my mood. You really want to die, don't you? They all looked pitiful. We apologize. This is the first time a prince has become the lord of this city. He realized that the opposition had lost their ability to resist at times like this. Ro's title was truly useful. Afterward, the negotiation proceeded smoothly. He had their restraints removed and began the negotiation. They resisted, really. He offered the benefits, of course. I will give you 20% of the magic stones that the army collects at cost price. Ryu explained, if a direct magic stone procurement line is established, wouldn't you be the ones to benefit? Let's cooperate. He was confident with this condition in exchange. Whenever I order, war supplies must be prioritized for production. Of course, I will pay fairly based on production. They were impressed well. Ryu glanced at them. Isn't this deal too good to be true? He had grasped their psychology. Using the trump cards of money and power, he had managed to lure them. In this negotiation is all I can do for now. He felt a bit conflicted. Will this make me one of those materialistic people? Hearing that, all four of them unanimously agreed, and the negotiation concluded with a win-win situation. I'll do it. What's so difficult about it? What do we need to do? When do we start? He wondered to himself. What can I do? Rue knew very well that in this world, nothing was more trustworthy than money. In Rue's mind, everyone has probably already heard about this from Lucas. The terrifying truth, the monsters, or more accurately, the 1,000-year living armor soldiers. Rue estimated are advancing towards this city. Their estimated arrival time is about 2 days from now. He immediately called a small internal meeting. Lily and Damien both gaped, their faces showing clear despair. Jupiter, standing in a corner, was also startled upon hearing this. Rue thought to himself, I can see the 3 words, I'm screwed, on their faces. Lucas cut straight to the point. What do you need us to do? Your Highness, he replied, utilize everything we have. Rue began to assign tasks from now on. I will give specific instructions to each person. Sunlight shone down on the mansion. Rue assigned Lucas to become the supreme commander of the army. A halo radiated around him. I will try my best. Rue instructed the soldiers that the formation might be shaken. Correct them. Lucas replied, Yes, sir. Lily shyly said, Your Highness. She was worried about this matter. In my opinion, Rue quickly cut off her intention. Sorry, Lily, but right now I really need your help. He smiled. You won't have to go to the front lines, so don't worry too much. Lily immediately asked, Why, what do I have to do then? Although she couldn't move, she was also assigned an important responsibility, supervising the repair. I understand. Besides that, Rue also used a totem buff to increase her defense. He thought to himself, Sorry for doing this to you, Lily. Perhaps you won't be able to rest. Rue crossed his arms and looked up at the ceiling. You will continue to be a contributing citizen to this city for the rest of your life. Jupiter seized the opportunity to ask, May I ask something, Your Highness? The annual salary you mentioned. She wondered if a mercenary like me performs well, will it be increased? Rue cursed inwardly, this greedy old woman. Rue suddenly remembered Jupiter's special attribute, Gold Digger, cannot be removed. This attribute drives people crazy for money, especially gold, exactly like what he had seen in the game, damn it. He had no choice but to agree. Of course, I will increase your salary based on the results you achieve. She became even more pleased. Then you had better start thinking about my next raise now, Your Highness. Rue assigned Jupiter as the captain of the Special Operations Force. Jupiter confidently said, You won't find a mercenary as capable as me anywhere else. He ordered Ada to give the crossbow to him. Take this, Damien, I prepared it for you. Damien hesitated. Your Highness, this is... Information appeared common, crossbow level 10, attack 10 to 15, durability 30 out of 30, bonus, none, I will try it. Damien took it and replied with a confident and enthusiastic look, If that's what you wish, Your Highness. Rue looked a little worried. The way of holding the crossbow didn't seem very reliable, but seeing how accurately he fired the energy cannon, he would probably get used to it quickly. He suddenly asked, Oh, but where are your glasses? Did you decide not to wear them anymore? Hearing that question, Damien explained the reason clearly. Actually, my eyesight is exceptionally good. He scratched his head shyly, so I deliberately wore some random glasses to limit my vision. Damien gave a bright smile, but now eyesight is very important, so I decided to take off my glasses. He received enthusiastic support from everyone. Ada immediately spoke up. Thank goodness, I was worried about the character overlap with the glasses. He immediately interrupted, Can't you be quiet for a moment? After the operational meeting ended, Rue went to the east wall of Cross Road. They ran over and bowed. Welcome, Your Highness. Your Highness, Rue asked about the progress of the work. All right, I'm here. How is the castle wall? He replied with some concern. Not very good. It has been neglected for a long time. He was silent for a moment. He turned and reproached Ada. If this city is called a fortress, city isn't repairing the city walls, the most basic thing. Why did you let this place become like this? He hesitated and replied, Because we don't have the funds. Ada explained that due to the decreasing number of monsters appearing, the production of magic stones had also decreased, so the old castle lord had cut the budget. After hearing the reason, Roy rubbed his head in annoyance. Wasn't the purpose of this fortress to prevent monsters from the beginning? The castle's monster fighting function gradually disappears, because the income from those monsters decreases. How ironic. Immediately after that, he quickly ordered, just use all the budget and materials we have to reinforce and repair it to the best possible condition. Understood. They immediately replied, yes, your highness, get to work. The monsters are approaching. At this moment, Roy went straight to the lumber mill. He discussed with them, you've probably heard about the situation, what I need you to do in the next 3 days. Ryu confidently said, is a wooden wall. He was startled. What? Ryu described what he wanted, a wooden wall. Don't you understand, a wall this high, understand, to block the way. After hearing this, he felt confused and offered his opinion. I'm sorry to have to say this to you, your highness, but the monsters will overcome the wooden wall easily. It's hard to expect any defensive effectiveness from a wooden wall. But Ro clearly stated his point of view. What we need is not a sturdy wall to completely block them. What then? What, your highness? He hesitated. What then? What, your highness? He repeated, what you need to do is to make a wooden wall according to my instructions, that's it. Ro dramatically described a wall that is very, very high. He acted more intensely and provides good resistance. Ryu compared it like something sacred, that damn kind of wall. He couldn't help but wonder, what is it? The atmosphere fell silent as Ryu suddenly realized. He immediately urged everyone to get to work. Okay, stop asking and start working. Immediately, only 2 days remained. Lucas had arranged the soldiers completely. Demian diligently practiced while Jupiter waited for easy gains. Rue was furious with Ada when things didn't go his way. Lily cooperated with the alchemist. All preparations were complete. Under the fluttering leaves in the wind, time gradually passed. After much effort, the wall was completed. The system announced stage 1 minutes 30 seconds before start 31 minutes 24 seconds. They were watching from a distance. Suddenly they saw something emerging from the bushes. That soldier signaled to the entire army they're here. They beat the drums to signal they're rushing this way. The horde of monsters had begun to advance. They moved with rapid speed, followed by a swarm as numerous as ants. On the city walls they were highly vigilant. Fires were lit. Rue then stepped forward and shouted loudly, there's nothing to be afraid of. Despite the heroic words, only Rue knew how dire the current situation was. He continued, they're just a bunch of small fry. He secretly imagined the reality of facing the living armor army, which was the worst tragedy in the first half of the game. Rue encouraged, we are the strongest army in the south of the kingdom, but in reality, his army was basically a bunch of ragged mercenaries, including old men who were past their prime and new recruits who knew nothing. He commanded the Hyro spell is ready, all the most advanced equipment has been prepared. But the truth was that no matter how much money he had, it would never be enough to equip them all. Ryu grandly encouraged, everyone, victory is in our hands, there's nothing to worry about. Nevertheless, he was still very confident, showing off his personality and spouting nonsense without batting an eye. He further motivated them, everyone fight with all your might. Rue smiled positively, so that tonight the entire army can sit together and raise a glass to victory on the battlefield. Only one person needs to worry, and that's enough. Even so, this battle still had hope thanks to Jupiter, the key figure Rue had spent a lot of gold to enlist. He chuckled to himself, it's all up to you, Jupiter. Thunder rumbled around the battlefield as if signaling Jupiter had now taken a ready stance. Half the power of this battle depended on her. Together with her team, they were ready to fight new recruits. Mage I hired at a cutthroat price have begun to act. The sound of horses galloping rapidly on the road, all the monsters. The soldiers trying to surround them all had one common goal. Jupiter, with a tense expression, was still leisurely puffing on a cigar. Rue knew their intention to kill the humans standing before them. He reasoned if there are no obstacles, they will move to kill the nearest humans. In other words, they react very quickly. But their positions have been trapped. The direction they move in is very clear. Therefore, the traps are extremely effective. Jupiter observed the situation. We don't have enough time to understand them thoroughly. He immediately commanded, do it now, Jupiter, but that's enough. Dark clouds gathered, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Jupiter confidently held the lightning bomb in her hand. Well then, she attacked without hesitation. Let me earn my keep. Jupiter used a skill that descended upon the monsters. First move, Fu Ku, the monsters were deformed by the lightning. After that she observed them. That many moves were not enough to eliminate them. After getting up, they were more agile than before. Jupiter felt offended. Where are you looking? Learn to respect your seniors, you damn monsters. She immediately vented her anger on them. But even that wasn't enough to kill the monsters. Rue was startled to see the pattern. It was Jupiter's mark. She put down her cigarette. Jupiter fiercely retorted, "Tonight's dinner is close combat, you brats." She went berserk, no different from a monster. Jupiter unleashed her next move, eat slowly and chew carefully. Second move, Tai Fu Bach. The soldiers on the city walls cheered. Rue chuckled to himself. The enemies marked by the first and second moves will finish off the marked targets. The system counted down 5 lives. He watched with pride. Excellent, Jupiter. Rue looked towards Jupiter, who was on the front lines with the new recruits. But anyway, the monsters disintegrated when hit by Jupiter's moves. But they didn't stop there. The number of enemies killed reached 1,000. The monsters surged forward even more densely. Rue placed a question mark. The attack just now was nothing more than a minor scratch. He immediately ordered retreat Jupiter. She also sensed the danger. Let's go. Jupiter and the new recruits rode their horses and fled. The monsters chased closely behind. She tried to remind, run, run, lucky don't look back, just keep running. Rue watched the entire battle from above, exactly as planned. He gave the next order, do as I told you, everyone hold your positions. One of the new recruits was about to be caught up by the monsters. Rue gritted his teeth in fear. Just a little more, just a little more. Jupiter shouted, get inside. He replied, yes, yes. They all tried their best to ride their horses as fast as they could. They entered the city walls, followed by the monsters. Rue exclaimed with joy, excellent move, Jupiter. The gate was slowly opening. The monsters had reached the gate. They stopped before it. He wondered, welcome, this is the first time you've encountered a formation wall, haven't you? Ryu stood with his arms crossed. How do you choose? He reasoned about the situation, evade or destroy. Jupiter turned her head back, grasping the situation. Either way, your choice is too obvious. Rue's goal to kill the humans before you. He cursed, that's right, you stupid monsters. Rue had predicted that if they blocked your path, you would break through the wall and continue to charge forward. They were crowding each other in a narrow space. He quickly raised his hand and shouted the command, everyone prepare to fire. Rue watched the monsters struggling as they were squeezed. Their ranks were narrowing, and they were losing their ability to move. He stepped forward. We've waited long enough, my soldiers. At this moment, Rue was more confident than ever. Don't hold back fire. Fire projectiles were launched from the fortress. Other cannons were also fired, one after another. Those fire projectiles converged on the monsters. They panicked and couldn't resist. Then they were blown to pieces by the exploding fire projectiles. These were the basics of basic defense game tactics. Their comrades looked at each other helplessly. The entire area where they stood was blown up, controlling the path. He had identified this as the kill zone. Rue continued to command fire, keep firing. Suddenly Demian paused. He was a little worried if this would be enough. Demian thought naively, the monsters won't be able to cross that line. Rue interrupted, no, not yet. But there were still some among them who felt nothing. They lined up one after another. Then they gathered in groups to block the cannon fire. He now felt the need to be vigilant. That's right. There's no way it's over this easily. These leech-like bastards, damn it. The monsters were fierce in the face of the cannon fire. Ryu sweated as he faced them. Of course it couldn't end here, those stubborn bastards, damn it. But I foresaw this and prepared you bastards. He urgently turned and called to Lily, activate it. Lily obeyed and shouted, yes, your highness, initiate gravitational attraction field creation. Energy accumulated. It was gradually activated. The alchemists chanted in unison, creation is being activated. The energy source enveloped them. The monsters were pressed down by the energy pressure. Ryu urged, next part, they're slowing down, Lucas. Lucas, hearing this, relayed the command, yes, your highness. Bow firing units ready. The soldiers shifted their positions, aiming their arrows. Arrow firing was ready. Lucas raised the Kaothan sword and shouted, aim for the soul core in the middle of their chests. Knock your arrows. He yelled loudly, fire. The soldiers replied, understood, fire. Arrows pierced through them. Others were pierced by arrows, one after another. The monsters' souls were about to leave their bodies. Ryu observed the situation inflict damage from two streams of fire simultaneously, and then finished them off with the creation and the ballista all right, just as planned. A person rushed over. He reported, "Your Highness, the monsters are moving around the wall." He heard the news and was surprised. What? Facing the imminent danger, Ryu gritted his teeth. He had foreseen this possibility, but hadn't expected so many of them. He looked down and called Jupiter. Ryu deployed another plan. "I'm assigning the living armor team that's rushing towards the right flank of the fortress. To you handle them, block them, and use hit and run tactics." She smiled. "As you wish." Jupiter quickly moved. "Let's get to work. Move fast." The monsters rushed forward madly. In her hand, a wave of electricity. "Take this." Everything seemed to be going according to his plan. "Good, Jupiter has blocked that side. Only the ones on the left flank remain." He immediately called Demian. "It's your turn." He shuddered visibly. "Yes." Ryu ordered him to shoot down the monsters attacking from the left flank. Demian replied, "Yes." He took a deep breath to calm himself. Demian focused his concentration on the shot. He immediately activated it. The arrow was swiftly fired from it. The arrow shot straight towards the monster standing below. It pierced the monster with a thud. Their ghosts also flew away. The armor then fell to the ground. Demian was stunned with happiness. It hit. Ryu thought proudly, "So this is divine vision shooting down the soul core of a ghost with just a common crossbow." He looked at him, concentrating intently, and thought, "How terrifying will this overwhelming talent become?" Ryu pondered the battlefield tactics, taking the central area as the attack center. The arrangement was going according to his plan. Jupiter on the right flank. This side, and here Demian guarding the left flank. The notification board was tallying the numbers. 457. Defeated, a noteworthy event. We were close to eliminating 500 lives. Ryu smiled smugly at this progress. He thought everything would go smoothly until the boss monster appeared. Even though there were occasional shortages, this level of thorough preparation was indeed worthwhile. Suddenly, the remnants of their souls still existed. They gathered and flew in one direction, surprising him. What the hell? The souls flew up into the sky, forming a source of magical power. Ryu stared blankly at the sky. There's nothing like this in the game. The system stopped at the defeated count of 500. That source of magical power became more and more terrifying. It accumulated and formed the boss monster, the final boss. His face turned pale. Ryu suddenly remembered information about it. Level 25, Magic Knight 1, Level 5, Living Armor Legion, 552, height 500, the leader of the Living Armor Legion. He felt disadvantaged seeing its form, Magic Knight. This thing is the source of power for the entire Living Armor Legion. Ryu secretly imagined himself that Legion was already very strong, but even if you defeated all of them, you would encounter a second obstacle, the boss monster. But we haven't defeated all the living armor yet. Why has it already appeared? He was still trying to devise a strategy. The Magic Knight had manifested, but remained inactive. Ryu was guessing its position. It wasn't exerting any detrimental influence, nor did it seem to be preparing for a fierce attack. It just stood still, floating in the air. However, this was no longer a game. This was reality. The soldiers also began to panic. What is that thing? He had also grasped. The current situation, just appearing suddenly in the sky, was enough to terrify all the soldiers. Ryu immediately turned his head. Damn it, this is the difference between human warfare and warfare between humans and monsters. He recalled their previous appearance, the primal fear before the manifestation of a bizarre creature. At this moment, Roy was extremely uneasy. Seeing the soldiers' reaction, the mere appearance of that monster had terrified the soldiers and caused them to lose all their initial morale. Moreover, it wasn't just humans who were afraid. The horses also began to resist. Jupiter was extremely annoyed. She tried to control the horse that was disobeying her. It threw her off and she hit her head on the ground. The monsters were now targeting. Their group rushed over, signaling each other quickly. Damn it, get into position. They stood around protecting Jupiter, protecting the mage. Ryu, seeing this scene, was a little confused. Thoughts kept running through his head. Jupiter, the main power on the first floor, and the hero party are in danger. Lucas worriedly announced, "Everything, Your Highness, we must use cannons and artillery to support Jupiter's party." Hearing this, Rue quickly turned back and replied to him, "No, if the kill zone disappears, more enemies will appear." He became even more confused. "But Your Highness..." At this moment the scene became extremely chaotic, but the soldiers in front were quite confused by this dark sight. The soldiers were extremely panicked by the appearance of the boss monster. This battle was extremely fierce. Explosions occurred continuously. The cannons and catapults had stopped firing, and the seamless defense line instantly fell. Ryu turned back and ordered all the soldiers to quickly gather and restore the kill zone. All the soldiers have lost their minds. Lucas stood there and immediately carried out the task. "Understood, Your Highness." His face grew increasingly worried as he looked ahead. "Sorry, Jupiter, don't give up." On the other side, Jupiter confusedly woke up from a long sleep. A thought appeared in her mind. "Where am I?" She hurriedly woke up completely and raised her hand to her eyes, observing the situation. At this moment, her hand was stained with drops of blood, slowly falling to the ground. "Damn it, what am I doing at this age?" At this moment, a worried soldier ran over and shouted loudly towards her countess. "Jupiter, can you hear me? We have to go, Countess Jupiter." Immediately after that, she was startled to see the scene right in front of her, but I was trying my best to attack and fight back against the enemy. Jupiter tried her best to stand up and then angrily spoke. "What kind of damn situation is this? Looks like now is not the time to lie around on the ground." The key soldier worriedly signaled to her, "Reinforcements will arrive. Soon, we just need to survive until..." Before he could finish his sentence, a monster wielding a weapon charged straight towards him. Seeing this, he quickly turned his head to react. Luckily, this guy was also quick-witted, so he quickly defeated this monster. But it seemed that this monster was also not to be trifled with. Very quickly, its leg slammed straight down into the ground. Its eyes with a dented head looked forward with extreme anger. Seeing this, he shouted in confusion, "Damn it, even after being hit like that, it's still alive." Jupiter, seeing this scene, was startled and suddenly realized something was wrong. She hurriedly shouted a warning, "New recruit behind you, behind you." But it seemed she had discovered it too late. A spear pierced straight through this soldier's body. His eyes, extremely confused, glanced backward and fell into thought. "Behind me. I'm sure I killed all the monsters around me." As he turned his head back, a monster used its spear to stab straight through him, making him unable to believe his eyes. While he was still confused about what was happening, other monsters continuously wielded their weapons and charged towards him, attacking. Just like that, he departed in agony before Jupiter's surprised eyes. He could only shout helplessly, crying out, "Help, help me." Seeing this scene, she gritted her teeth in anger. She angrily said, "I will mince all of you, you damn monsters." Suddenly, at this moment, as she reached out her hand, she suddenly noticed something was wrong. Jupiter looked at her hand in confusion and then wondered aloud, "Damn it, I can't control my own magic." On the other side, the girl on the battlefield was also constantly overwhelmed by the monster and screamed frantically, "Get away, get away." Immediately after that, she was pierced straight through by spears and died. The remaining mage saw this scene and was momentarily frightened. Immediately after that, he dropped his shield to the ground and frantically ran forward as fast as he could. But this monster did not spare him. They slowly swung the spear in their hand up. Immediately after that, the monster threw the spear straight at him as he fled, and one more person died as the spear pierced through him. Jupiter on the side witnessed all these scenes. She seemed surprised that this small defensive line of only a few members had been instantly destroyed. She slowly walked towards them as this monster slowly approached her. Jupiter smelled the living armor in front of her, the stench of rusty armor, and the water of corpses. A very strange and terrifying smell emanated from them, the smell of drowned people. She coldly used her power to prepare to cast magic. "You should only lie at the bottom of the lake." At this moment, she became extremely angry and furiously yelled at this group, "Why don't you leave this old woman alone to receive her salary?" Immediately after that, she struck them all with lightning. They fell to the ground like that and slowly dissipated. Jupiter stood there tired and panting. She had used too much strength, but this wasn't even a quarter of her normal ability. At this moment, she helplessly looked at the monsters wielding weapons and approaching. She thought in confusion, "I'm done for." Suddenly, at this moment, she turned to PK and instructed, "Run." Seeing this, he was a little confused, She continued to speak to him. At least our team still has survivors. I will use magic to buy time, so run quickly. Hearing his commander say such words, he quickly retorted, I can't leave. This is the best I can do. You are the mage. Seeing this, she was momentarily surprised. Then Peaky, holding his spear, walked in front of her constantly, speaking philosophically. The second rule of survival for a mercenary is always to stand by the team's mage. His gaze became extremely determined, staring straight ahead instead of abandoning the horse and fleeing. I will have a higher chance of survival if I support you. Hearing these words, she froze on the spot. The young mercenary's fighting spirit had an effect. Immediately after that, he quickly attacked these undead with his spear. He stood there continuously, using his weapon to quickly push them back. He didn't kill the living armor, he just pushed them away with the long stick, increasing the distance. PKE turned his head and signaled to Jupiter. He constantly encouraged, I will do everything I can to block them, so you just need to focus on preparing the next spell. On the other side, Demian was trying to support her with his gun. Demian had provided support from the castle. But at this moment the monsters became more and more numerous, and PK was alone, causing him difficulty. But it wasn't enough to stop the enemy. Jupiter clenched her hand. A blue light slowly emanated from her open hand the moment she had enough magical power to create a light arrow. Immediately after that, PK was completely pierced by hundreds of spears, killing him instantly. The young mercenary's body was riddled with hundreds of monster spears. Seeing this scene, she was so furious that she screamed loudly. Immediately after that, lightning bolts appeared in the sky, striking the monsters decisively and quickly. She stood there contemplating something amidst the corpses of her comrades on the battlefield. She wondered if she could have gathered her strength a little faster, would she have been able to save him? Peaky lay slumped on the ground, looking unwilling. His tears kept falling. For this painful death, she was too old to accept, each death leaving before her eyes. She sighed, glanced at him, and asked with confusion, Hey recruit, what is the first rule of survival for a mercenary? Seeing this, he looked at her in surprise with his last bit of strength. Then on the battlefield, he used his last strength to reply to Jupiter, Don't take any job that will cost you dearly. The pain gradually made him lose his mind, and he closed his eyes, Mom. The last image he saw was the sky turning pitch black. Standing before the monsters that kept rushing forward, Jupiter sighed and said, All your survival rules were wrong. Recruit, you can't become a mercenary like that. She angrily clenched her fist with the lightning power in her hand. If you want to become rich. Immediately after that, she charged straight towards them and yelled loudly, If you want fame. She decisively used her power to attack the monsters right in front of her. Just take dangerous jobs and earn a lot of money. Thinking the monster would be quickly defeated, her voice kept echoing, and stay as far away from the mages as possible. Why? Standing on the battlefield, she breathed heavily with exhaustion because they are the ones who will take all the credit. Her arm was gradually trembling terrifyingly. Most importantly, if you want to survive, you shouldn't become a new mercenary. Then she chuckled, put the cigarette to her lips, ignoring her trembling body. She helplessly looked at her arm, trembling strangely from exhaustion. I don't even have enough energy to light it. These ant-like monsters kept rushing forward. Seeing this, she sighed. I thought I could just live comfortably and receive my salary. Then she gave a wry smile. So this is what comfortable is like. At this moment, a horse quickly galloped over, still alive. Lucas, sitting on the horse, held his sword and charged straight towards these monsters. One of his moves quickly defeated all the monsters blocking her path. Jupiter was bewildered by this scene. Lucas slowly turned his head to look at her with an extremely puzzled expression. Time shifted back a few minutes earlier on the city wall. Roy's voice kept echoing. Gather together for safety. All the soldiers are panicking. Lucas, hearing this, nodded in understanding and replied, Understood, Your Highness. He looked ahead worriedly and fell into thought. Sorry, Jupiter, just hold on a little longer. Seeing that his soldiers didn't seem very enthusiastic, he angrily punched them. Snap out of it, you fools. Immediately after that was his philosophical lesson for all the soldiers here. Don't be discouraged just because of the monster's size. At this moment, the system notification appeared unyielding. Command skill activated. Seeing this, everyone stammered, understood. Immediately after that, the soldiers here instantly regained their morale and roared, We are not afraid of you. Ryu, seeing this scene, froze, a little fear and confusion washing over him. What are you guys doing? You scared me. He looked at his own glowing hands. Don't tell me. At this moment, information about this skill appeared on the screen. Unyielding command encourages morale, increases the fighting spirit of allied soldiers within a 10-meter radius. Seeing this, he thought in surprise. This skill not only resists the mental pressure drop, but also revives discouraged soldiers. Then he hurriedly turned his head and ordered Lucas, yes, he quickly obeyed, Your Highness. Then he continued to assign him the task, I will be responsible for reassuring the soldiers and re-establishing a safe zone, Lucas you. His face was extremely determined, as he declared this mission will lead the rescue team to open the city gates and rescue Jupiter's army. In his mind, the thought appeared, enter the death zone and rescue your comrades. Although he knew clearly this was not good, truly a foolish order. But Lucas, with a determined look, spoke to him. Yes, Your Highness, I promise to return as soon as possible. Seeing this, Rue seemed surprised. Lucas didn't show any hesitation. Rue watched from above as Lucas's figure rode away alone. He told himself, you must succeed, Lucas. Immediately after that, he continued to turn to the soldiers, who were constantly shouting and cursing, cheer up, you fools, wake up. On the other side, Lucas quickly reached Jupiter. He swung his sword forward. With just a gentle move, he quickly defeated each monster. Jupiter, seeing this scene, was a little confused, not daring to believe her eyes. His gaze was still very firm as he looked at her. Then he slowly opened his mouth. Hold on tight. Seeing this, she was momentarily confused, not understanding what was happening. Before she could understand, he quickly pulled her clothes and left. Lucas spurred his horse and shouted the command, go. The two of them rode together on the horse, galloping forward with determined eyes. Seeing this, the soldiers became extremely awake, looking ahead. A second later, the front ranks simultaneously held their spears and threw them towards the two people's horse. Holy spears, confirming I couldn't stop them, were constantly being thrown here. But Lucas seemed extremely calm in the face of this. He quickly broke the spears with one move. His large back shielded her, causing Jupiter to be a little surprised and curious. Hey, young knight, what's going on? She continued, proposing, I have a granddaughter. Perhaps you would be interested in her. She is a good girl. Hearing this, he immediately turned back, looked at her coldly, and said, if you still have the energy to joke, use it to recover your magic. There are still many monsters ahead. She chuckled in surprised delight towards his master. He would be gentle and devoted as much as possible, but if it wasn't with the prince, Lucas would be colder than ice. Then she spoke with some hesitation and smiled, saying everything she was thinking. Ah, well, thank you for saving me. No need to thank me. I am just following His Highness's orders. Lucas was still focused on riding forward, but he looked at the battlefield with the monsters constantly watching their backs as they left. Sorry, Your Highness, perhaps I won't be able to return soon. Jupiter sighed, looked at the monsters and said, just blow away all these monsters first, then sit down and regret later. At this moment, both of them looked at the commanding monster above. Her voice kept echoing. It's been a long time, you old geezer. Her eyes had become bright with the rage in her heart, so angry. On the other side, many large explosions occurred right there, but they were shielded by the protective barrier. Thanks to unyielding command, the kill zone was re-established in an instant. Rose stood above looking at the horse carrying Lucas and Jupiter, and was a little happy Jupiter had also returned safely. But he himself fell into confusion, wondering. He recalled the 4 characters in the game title, but he had also lost 4 precious heroes. In just a moment, he had been too arrogant about his gaming skills. The more he thought, the more he hesitated for a long time. Even in the game, he had to manage the morale of his troops. Words like fear or confusion were almost foreign in his dictionary, but in reality, everything was much more detailed and diverse. The image of the white horse gradually weakening appeared in his mind. He had completely underestimated that the war horses would also be terrified. Thinking of this, his eyes momentarily showed confusion as he looked down, because this was the real world he needed to calculate much more carefully and meticulously. That was also. At this moment, right in front of the fortress, flames kept burning fiercely. The consequence of reality, the fire was spreading further due to the firepower from the artillery cannons. These flames kept spreading, destroying the wooden planks and the shields. The kill zone gradually weakened, and the enemy was rampant, charging in. taking this opportunity as thousands of monsters gradually advanced towards this place. Rue thought in confusion, admonishing himself. Now we have to fight along the city walls if possible. I want to end it with just firepower. At this moment, a notification appeared right in front of him. Seeing this, he was happy for himself. At least we have defeated many more worth a try. He looked around the entire chaotic area and tried to reassure himself this battlefield is still within my control. At this moment, Lucas announced, "Your Highness Countess Jupiter has been rescued." Hearing this, he thought with relief. Lucas reluctantly accepted Jupiter as Countess. He looked at her handsome but somewhat troubled face, pondering something. It seems he doesn't acknowledge her, because she was once expelled from the army for insubordination, but preserving someone's dignity is the right decision. He smiled and greeted Jupiter. "Jupiter, I'm very glad to see you return alive," she said sadly. "I am deeply ashamed. Your Highness, this old woman has made too many mistakes." At this moment she let her blood-stained hands fall to the ground and sighed. "I caused the young and inexperienced recruits to sacrifice themselves in vain. How shameful." Seeing that her spirits were low, he immediately comforted her. "You had no way of knowing that a monster would suddenly appear in mid-air, and you didn't know the war horses would go crazy. That's not your fault." But this stubborn Jupiter still didn't listen. She sighed, looking at her injured hands. "No, it's my fault. I've been fighting battles for so many years, and yet I still can't please your Highness." Then her eyes gradually became more determined, and she clenched her fists. "That's why I vow to defeat them and avenge this humiliation." She looked at the giant monster high above and made a decision at all costs. "I will take that monster's head." His voice slowly echoed, "Focus and recover, Jupiter. You will need your power soon." At this moment, the monsters kept rushing forward to quickly attack. On the other side, the city wall also didn't remain idle, immediately initiating the firing of cannonballs and guns below. Feeling that the situation was not good, he hurriedly turned his head and shouted the order. "The kill zone is no longer active. Stop firing." Hearing this, they nodded hesitantly in agreement. "Understood. Understood." The soldiers there stopped firing their guns and panted, looking down. Seeing that Demian looked exhausted, he ordered Demian take a break. He looked a little worried and turned his head to explain, "But the enemies are still coming." Before he could finish his sentence, he stepped forward and placed his hand on his shoulder. "You still have a big prey to catch." He also didn't forget to instruct him rest for a bit to regain your strength, okay? Hearing this, he finally nodded in agreement. "Yes, Your Highness," and what was to come finally came. The enemy finally reached the city walls. These living armor were relentlessly and frantically smashing right here. Seeing that the sturdy city wall couldn't be broken, the living armor, they used their hands to claw tight, leaving marks on the wall's surface. Then they slowly climbed up the towering city wall, here having climbed up to get inside. Rue took a breath and ordered all the soldiers inside the city walls to prepare for close combat. Everyone had their weapons ready in their hands and nodded in agreement. Understood and prepared for close combat, his voice kept echoing. Melee legions advanced to the front. These legions immediately advanced forward steadily, going to the front lines for a battle without magic, a battle purely based on physical strength. Seeing the scene before him, he paled a little with worry. The real battle. The sky was still pitch black, the soldiers were still trying to advance to fight. Now it was beginning. The monsters kept rushing forward with their bare hands. They quickly rushed upwards with their determination. Roe's voice echoed, "Prepare." Immediately after that, the soldiers looked down with some worry. These armored monsters kept climbing high upwards. He observed the entire situation on the side and then raised his hand. "Not yet, wait." At this moment they climbed even closer to the top of the city wall. Seeing that the opportunity had come, he shouted the order to his subordinates, "Now release them." His voice kept echoing, "Quickly release them." The soldiers kept carrying giant pots of earth and rocks. Just like that, large chunks of iron and stone were poured down, crushing these monsters. Pour faster, they are a combination of steel fragments and some leftover materials from the construction and reinforcement process. They fell to the ground and died like flies. I placed them right in front of the fortress walls. Immediately after that, these large rocks easily crushed all of them. Many living armor fell to the ground and shattered. But instead there were still a few survivors slowly standing up, but the rest of them stood up again. Ro sighed, a little annoyed, thinking what a nuisance. Even after being hit by that steel and stone combination, they still get up and climb the city walls. They continued to charge up the city walls frantically. His voice kept ordering the soldiers, use your spears to push them down. Seeing this, he immediately opened the system and made a decision. I have to reorganize the team. Jupiter is the core member. Immediately after that, the system was activated in the blink of an eye. Activate synergy power. A system map appeared right before his eyes, showing 2 different directions. Long-range Knight Commander. 1 team morale will be greatly increased. Dual Mage. 2 magic damage of all team members increased by 20%. Ryu, seeing this, was a little surprised, not daring to believe his eyes, thinking increased by 20%, absolutely amazing. But currently he looked at them gradually approaching, attacking his soldiers. The enemy is here. Their hands clung tightly to the city walls here. And just like that, they had completely climbed up here, easily confronting the soldiers. The eyes of these monsters looked forward with extreme anger. Ryu, seeing this scene, was a little scared. He realized an important issue from now on. We have to fight enemies who are very fierce and very numerous. The soldiers looked discouraged and trembled slightly. At this scene, he wondered to himself if the soldiers could do it. Suddenly at this moment, a golden light appeared, slashing across this place. This golden light was like the light of hope for everyone here. These monsters were gradually being cut down by the golden light. No one else, the master of these rays, was Lucas. He stepped forward with extreme determination. Then he loudly announced to everyone here, I will cut off their heads. What we need to do now is maintain our morale and block them. Hearing this, the remaining soldiers instantly regained their confidence and nodded in agreement. Understood. Understood. Ryu, witnessing this entire scene, simply wore a smug smile on his face. Yeah, that's right. It's not a matter of whether they can do it, but that they absolutely must do it. He looked at all the soldiers here regaining their strength and roaring to survive. All the soldiers must become stronger. They have no choice but to crush, fight, and win. He hurriedly shouted, turning to Lily, and ordered Lily activate the next creation. Hearing this, she nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. Then she slowly reached out her hand, creating a blue light, and recited the incantation to activate the acceleration creation. The soldiers, as if gaining more strength, advanced even more resolutely. At this moment, his system simultaneously displayed notifications. Movement speed of all allies increased by 5%, duration 5 minutes. He looked at his skills on the system and thought in surprise, adding the characteristics I've equipped will probably be useful when fighting them up close. Immediately after that, the small group of soldiers relentlessly fought because the large monsters were right in front of them. Their voices kept echoing. Push the monsters away, push them down. Ryu, seeing this, hesitated, thinking about something. Only the thought everyone succeed appeared in his mind. The sky grew darker, seemingly without a glimmer of hope for what was happening. With the strength of these monsters, the soldiers were quickly being overwhelmed. Lucas wielded his sword, attacking fiercely forward. His decisive sword strikes quickly defeated many different monsters. Ryu, seeing this, was a little worried, thinking that's Lucas's first skill-swift advance. He looked at Lucas's back, lost in his own contemplation, a skill that helps him become stronger the more enemies he kills. Lucas is single-handedly managing half of the fortress wall. But there was still an important issue. He stood in the middle of the battlefield, slowly observing. However, that's still not enough. We are gradually losing. At this moment, a soldier was slashed across the body by a holy spear and screamed in pain. Another soldier hurriedly ran up to support him and shouted to announce the wounded retreat, quickly change positions. At this moment, the monsters became even more frenzied in their attack. He immediately realized an important point. Unlike the living armor, our soldiers are getting injured more and more. Demian then appeared and loudly announced, report, I will return to the front lines. Ryu quickly held out his hand to stop him. A thought flashed through his mind. He needs to use his power to attack the boss behind. So does Jupiter. At this moment, he became even more confused, wondering to himself, what should I do? He looked at the soldiers here, gradually being overwhelmed even more. There is a way to reduce casualties and eliminate the remaining enemies. At this moment, a golden light appeared right here in the middle of the battle. Ryu, seeing this scene, was startled and remembered something. He looked at the fire burning right in front of him, pondering, not understanding what was happening. Lily was standing there using her firepower to engulf the entire area. She sat in her chair trying to reach out her hand. Seeing this, he shouted her name, Lily. This made him extremely happy, and he shouted, realizing something that's right. She can use magic. He saw a momentary look of surprise on her face. "Ah," Lily hurriedly asked back. "Are you really serious, sir? I'm a mage." Rue quickly nodded in response. Yeah, that's great, Lily. I'll promote you later." She just wearily sighed. "No, leave me alone." He looked at her, assessing her. It seemed she couldn't use as much fire magic as before. Then he quickly approached her wheelchair and announced, "I'm sure I'll also pay you a huge bonus, so here." He pushed her forward and smiled, saying, "Give me a few more bursts of fire." She continued to angrily retort, "I want to quit, and I'm out of mana, just one more time ready." At this moment he was truly a devil. He excitedly pushed her forward and ordered fire. She could only helplessly obey him. He calculated in his head team's combined power 20% plus totem attack 5%. Then he looked at everything engulfed in flames and chuckled in surprise. The final power of fire magic is 25%. Sick. He pushed Lily while encouraging her, "You can do it. Fire spray one more time." Seeing this, she was a little sulky. "At least, treat me like a human being." He looked at the soldiers who were trying to regain their strength, slowly advancing and attacking. Like this, the soldiers used their bodies to block the enemy. Lucas quickly brought his sword down on these monsters. Lucas used his sword to chop off their heads. Lily, looking exhausted, was given a recovery potion by Rue with a tremor, and Lily burned the remaining things with fire. Just like that, the monsters were gradually defeated easily. Their limbs kept falling to the ground. The soldiers here, seeing this scene, froze. A voice shouted, "It's over." Immediately after that, the soldiers kept shouting excitedly, "We won, we blocked them, we did it, we did it." Rue loudly announced to everyone, "It's not over." Yet hearing this, everyone looked a little disappointed and exclaimed, "What?" Lucas stood there panting heavily with exhaustion. Ryu looked ahead and loudly announced to everyone, "Don't lose focus, there's still one more." Suddenly at this moment, the armor fragments of the monsters slowly flew up into the air. Immediately after that, it was completely absorbed by the giant monster high above. These things made the monster increasingly powerful and complete. Not only that, but it also held a weapon created from the items just now. Its eyes lit up with a very smug look on its face. At this moment, this monster had evolved into a super monster in an overbearing way. A giant light descended upon this place. The monster then stepped towards everyone's city wall. Immediately, the city wall shook, causing everyone to panic and scream. Only one thought flashed through Rue's mind at this moment: holy crap, reality. He helplessly screamed loudly, blaming this damn game. "Isn't this ridiculous? This thing is the boss of level 1. The overbearing super monster wielding its weapon slowly advanced. Its eyes, filled with extreme anger, stared intently at Rue, intending to attack. His hands involuntarily trembled strangely at this moment. But very quickly he regained his composure. He tried to reassure himself. Although his whole body was still shaking, his eyes stared intently at the monster, as if trying not to be afraid of anything. "Damn it, don't be scared. It's just a level 1 monster. The only difference is that it's a higher level." Then he shouted loudly, ordering the soldiers to fire. Gunshots rang out continuously. His voice kept echoing, "Don't conserve ammo. The battle is getting fiercer." Large explosions occurred right in front of this monster, but it wasn't afraid at all. It continued to advance quickly, as if determined to do something. The footsteps of this super monster partially moved towards the city wall. Immediately after that, it moved closer to the fortress. Roy's voice also became increasingly urgent. "Keep firing faster before it gets close to the city wall." This ghostly super monster slowly approached the city wall even more. Although covered in flames, the ghost knight still advanced step by step. At this moment, he could only helplessly think, "What a damn strong and disgusting bastard." Remembering something, he immediately called out loudly. Lily, she was startled and confused. "What a..." He turned his head and signaled to her, "Activate the 3rd artifact." Hearing this, she immediately acted, yes. Lily raised her hand high and shouted, reciting her incantation to activate the artifact. Immediately after that, a blue light appeared. The artifact's magic had spread. It could increase the magic effect of the receiver by 100%. Jupiter felt the surge of power slowly entering her body. The system immediately displayed a notification: Jupiter's magic effect is increasing. Feeling the surging power, she chuckled with delight. Excellent. A sinister smile appeared on her face. She slowly said, "Feels like my golden years." Ryu helplessly pointed at the monster approaching the tower and shouted, signaling to her, "Attack it with all your might. Jupiter, focus your power on its chest armor." Her footsteps slowly advanced. At this moment, Jupiter looked extremely powerful. She summoned 2 large lightning bolts in her hands, not forgetting to warn, "Be careful of the lightning, Your Highness." The sky was growing darker, preparing to unleash giant lightning bolts. Her voice kept echoing, "Even if you get electrocuted, there will be no compensation." Along with that, giant lightning bolts descended upon this place. Jupiter used all her strength to launch a decisive attack on the monster right in front of her. A loud noise erupted as the monster was affected by her power. Very quickly, a blue light appeared before everyone's eyes. This strange thing inside the super monster, a blue circular shape, made Ryu realize something: that's the soul core. He hurriedly turned his head and signaled towards Demian. He had already taken a ready stance, aiming his giant, powerful supergun at the monster's face, and continued, "Here, sir." He immediately ordered fire. After hearing the command, his eyes widened, staring intently ahead, as if determined to do something. Very quickly, he slowly rotated the control handle of this giant cannon. The cannon was slowly activated, aiming straight at the monster. Just like that, a huge explosion was fired straight at this giant super monster. The giant spear aimed straight at the monster's core orb and attacked. Everything gradually broke apart, emitting a strange light. Just like that, the protective glass completely shattered before this power. Ryu then laughed loudly with delight. "Nice shot, Demian." He smugly looked at the monster standing right there in front of him. "It's over." Suddenly, at this moment, the monster's eyes brightened, staring intently forward. Seeing this, he widened his eyes in confusion, startled and frightened. Damn, it wasn't that enough damage. At this moment, the super monster tightly gripped the giant weapon in its hand. It slowly raised its hand, preparing to attack the city wall. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind: if that sword strikes down, it will break the city wall. He hurriedly screamed desperately, signaling to Jupiter, "Jupiter, give it another hit." She still stood calmly, slowly voicing her thoughts. "Raise the steel weapon, hold the lightning storm." Moonlight shone down on a bustling town full of people passing by. The evening after the battle, a festival was held in the city's central square. A person raised a mug of beer and cheerfully exclaimed, "Now congratulations to everyone for defeating those ferocious armor monsters and claiming victory for us." Ryu's face was tense, but a hint of joy flashed in his voice. "Raise your glasses." At this moment, everyone simultaneously raised their mugs of beer with excitement and enthusiasm. He stood on the high platform, excitedly speaking, then raised his mug of beer to the warm cheers of the entire populace. "Drink your fill. I'll pay for tonight, cheers." The two clinked their beer mugs together loudly. The festival had begun. The orchestra began to play, the sounds of violin and drums blending together. The vendor laughed loudly, pouring a large mug of beer for the equally cheerful soldier behind. Grains of rice in a pan over a large flame were being cooked by a professional chef. Fresh slices of meat were being grilled over glowing hot coals. Two hands clasped tightly together. A soldier raised another's arm and shouted, "The rookie won, damn it, that didn't count just now." Ryu sat quietly in the distance, observing the bustling crowd before him. "One more round with your left hand." Unconsciously, a gentle smile spread across his face. Footsteps approached. "Ryu, sir, are you all right?" Lucas stood before him. "Worried you haven't eaten anything today, sir. Please have a little food." Roy hesitated, then agreed. "All right." Ryu pensively looked at his beer mug, only to be reminded by Lucas, "That's not the look of a commander who just won a battle, sir." Lucas looked at him, recounting his merits. "You stopped thousands of living armor without major casualties. I think you should be a little happier." Ryu half closed his eyes, brought the beer mug to his lips, and said somberly, "Indeed, there weren't major casualties." The beer he had just put to his lips was abruptly spat out by Lucas. Lucas exclaimed in shocked worry, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Rue stammered. I'm fine. It's just that the taste of this is a little different from what I imagined. Rue's face darkened, his mouth agape, as he glanced at the beer mug, in astonishment, thinking this isn't beer. Its alcohol content has to be at least 20% anyway. Rue's eyes drooped, his voice filled with sorrow. Indeed, there weren't major casualties, but we still lost precious lives. War has created a scene of fiery blood everywhere. Homes destroyed, many casualties the moment someone dies. Whether the casualties are large or small no longer matters. Every life is important and everyone is precious. A fortress built firmly by layers of hard rock has appeared. Of course, I know I can't save everyone in this brutal game. That's an arrogant thought. But regret appeared in Roe's eyes. If I had been a little more careful, they wouldn't have had to die. He recalled his confusion and panic during the battle. It was different from the tutorial. Back then, I still had a chance to change things. Rue's hand tightened around the beer mug, aching, because he already knew that. Lucas, seemingly understanding what he was contemplating, softened his voice and reassured him. Your Highness did very well, so you don't need to feel bad, that's what I think. He looked at the large fire the people had lit to celebrate burning fiercely and said gently, but no matter what I say, I can't make His Majesty's regrets disappear, but Your Majesty. Lucas comforted and reminded, this is a victory celebration, and if its master isn't happy, the soldiers' morale can't be raised. He looked at Rue and gave a gentle smile. So please cheer up, sir, at least for now. Please be happy with them. That's also a commander's job. Ryu gave a wry smile, hesitating. Smiling is also a commander's job. Ada suddenly pounced from somewhere, shouting behind him. That's right! Rue jumped and yelled, what the hell? He held a large plate of vegetables, excitedly adding, mourning the sacrifices is very important, but we also need to celebrate and live happily. Rue wondered in his heart, what on earth is he doing? Ada bent down, offering the plate of vegetables in front of Roy, and said earnestly, eating only meat isn't good, so I brought some vegetables. Rue broke out in a cold sweat, bewildered, and replied, hey, I haven't even eaten any meat yet. He grinned and announced, congratulations on completing level 1. My master, that was a tough one, but you did great. Rue was a little embarrassed by Ada's congratulations. Please keep up the good work. Rue reached for a tomato when Ada's voice boomed. Your Highness, Rue is eating vegetables. Rue, eating, asked, in confusion, what are you doing? He waved his hands high. Your Highness doesn't have meat to eat, so he's eating vegetables. As Ada's words ended, the apologetic voices of the people rang out. We sincerely apologize, Your Highness. We were so foolish. Everyone immediately brought food with tearful faces to Rue. I can't believe it. We made the prince famous for eating only meat. Eat vegetables. Rue froze, sweat pouring down his face, bewildered, thinking, what kind of bizarre fame is this? What kind of life have I lived? Someone roared an order, you rotten bastards, quickly bring meat to His Highness. The prince meat, bring more wine too. Two burly men, arms around Rue's shoulders, chewing on chicken legs, jumped and cheered, pour more, drink it all. Ryu's face tensed. His brow furrowed, his teeth straining to hold the piece of meat, thinking, how did things turn out like this? I was planning to review today's battle in a dark and quiet corner. A hand reached out and grabbed the corner of Roy's coat, Your Highness. Ryu turned and saw Lily sitting in her shaking wheelchair. Lily, since when have you been so drunk? She suddenly burst into tears, sobbing and pleading, dismiss me, please dismiss me, Your Highness. Ryu smiled and held Lily's hands, saying gently, all right, you don't need to work anymore. No one gets dismissed during hard times. Let me pay you a lot. Two people in black cloaks exclaimed in surprise, Lady Lily. Those two pushed Lily's wheelchair away, ignoring her tearful cries. I want to quit. Rue silently puffed out his cheeks, thinking, that's right, please take her away. A young boy sitting next to Rue put down his beer mug and grinned mischievously, Your Highness. Rue broke out in a cold sweat, his face darkening, thinking, what now? Demian shuddered and then exclaimed in admiration, the water here is a bit bitter. Rue broke out in a cold sweat and reminded, that's not water. Who gave this kid so much alcohol? Jupiter kept pouring beer into the boy's mug, making him even more drunk, to Rue's gaping astonishment. Jupiter, what are you doing to this kid? She smiled, the cigarette dangling from her lips, and explained, He's not a kid, he's a full-fledged mercenary. He'll learn to drink, learn to smoke, and learn to burn money. Jupiter closed her eyes and waved her hand. He's like my grandson, so I'll teach him well. Rue gritted his teeth and flew into a rage. Why are you teaching your grandson such things? You're a damn menace. Demian leaned drunkenly on Rue's shoulder and gave a bright smile, Your Highness. Rue looked at him and said teasingly, How dare you put your head on the prince? You've become braver, Demian. His face fell, and he said each word somberly. Whenever I'm alone, I always see my dead friend. Demian recalled the scene of himself on the ground, reaching out his hand, watching the man in front trying to fight the monster. I can't stop thinking about that day. The guilt of surviving without him crushes my heart, but strangely. Suddenly his face flushed, and he hesitated, saying, When I'm by Your Highness's side, I feel so peaceful. That's why when I'm near you. Demian had just finished speaking when he collapsed onto the table with a thud. Rue remembered the moment he lightly touched Demian's shoulder. It wasn't because he was special or great, it was just his innate ability, but he couldn't tell him that. Jupiter looked over, raised her beer mug, and added, For some reason I feel my magic is stronger under Your Highness's command. Could it be due to your excellent leadership skills? Rue rationalized everything in his head as an energy diagram appeared. It's not really my good leadership, it's just my characteristic and the team's support. This battle was buffed by 25% power. His face darkened, his mouth stiff and embarrassed as he thought, but how can I say that? Lucas, sitting on the other side, also smiled broadly and said politely, When I'm by Your Highness's side, all my worries disappear, and my body becomes so light and agile. It's all thanks to your noble character and the command talent of a leader like you. Rue smirked and retorted, Oh, is that why you're always by my side? Lucas blushed, not denying it, and waved his hand. Perhaps Rue grumbled to himself. Perhaps what kind of answer is that it doesn't suit his knightly character at all. A series of beer mugs were slammed down on the table. A loud cheer erupted in unison for the fallen comrades, for the survivors, for our prince. At this moment, everyone crowded around Ray, making him jump. What's wrong with you all? Someone craned their neck and said, Your glass is still full. Rue stammered, Because I don't feel well. Hearing this, the townsfolk burst into tears and snot apologizing. We sincerely apologize. Your Highness, we couldn't make you feel better. We made Prince Roy famous for drinking continuously for a week. Not drink a single drop of alcohol tonight. Rue froze dumbfounded again, pondering what kind of bizarre fame is this? What kind of wild life has this prince lived? Each self-reproachful cry of the people rang out loudly. We deserve to die. Execute us. Don't exaggerate, you. Brute, stop it and stand up. Then, please drink. Roy flinched. Why do I have to drink? Ryu gulped down a large mouthful of beer. Are you all satisfied now, once you force your commander to drink? Do you know what will happen next? Now fill the glass. Many full beer mugs overflowed, spilling onto the table. The party became even more lively. All right, drink yourselves to death, as the moon shone in the night sky. The moon rose higher, illuminating the dark night we ate, drank, sang, and talked on the night we won. Rue opened the door and mumbled groggily, I'm too drunk. He stumbled and fell onto the bed as soon as he reached it. Ryu sat up, his face flushed, looking at the pile of chests in front of him. I have to open all of these before going to sleep, he thought in astonishment. This level rewards a lot of chests. He placed his hand on a chest, muttering, Let's see what color you bring. As soon as he opened it, a dazzling golden light burst into Roe's eyes. Could it be a legendary item? He took out the glove from the chest and immediately froze dumbfounded, not only SSR rank, but also the highest tier item. Rue broke out in an excited sweat and laughed loudly. Oh my god, an SSR item. Rue's body trembled uncontrollably before that light. He angrily threw it straight at the wall, damn it. What is this, the most useless thing among the rare SSR rank equipment? The item he received was called SSR Luck Glove, level 7. Stats glove type attack, 0 to 777. Durability, 7 out of 7 each percentage. Stat gains an additional 1%. Good luck today. Whispers of Gamblers, Luck Glove, Trash. Ryu was very clear about its operating mechanism. This glove deals damage based on chance. I've used it a few times while streaming for comedic effect, but this is absolutely useless in real combat. The two gloves lay on the ground, causing him to sigh melancholically. Well, something useless is better than nothing. But Ro had to grit his teeth and put it on. Can't throw it away, can't give it away. SSR rank is different, it's quite beautiful. His lips pursed in annoyance, but he still tried to reassure himself. When the time comes, it will hit the jackpot, gotta be optimistic. But the curses in his heart still overwhelmed everything. Damn it, if I had gotten some good stuff, level up hacks and all that, I would have changed my life already, no. The young man yelled in the middle of the night. I don't understand what kind of optimism this is. Even though he had obtained a rare golden item, he still stared at the ceiling, tossing and turning until dawn. Time flew quickly until late afternoon the next day. Rue's face, bruised and pale, peeked out from behind the door. Lucas's face wasn't much better. Good morning, sir. Ryu looked at his guard worriedly. Are you all right? You should go rest in the morning. Lucas tried to reply but felt like vomiting as your guard. How could I? He thought to himself. It seems he had too much to drink. Only Ada was energetic, carrying a teapot. Good morning to both of you. Rue was startled. Why is this guy always so energetic? The teapot shone brightly in their eyes. Here. Warm honey tea. Drink up, both of you. Lucas poured the whole pot into his mouth, while Rue took a sip, and immediately exclaimed, I feel a little bit alive again, all right. I should probably prepare for the next round right away. The knight's sword was still stuck in the carriage wall. Ryu crossed his arms seriously with this. I can't even stop wild beasts, let alone monsters. How long will it take to fix this? The repair personnel reported it will probably take more than 2 weeks, sir. The most important thing is to remove that sword. The system screen automatically counted down level 1. Waiting time begins 9 days, 20 seconds. 236 hours, 6 minutes, 6 seconds. Rue ordered the able-bodied soldiers will assist in building the city walls, starting tomorrow. Lucas immediately bowed his head. Yes, master, we will do it as quickly as possible for you. The young man turned to chat with his steward, Ada. What's the situation with reinforcements? He quickly replied. A nearby city will send soldiers. Soon the soldiers dispatched to the central area will return tomorrow, sir. Ryu pondered, so I have to wait until tomorrow to see how things progress. There are some other things I can do alone, but I can't handle reinforcements myself. Well, hopefully the reinforcements will arrive here safely. Then he continued to assign tasks. Good, Ada. If there's any trouble, remember to report it to me. Lucas, while we wait, let's go do some work. His guard wondered, What do you mean, sir? Ryu smirked. The dungeon. We're going to raid the monster's nest. He hesitated like before, so we'll move and go to the Black Lake. Your Highness. Roy agreed. Exactly, Lucas, but this time their destination was an even darker and more terrifying place. We'll go to the bottom of the lake with the remaining troops. It's time to turn this game player into a dungeon raiding attacker. The night sky descended quickly like a storm. Okay, that's enough for today. Go home, eat well, and sleep soundly. I'll see you all tomorrow morning. That night, Rue also finished his preparations regarding the team members. This time I only told them we'd be going on an exploration tomorrow morning. Seeing is believing. Let them witness it themselves to avoid lengthy explanations. Demian pushed a bitter Lily out. I'll see you later, sir. He silently sent his regards to the pitiful girl. Sorry, Lily, but the dungeon requires 5 people. After they left, he called his steward, Ada, to prepare supplies carefully for the expedition. Ada professionally took out a small notebook. What should I prepare? The necessities were listed by Rue: food, camping gear, and various medicines, and Ada's glasses shone strangely. Prepare lights, bring lanterns and torches, anything that can glow. And so everything proceeded as usual the next morning. The king's courtyard, the backyard. Jupiter carried her luggage with a suspicious look. This seems serious. Where are we going? Ryu used his skill to lift stones. You'll know soon enough. They merged together and automatically formed a gate. This is teleportation magic. She was utterly astonished. It's been lost for hundreds of years. How is it possible? Ro didn't reply, only whispering in his head. If you explore more, you'll find the answer. Before entering, the prince carefully reminded, we will teleport from here to the monster's lair at the bottom of the Black Lake. He emphasized the bottom of the Black Lake is the kingdom of the monsters. The purpose was also outlined from the beginning. We will explore that place and find out why monsters appear from there. This is the only way to end their invasion. Ro was very serious when he affirmed it permanently. Eliminating the source of monster generation is the real purpose of this game. The system appeared asking for teleportation confirmation. Select destination Lake Shore. He immediately tapped, "Yes, I'll summarize everything for you while we get there. Now follow me." Lucas hurriedly exclaimed, "Your Highness, please let me go first." But Rue ignored him and charged straight in. I told you it was safe." The space around Rue turned blue, loading the teleportation tip characters. Gain strength by leveling up. You can level up through experience, and experience can be gained through all battles. Isn't there a more useful tip just stating the obvious? The members of his team also slowly stepped out. As soon as she saw the scene, Jupiter couldn't help but gasp in fear. "This place is." She muttered, "It really is that lake." Roy immediately asked, "Have you been here before, Jupiter?" She recounted the story 20 years ago when the royal soldiers were stationed at that fork. "We received orders to pollute this lake." Rue bluntly remarked, "Trying to pollute a lake this big with mud? I bet 20 years ago they also had a very stupid commander." Space shifted back to those years. The entire Mage Corps was mobilized, and we tried to use magic to bring mud to fill this lake. But then what? Even though the mages tried to create more mud, it was useless. This lake couldn't be filled. Whatever fell in disappeared strangely. No matter how much mud and rocks I poured in the lake, just absorbed it. Her face wrinkled, and some rumors spread among the royal army that the lake was a connection to hell. And things didn't go well afterwards either. After the first week of the campaign, monsters began to appear in enormous numbers, and the army was defeated. The plan failed. This is the first time I've been near this lake since then. Now they stood before it. Roy spoke, encouraging them, "Stand firm." Lily became increasingly frightened by his statements because we're going even deeper. The system appeared with a question. "Do you want to enter the kingdom at the bottom of the lake?" "Yes." "No." He decisively tapped. "Yes, obviously." The red screen immediately popped up, warning you cannot return until you find the next checkpoint. "Do you still want to continue?" "Yes, no." Nevertheless, the young man was fearless. "Who are you trying to scare?" He continued to accept the command, thinking, "Do you think I've only played this game once or twice?" The lake surface began to swirl into a vortex in the middle. From the end of the wooden bridge, a path opened up. "This is the entrance to the dungeon. All right, let's go." Rue directly jumped straight into the water. The system loading screen automatically appeared. "Loading, you are entering the dungeon." Tip: carelessness is the biggest reason for failure. Always be vigilant in all circumstances. The young man's vision was very blurry. "It's so dark. My first impression is that it's too dark. It's pitch black. I can't see anything." From deep within his mind, he could feel it and hear something in the darkness. The noise grew louder and louder, as if the darkness was approaching. Lucas cried out in panic, "Master! Master! Where are you, Master?" Rue immediately reassured him, "I'm here, don't panic." Then the young man ordered them to light the torches. Everyone calm down and light them up. The group stayed close together, and thanks to that small light, everything became clearer. The flickering flames gradually spread. The darkness of the night was slowly being taken over by the light. Lily suddenly hissed, "What's that?" Both Jupiter and Lucas also startled and looked over. He hesitantly asked, "Master, what is this place?" Before them was a large gate leading into a gloomy castle. "This is a trapped kingdom, the kingdom at the bottom of the lake, an underwater dungeon." He held the lamp in his hand and affirmed, "This is also the home of the monsters we tore to pieces." Its name was also remembered by Rue, the kingdom at the bottom of the lake. The young man checked his body. First he could breathe and didn't feel any difficulty moving. The barrier around the kingdom separated it from the lake water, probably thanks to the ancient magic that enveloped this entire city. Lily hugged the bag in her arms, utterly terrified. How can there be such a big city at the bottom of the lake, and how can we move so easily? Lucas's intuition suddenly sounded a red alert. Someone is coming. That person's feet didn't touch the ground as they moved. That shadowy figure glided closer, making them wary and raising their weapons. The mysterious person's hair reached down to the ground, yet their gait remained calm. Rue had to pull Lily back and reassure them, "Everyone calm down, that's not an enemy. This is our first time entering a challenge space, so that must be a guide NPC." True to his words, the person didn't attack. "Are you treasure hunters seeking artifacts in the kingdom at the bottom of the lake?" The young man slightly raised his eyebrows in confusion. "What?" The girl coldly looked at them with her ocean blue eyes. There's nothing you seek here. Return to the surface while you still can. Rue was taken aback. I've never seen her before. Does this NPC even exist in the game? He searched his memories of this dungeon. The Inferno is a challenge space located at the bottom of the lake, inhabited by about 100 NPCs. This is the point where any NPC might appear to give guidance. And the girl standing before him made him curious. I've played this game 742 times, and yet this could be the first time I've encountered an NPC anyway. Let's just keep going. The prince stood up straight to reply, we come from the surface with the purpose of destroying the source of the monsters. The girl's soulless eyes continued to stare at him. Rue continued to speak because the world above has suffered due to the number of monsters spilling out from this place. We've come to end that. Mumi denied it. The nightmare of the kingdom at the bottom of the lake will never end. No one can break the nightmare. It will exist forever. Her words also had evidence many great warriors and countless heroes tried to resolve the curse of this place, yet everything ended in red blood. They all failed. She continued to advise, don't step into this darkness, return to the surface quickly while it's not too late. Loud noises will echo again before you are submerged in this abyss, before you go mad with regret. Ryu pondered for a moment. If I were really going to turn back because of these words, I would have given up and returned to Earth long ago. Then he continued his exchange with her. I am the leader of Crossroad, a defensive city, tasked with stopping the monsters. I have a duty to protect this fortress, to protect all the people from the monsters. He emphasized his purpose. I do not fear the darkness. We must enter this city and destroy the origin of the monsters here. The desolate wind blows across this dark land. That's why we've traveled such a long way to get here, but all the gates are locked so we can't enter the city. Is there another way? The prince frankly asked if she could show them. After hearing those words, Mumi was slightly moved very well. She then accepted the request. I also want to see if those words truly come from courage or are just the foolishness of an idiot. The girl turned and walked away. Immediately follow me to the city entrance. But before that, Roy politely asked, what should we call you? What's your name? Mumi paused for a moment, then whispered, I've forgotten my name. If you must call me something. She randomly chose a name, then just consider my name to be Mumi. And so the group continued to follow her. It's been 10 minutes since we started circling the city, following Mumi's directions. Lucas flared up again. We can't trust the words of someone with an unknown identity. This is a trap. Roy had to hold the lamp while trying to persuade him. It's fine. It's fine. Just go along with it for now. Are you a cuckoo clock? You grumble every 5 minutes. Their footsteps fell one by one on the ground. Finally, Mumi stopped here. She turned around. If you go from here, you can enter the city. Roy also looked closely at it. Here he could quickly recognize that the dark tunnel was the underground drainage system. Mumi cautioned them to be careful of the slippery path. The group followed that path to continue their journey, and so we hunched over and followed the narrow sewer for about 5 minutes. Rue emerged from the tunnel with the lamp in his hand. They were approaching a completely new place area, one dry sewer. We had finally reached the first area of the Lake Bottom Kingdom Challenge. The dedicated guide girl pointed out, this is where all the drainage pipes connect. All the pipes are dry, not a single drop of water. Rue quickly used his skill to gather the stones. The spatial gate was formed. Area 1, dry sewer. You have entered a safe zone. Safe zones exist here too. A safe area where monsters can't invade. Simply put, this is a save point in a new area. Later you can teleport back here using the teleportation gate. He also calculated a few steps. Next time we can continue right from this spot. Teleport, select your location, dock area, dry sewer forbidden area. Lily hurriedly grabbed his arm. Sir, can I go home please? The young man looked a little awkward. Come on, do you think we brought all this stuff just to stop here? Mumi also soon bid farewell. I'll stop here, go wherever you want from here. Rui also expressed his gratitude. Thank you for guiding us, Mumi. The girl only sighed. I warn you, the kingdom at the bottom of the lake has been completely swallowed by nightmares. What greeted them wasn't pleasant. The further you go, the thicker the darkness will become, and the more ferocious the monsters will be. She conveniently added, if you really must enter the abyss, despite everything, here is my advice. Each word the girl emphasized, never let the light go out. His entire group fell silent. The flickering oil lamp in his hand still shone like their small hope. I hope the path ahead is blessed for you. Then Mumi went back in the opposite direction by herself. Lucas wondered what was that woman? How can she live in this underwater city? But even Roy was at a loss, I don't know. Demian then hesitantly reported bad news. The Shadow Prince down here is strange. Even with these eyes, I can't see ahead. They heard thumping sounds from within the darkness, as if the darkness was breathing. Now it was his turn to be curious, but how can that woman walk around without a torch? Roy was silent. I can't answer that. Badges symbolizing the two factions appeared. This place is full of secrets that even I, who have cleared all levels, don't know. But I know one thing for sure. He said to them with certainty, "We will meet her again at that time. Let's ask. We will reunite in this lake bottom, whether as enemies or friends, we'll see." The next things proceeded quickly, as planned. All right, everyone ready? We equipped ourselves with everything necessary at the safe point. The quest was automatically updated. Area 1, Dry Sewer Progress, Common Area 0 out of 3, Boss Area 0 out of 1. He also looked it over and felt much relieved at our party level. Dealing with this bunch isn't a problem. They held that light and went deeper. Let's keep going. After a while, Lucas muttered as he walked, "This is a connecting corridor to the drainage pipes." He looked around worriedly. "How long is this?" Rue, as usual, reassured his guard. "We'll reach the end soon." The connections followed a certain order. A common challenge area has a structure of rooms and passages. You can search for items, fight enemies, or talk to NPCs in these areas. His foot landed on a patch of light, and here the event will occur in the first room, which is the rat. The first monster they encountered was already waiting. Their information appeared: eliminate enemies, Dry Sewer Area 1 Level 3, Giant Sewer Rats 14. He just smiled. Giant sewer rats can't be careless because of their numbers, but they're not a difficult opponent either. However, Lily in the back was screaming rats. His mood was suddenly ruined. "Why are you afraid of so many things?" Then the prince quickly ordered Lucas, "You take the front, keep your distance, and only attack the ones that get close." He drew his sword and rushed forward. "Yes, sir." The rear line was also set up. Demi and their skulls are hard aim for the eyes or neck. He activated his skill immediately. "Yes, Your Highness." The two mages were also instructed, "Conserve your magic, only attack the ones that break through Lucas's defense line and himself." Ryu decided to just observe. "I guess I'll just watch." The swarm of rats rushed forward and were immediately cut down by the holy sword. Arrows from Demian's crossbow also shot out continuously. They hit the heads of the smelly rats, making them roll over on the spot. After only a moment, the noise of the small monsters completely stopped. He praised, "Well done everyone, not bad at all." Demian also acknowledged it. "Compared to my worries, it was quite easy." Lucas asked for his opinion. "There are 13. Sir, should I collect the magic stones?" he replied. "No need. Their rank isn't worth much, and there aren't many anyway. 13, huh?" The young man was a little surprised and became careless against the rat behind him. According to the information window, there were 14. But by the time he realized it, the sharp teeth of that rodent were right beside him. Rue was surprised. 13, wasn't it 14 in the information box? The last rat lunged straight down from the ceiling. The prince frantically raised his fist. His glove began to spin as the blow struck the rat's face. An unexpected stroke of luck caused the screen to display a lucky number, jackpot 121. That rat was sent flying backward by his punch. Its body slammed into the wall and squashed flat. Rue himself was agape in astonishment. A lucky hit scored over 100 points. Truly good deeds are rewarded. Lucas asked him worriedly, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Rose stammered. "Yeah, I'm fine." But the previous event also made the young guard wonder, "What was that just now, sir? How could you finish off that monster in just one hit?" His face furrowed. "I can't tell him that every time I win, I get a few chests, and then when I open one, I get a glove. So this is..." Rue randomly came up with a theory and blurted out the prince's punch. Lucas innocently still didn't understand the prince's punch. Rue affirmed, yes, that's it. The prince's punch. Haven't you ever heard of it?" The prince raised a hand to demonstrate, "When members of the royal family are in an emergency, we can awaken our superpowers a few times. That's it. Please accept this explanation and let's move on." And his guard actually believed it. Oh, amazing question marks appeared above the heads of those around them. Everyone except Lucas. They didn't seem very convinced, but we still moved on. Luckily, they were all quite quick-witted. The area opened up and a notification rang out sewer area 2. This room is empty. There must be something hidden here. Check carefully. Demian shone his light and searched for something. Oh, there's something here! The young man was very excited. Go on, Demian, I'm counting on you. He reported, Your Highness, it's a treasure chest, well done, but be careful, this could be a trap disguised as a treasure chest. Before he could finish speaking, Jupiter pounced like a hungry tiger. Greedy character trait activated. Ryu was startled. Hey, you greedy old woman, what if it's a trap? But when she opened it, gold and silver inside shone brightly. Thank goodness it's a treasure chest. Jupiter gradually came to her senses. Oh, please forgive me. Whenever I smell money, I can't control myself. She held out the chest to Rue. Here, I'll return this chest to your highness. But Rue was speechless. Old woman, do you think I can't see what's in your pouch? Not only treasure, but also rats appeared there. Eliminate enemies, sewer area. 1 level 3, giant sewer rats. After easily passing through room 3, Rue set foot on an old floor. We've finally reached the last room. The room door was closed, concealing what was inside. Next is the boss room. He turned and declared to them, after we defeat it, we can go home, so keep your spirits up. The eerie door slowly opened afterwards. Their group began to enter. The corpses of small rats were piled up. They emitted a peculiar odor that made him gasp for breath. What the hell, the smell of blood? In the middle of the room was a large figure with its back to them. The little rats have nowhere to escape. Its hand held a small rat. We need to kill all the rats. Then it ruthlessly crushed it. We need to exterminate the rats completely. We need to clean up the rats. The large rat roared, make the kingdom at the bottom of the lake clean, clean. Demian whispered, is that monster speaking human language? However, his voice was heard by the boss. What? It turned to look at them with fiery red eyes. There are still some rats alive. A warning sign appeared. Eliminate sewer boss area level 15, giant rat man, sewer system manager. It began to roar, to threaten them. No matter how many I kill, the rats are everywhere, damn rats. The prince was also surprised. Peleg, sewer system manager. How can a rat have a human name? Nevertheless, the large monster impatiently charged straight at them. I will kill all of you. Rue widened his eyes in shock. No, I need to say something. However, at this moment, Lily was so scared that she unleashed her fire magic rats. Peleg was hit and rolled on the ground. Hot, too hot. The girl kept burning it. Don't come near me. After a while, its body was covered in smoke from the heat. The boss's anger increased. Damn rats you. Jupiter then interjected, you can stop now, good night. Lightning pierced straight through the large creature's head. Then she electrocuted it numb with more lightning bolts. Peleg opened its wide mouth and groaned, I need to clean up the rats. But then it stuck out its tongue and flopped to the ground. That was fast. Thanks to the combination of the two mages' thunder and fire, the boss was easily defeated. Rowe carefully recorded this experience. The characteristic of monsters in the early levels is that they have low magic defense. If we had only used physical attacks, the last battle would have been very difficult. Lily hurriedly grabbed his arm. We're going home soon. Right, Your Highness, Roy replied. Yeah, soon, she cried out. The whole room is full of rat corpses. How can I not be scared? Their group moved towards the item inside the room. The information on the box simply read treasure chest. Before that, he had given an order. Lucas, hold Jupiter back. He obeyed, yes, Your Highness. And so Lucas lifted her up. Release me. Lucas, show some respect for the elderly. Are you relieved? Groped inside the chest. Let's see. Just like that, he surprisingly pulled out a serrated sword. Its stats were quite promising. Level 15, damage long sword. Type attack 20 to 25. Durability 20 to 25. When attacking a rat monster, increase damage by 25%. Kill rats. Kill rats. This will be very useful. Without hesitation, he handed it over Lucas. Here he took it with joy. Thank you, Your Highness. Ryu added, it's not good enough to replace your normal sword yet, but keep it. We'll use it later. The guard's attitude remained very grateful. Yes. Ryu continued to rummage through the chest. Wasn't there another one? Ah, here it is. What the prince needed was also here. Automatic defense turret summon scroll. This is definitely a drop from Area 1. It's not an exaggeration to say we came here for this. We've collected all the rewards. There's no reason to stay here anymore. He declared triumphantly, all right, let's get out of here, Lily. happily chimed in hooray. The quest progress was also quickly updated by the system. Completed the first area, dry sewer done. They followed the old path after passing through the connecting corridor. From the boss room, the sewer ended. Rue's eyes suddenly lit up. From here is inside the kingdom at the bottom of the lake. This time their group explored a new and fascinating place area. Two secret alley. It was quite developed. Looking at the surrounding scenery made Rue even more surprised. These are the streets of a prosperous city. Even the alley looks like this. And that further confirmed this dark night, a city that has reached the miniature level of a magical society. This is the true nature of the abandoned lake bottom kingdom. The surrounding air was still dark, but in this developed city there wasn't a single ray of light. No living creatures were present here. The city was submerged in darkness and death. Suddenly, two weak beams of light flickered on. The system also created the next teleportation gate area. Two secret alley safe zone has been opened. When he touched it, a warning immediately appeared, so he stepped back. You cannot enter this area yet. Anyway, I wasn't planning on coming here today. There's still a lot to explore in this area. The prince offered a few words of praise. You all did well. We'll stop here for today. Then he tapped the command on the teleportation screen. Select your destination, King's Manor Lakeside Dock. Dry sewer, all right, let's go. Ryu left with a satisfied mood. Let's go home. The items were also taken along free exploration. Completed your rewards have been sent to your inventory. Today's achievements were also announced. Character level up Ash EX, level 9+1, Lily R, level 20+1, Demian N, level 21+1. After their group left, a mysterious figure silently appeared. He muttered, so he's the last one. He's come all this way to get here. The melodious sound of a flute echoed like an invitation. Countless pairs of fiery red eyes swarmed over like a flood. The other person's face was hidden by a mask. Please forgive our sins. Countless rats had gathered around him, all for the sake of the Lake Bottom Kingdom. At this moment, Rose's group had just stepped out of the teleportation gate. He continued to praise them. You all did great. Enjoy tonight. Jupiter quietly picked up her cigarette. All right. I'm glad too. Who would have thought such a big city was under the lake? The things that happened are truly unbelievable. Her face turned serious. Moreover, that darkness, the strange noise coming from it, worried Jupiter. That darkness was too unusual. Then she asked him, Does your highness have any more instructions for us? The prince thought for a moment before replying, Not for now. In Re's plans, there was one thing he was still pondering. Even though I've completed the entire game, there's no clue about the current state of the kingdom under the lake. But this time, I have a hunch. His emotions were directed towards that land, a hunch that he needed to go there and find out the truth of the matter in that case. Ro also voiced his thoughts. Let's just solve it step by step together. Jupiter chuckled. Looks like tonight will be hard to sleep. Gotta have a few drinks. Lily exclaimed fiercely, Me too. I'll go too. Countess Jupiter, I don't think I'm drunk or sleepy either. And so she pushed the cart to help her leave. All right, miss. Let me take you to my favorite bar. The prince watched them go and secretly commented, They're getting along well. Demian also had his own intentions. I think I'll return to the temple even though hearing about that darkness is a bit scary. He whispered, If I pray, I'll definitely be less scared. Rue agreed with that. All right, go and rest, Demian. Now Rue and Lucas also returned to their place. Let's go inside. We should rest too. He smiled. Yes, Your Highness. While walking together, the young guard still had some questions. Your Highness, we won't go back there again, will we? Rue replied. No, not until the next defense. Why Lucas hesitated. Shouldn't we scout ahead first? Roy then explained, that matter. He added, It's already done. Lucas was surprised. Uh-oh. What the young man was talking about were those rats. The monsters that will attack us in this place will be undead sewer rats. This type of monster is a specialty of the kingdom under the lake. Their characteristics are also very clear. First, they will swarm the exploration area when they reach a certain density. Their numbers will explode, then they will crawl out of the lake and head straight for our city. He added a little more information. The monsters we encountered during the exploration will be our opponents in the next defense. Lucas seemed to have a sudden realization. Oh, I see. The castle door opened, accompanied by a loud voice. We're back, Ada. Have you prepared the food and bathwater properly? As soon as Ada saw him, he jumped up and down. "Oh heavens, my lord, something's happened, something's happened." Rui immediately asked, "What is it this time?" The tower's steward exclaimed hastily, "There won't be any reinforcements." The current situation is also very strange. The central and neighbouring cities all say they can't send their reinforcements. Roy was also shocked. How can that be? Suddenly Lucas's stomach rumbled loudly. He stammered, "Please forgive me, Your Highness." That also made Roy reconsider. Now's not the time to receive news like this. It won't solve anything immediately anyway. That night temporarily passed peacefully. Whatever, let's worry about it tomorrow. Bring out the food. As the new day dawned, Ru's work had already begun. "What do you mean there are no reinforcements?" Ada adjusted his glasses and hesitantly replied, "Well, recently there was a war that broke out on the Western Front, so the Empire has to focus on dealing with that." Ryu gestured for him to continue. "And the soldiers are all heading in one direction. They are withdrawing troops from everywhere to deploy to that battlefield, so it's normal that they haven't sent anything here." Ru's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Something's not right. He felt confused because he clearly understood the situation. The Empire is always at war, no matter the day or season. We're always picking fights with our neighbors. Why would they suddenly mobilize the entire army from the south? The prince clasped his hands together, his head in thought, unintentionally at the very moment he requested reinforcements. Another question was raised. "So what about mercenaries? Were you able to hire anyone?" The reply wasn't very optimistic. "We tried to hire some, but there aren't many new members, so..." Everything had a special reason. The last battle was only a few days ago. Requesting mercenaries continuously like that is impossible. Ru held his head, while Ada suddenly burst into laughter. "What to do? What's so funny that you're still laughing?" He squeezed the steward's face and chin. "Do you have a way to recruit more soldiers?" Or what Ada cried out, "Yes, I do, but it won't be pleasant at all." Ru was even more insistent. "Do you think I care? The monsters are about to come and take me away. Spit out your recruitment method quickly." Ada's cunning face suddenly appeared. "All right, if you wish, then follow me." They mounted their horses and rode together towards a manor. Lucas coldly questioned the steward's secretary, "Ada, where are you planning to go?" He didn't hide anything and said directly to find the previous lord. More precisely, a destination they didn't expect. "We will go to the house of the War Duke Cross." Both the exterior and interior of this place were separated by a high wall. So what is a War Duke, simply put? It's a count who takes responsibility for defending the front lines. The system of walls was fully equipped with cannons, tasked with protecting the entire front from enemy nations' monsters and natural disasters, so a war duke would have higher authority than a regular count. And this was further emphasized. In other words, they are not just rural nobles, but military commanders with the mission to protect an entire region. Their horses stepped one by one across the lawns. From the early days when people came to Crossroad, War Duke Cross has been the ruler of this entire region. Ada recounted as they rode, even the citadel was named after that War Duke. The area ahead was also decorated with a distinctive symbol, the road established by the Cross family. The citadel standing on this road is called Cross Road. He has protected this place since its early days and comes from a famous family. Because of this, Roy had a question. Then why did he resign? The southern front is very far from the center. On the chessboard he was like a rook directly confronting the king. To put it bluntly here, the War Duke's authority was even higher than the emperor's. Nevertheless, the next detail was even more illogical, yet he chose to come under the royal banner and become part of the empire. That's also why Roy became the new governor of this land. Ru lowered his head to think he gave up a land passed down through generations. Why? His steward didn't explain further. The situation back then was quite complicated. "Just listen directly and you'll understand. The small path led to the old villa. We're here, that's the place." Vines covered the surroundings. War Duke Cross had this place built as a retreat. After resigning, he returned here. The entire house had a peculiar, eerie atmosphere with very somber colors. Ru suspiciously looked at the gate. "Does someone really live here?" His steward blurted out. "Of course, I still regularly send supplies here." Someone inside the tower suddenly shouted, "Who's there?" War Duke Cross, holding a wine bottle, shooed them away. "How dare you enter here? Get out of my house immediately." Ada cheerfully ran forward. "Long time. No see, sir. It's me, Ada." His attitude changed instantly. "Oh, my friend, it has been a while, hasn't it?" But the prince was still in shock. This drunken old man is War Duke Cross, the former lord of the city. That aged face made him even more certain it's truly unbelievable. No wonder he had to retire. Ada cheerfully introduced, "Come on, War Duke. Guess who I brought as a guest?" The old man crossed his arms behind his back, looking annoyed. "Guess didn't I ask you not to let anyone find me?" Ada persisted. "Please just talk to them for a bit. Just a little while." Then the young steward gestured towards Ru. "Look, this is the newly appointed governor, His Highness Prince Asvon Hater Everblack." Ru cleared his throat a few times to adjust his voice. He displayed a friendly demeanor. "It's a pleasure to meet you, War Duke Cross. I'm the youngest son of the Holy Emperor and the newly appointed Lord of Crossroad. Although I myself am a tyrant, Ru couldn't be impolite to the War Duke." He thought to himself with satisfaction, "Quite awkward, but courtesy is necessary, like a rookie reporting to a superior." The prince was about to start a conversation with him, thinking, "Today is the day," but his words were immediately cut off. "Get out." The young man froze in astonishment. "What?" War Duke Cross opened his mouth wide and shouted again, "I said, get out! Are you deaf?" Ru's anger also began to rise. "Hey, that's going too far." The emblem was still fluttering out there. The Everblack Empire was a nation with a harsh monarchy. Even if the War Duke used to rule this place, how dare he disrespect a prince, not to mention wanting to kick me out. He used his authority to threaten, "You are being extremely rude, War Duke." He was about to raise his voice when the old man in front of him drew his weapon. "Let me remind you of your rank compared to—" "Oh, never mind, Ru slowly stepped back. The harsh, Everblack Empire. What kind of people point weapons at royalty? Charlie didn't hesitate to charge forward. "Get out." Ru could only helplessly conclude, "He's completely insane, just like my grandparents always taught me. Don't mess with crazy people, damn it." War Duke Cross kept chasing them away while I'm still talking. "Get out quickly." Ru still tried to be polite. "I'll be back later." "War Duke, I hope we can have a proper conversation." The old man stood at the door and yelled, "Don't you dare drag your carcass back here. Leave me alone, got it?" Lucas was pulled back by Ru for reassurance. "Calm down, calm down." A brief overview of that hot-tempered old man, War Duke Cross, full name Charlie Cross, a person who never appeared in the game's official history, but the reason I still remember him. Charlie's identity was very important because he was the father of the strongest character in the game. Evangeline Cross, with her top-tier skills, she was one of the most popular SSR characters in the game. Ru's mind was full of calculations. "I have to quickly find a way to get on that old man's side. Will I have a chance to pull an SSR?" On the way back, he continued to chat with Ada. "So how will that old man handle the army issue?" The steward replied, "War Duke Cross has his own army. That army solemnly carries that flag elite warriors who swore lifelong loyalty to him. If we can persuade the War Duke, the army problem will be much easier." The issue made the prince even more worried, so win him over at all costs. But talking to him means getting beaten up, and meeting him directly is even more difficult. Ada hinted again. There is a way. Ru immediately turned around. "Oh, tell me about it." Ada smiled. "Sometimes only drinking buddies understand each other's feelings." That idea made Ro break out in a cold sweat. "Damn it, I want to live an upright and noble life, but this world won't let me." That afternoon he returned to Charlie's manor. "War Duke, are you there, War Duke?" The old man greeted him with a weapon. "Ready. Are you tired of living, boy? I warned you not to ever come near here again." But this time Ru came alone with a cart of something. The white sheet he pulled back revealed shiny things. "What else?" the prince cheerfully said. "It's your favorite if we're talking about Ru's identity. He's a degenerate. Ru is a wild bastard, a playboy prince who does nothing but party and drink all day, and is a disgrace to everyone everywhere. And all those shiny things were alcohol. There's no way someone like that would come to the countryside empty-handed. Of course, he'd bring a lot of expensive drinks." Ru held up an expensive bottle of wine. "Let's drink, War Duke. Are you testing me, or don't you want to?" The old War Duke immediately blurted out, "No, who said I didn't want to?" The old man's eyes lit up. "Come in. Your Highness, bring all that stuff in with you." That attitude made Ru sigh in relief. Luckily, he's predictable. At this moment, Lily was having a terrible nightmare about being exploited for her labor by him. The door of the tower opened this way. As soon as he entered, Roy had to exclaim, "Oh, damn it!" The floor of the tower was full of empty bottles, oh heavens. The prince quickly covered his mouth. The smell of alcohol was overwhelming. He doesn't just like drinking, he's a complete alcoholic. 2 glasses were quickly taken out by the war duke. "It's been a long time since I've drunk with someone else." Rue suspiciously looked at the glass. "Is this clean?" the old man affirmed. "Even if the house is as dirty as a pigsty, the glasses must be clean. Isn't that how you show respect for alcohol?" Then Charlie reached for the bottle on the table. "Let's see what you brought." For someone like him, he immediately recognized Peacemaker's first-year royal whiskey. "Oh my god, this is priceless. This is truly valuable, just like its name. Peacemaker is the middle name of the current emperor, which means this bottle was made in the year the emperor ascended the throne, which also means it's incredibly expensive." The glass was quickly filled. "I've brought you this expensive drink, so please treat me well." Rue smirked. That's the message this action conveys. He raised his glass, and as the other person drank, he said, "Now bottoms up." The old man exhaled with satisfaction. Truly high-quality liquor, even the feeling of swallowing it is different. Ryu asked, "If you gulp it down like that, are you sure you can taste it?" The old man had a very simple philosophy. "If I want to compare it to the cheap stuff I usually drink, shouldn't I drink it the way I always do? That way I can judge fairly." Ryu silently assessed, "Is that really true? I don't drink, so I don't know if it's really like that or not." He began to speak anyway. "War Duke today, we need to talk about," but the old man was uncooperative, didn't mention any other topics, just drink. The wine continued to be poured. "Just drink if you plan to talk about anything else. Get out," Rue immediately complained. "At least give me some snacks." His words made Charlie silent for a moment. This old drunk just drinks and has nothing in his stomach. He casually tossed a bag of something. "Here, eat this." The young man wondered, "What is this?" Charlie curtly replied, "Dried fruit. I made it from the fruit harvested from my garden." Roy raised an eyebrow curiously. "You have a garden?" The War Duke directed his attention outside. "Can't you see it over there outside the window? It's right behind this mansion." Indeed, there were a few small, slender trees outside. "I take pleasure in taking care of it." Rue had no choice but to agree. "Oh well, then thank you for the food." As soon as he took a bite, Rue immediately spat it out. The thing in his hand had a strange pitch-black color. "What is this? It's so bitter and sour. How am I supposed to eat this?" Charlie was annoyed. "How dare you spit out the fruit I worked so hard to grow, how rude." But then it was his turn, and he also gagged. "See, you can't eat it either." The old man quickly wiped his mouth, disgusting. "I grew this fruit, but it tastes like garbage." Then Charlie pushed the bag straight over here. "Take the fruit," Roy protested. "If you can't eat it, why are you giving it to me as a gift?" The old man stubbornly poured himself some more wine to drink. "If I could eat it, I would have already. Why would I give it to you? It's obvious." Ryu was dumbfounded. "Is that right?" He's saying completely nonsensical things, yet it's strangely convincing. Suddenly Charlie began to confide. The knife's edge is located in the southernmost part of the continent. The sunlight outside began to weaken. The days are long and the land is very fertile. People say that there's no better place to grow fruit than here. Ryu exclaimed. "Then what's wrong with its taste?" The old man calmly explained. "People say all crops, not just fruit, can flourish if the soil is tilled." Charlie's face was sorrowful. "If only we weren't invaded by monsters. Every 2 days the monsters destroy the fields and kill all the farmers. Red blood from their corpses seeps into the ground, but when they die, they contaminate the soil with dark energy. Do you know what happens after that? From then on, the trees wither, and the entire land becomes poisoned. That means the soil is cursed. All the crops shrivel up and die." His voice grew softer and softer. "That's why there are no fields around the knife's edge." War Duke Cross looked down at his glass with a troubled gaze. The liquid in the wine shimmered in the light. He looked at the golden liquor made from fruit and grains, things that cannot be harvested on this land. Ryu also seriously discussed it. "Then why did you plant an entire orchard?" The old man took a sip. "A person should regret at least once in their life, right?" He revealed his feelings about it. "That orchard is my regret." He clutched the wine bottle tightly now. "Even if I wanted to drink, I can't." The prince carefully poured water for him. "War Duke, do you know why I came to see you today?" His attitude remained as stubborn as ever. "Didn't I tell you to get out if you plan to talk about other topics?" Ryu was also unyielding. If you want, kick me out, but I will say what I need to say. He blurted out the urgent situation. The monsters have started acting again, and their numbers are terrifying. He recounted the events. The last invasion was 1,000 armored undead. We managed to stop them. And the damage we suffered was enormous. The walls were severely damaged, and the number of soldiers is desperately low. He pleaded, "We desperately need military support, War Duke. We need the soldiers under your command." Charlie closed his eyes. "I don't have any soldiers under my command." The young man still firmly believed the stories about his family's private army. "I know all about your family's private army." Nevertheless, the old man only whispered, "I have friends I taught and fought alongside on the battlefield my whole life, but when I gave up my title..." His weapons lay forlornly in the corner. "When I let go of that spear and shield, those friends also laid down their weapons. They are no longer fighting." Rue suggested summon them back to duty, but the old man immediately refused. "It's useless." His hand still held that terrible fruit. "This land is not worth protecting," Rue exclaimed. "What do you mean?" He offered his advice: "Don't waste innocent lives trying to protect this worthless front line. Instead, evacuate everyone." Charlie's demeanor remained calm from his ancestors' generation. Until now, the man who inherited a family, dedicated his whole life to protecting this land, is saying this. But then he became curious. "Look here, Prince. Why did you come to this land?" The old man knew what was happening. Everything in this land is slowly dying. There is no hope, no future. The wrinkles on his face deepened. This is the advice of someone who wasted his entire life protecting this place. Leave this place. Leave as quickly as possible. Then Rue also turned to leave with those final words: "Before the curse of this land swallows you." Lucas eagerly asked, "Your Highness, did you manage to persuade him?" Rue reported frankly, "No. I failed, but I got this as a gift." He held out the bag of seeds. "Well, who said it would be successful in one day? So your Highness is planning to go back. It's worth the time and effort." At this moment, the prince was still puzzled by the way what happened to the War Duke. He quickly mounted his horse. "It seems like he went through something. Lucas, do you know anything?" But unfortunately, his guard shook his head. "No, I don't know." Rue groaned. "Ada told me to go ask the people involved myself." He silently cursed Ada. "That cursed bastard. Anyway, persuading is persuading." The two of them left together. "Now we have to do everything we can do. Repair the walls, prepare for war." Thoughts flooded the young man's mind. "No matter how much I prepare, the monsters will come. I have to work as efficiently as possible and kill monsters with all my might." He coldly ordered, "Let's go back to the crossroads. We still have a lot to do." The statistics from the subsequent battle were also completed. Stage 2, Mysterious Level 3 Giant Sewer Rats. An unbelievable number appeared: 3251. Everything proceeded as usual until the next morning. That sword had been used by a lassie, leaving a large crack in the citadel. "We just destroyed the large sword stuck in the wall. Today we will clean up this rubble and begin repairing the city walls." He also looked to the side. "Don't throw away the fragments of that sword. Instead, scatter them in front of the city walls. It will be a great barrier." The sharp iron fragments were laid all over the ground, perfect for trapping rats. Then he also spoke with the person in charge. "What is the estimated time to repair the city walls?" The person hesitated. "Your Highness, the condition of the walls is worse than we expected." "So," he immediately demanded, "just say it directly. How long will it take?" The person blurted out, 10 days from today. The number echoed in his mind. 10 days. "I have about a week before the next city defense. Not enough time." Steel pipes were being rebuilt around the damaged area, the embodiment of imperial architecture, the crossroad city walls. "I know it can't be repaired with just a few stones, but..." He ordered, "I will take care of the materials, and manpower. Do everything you can to complete the repairs within a week." The person worriedly wanted to object. But your Highness." However, he had to shut up under Roy's terrifying gaze. "But what? Try saying it. Speak. I know this is impossible, but I have no choice but to push them." The data for Stage 2 was available. It's not a mistake, nor is it an illusion. The number was considered by him 3,000. There will be 3,000 of those dog-sized giant rats we saw during the free exploration. And the prerequisite forced him to push them. "I must have the city walls." The person in charge dejectedly accepted the order. "We will do our best." Ryu patted his shoulder to encourage him. "Thank you. I will remember everyone's hard work and sacrifice." Then Rue shouted loudly to all the workers, "Hey, hey, we are protecting the world! Let's start working!" They shouted in unison, "Yes, Your Highness." Time passed a few days later. During the day, I oversaw the repair of the city walls, and at night I drank with War Duke Cross at his house. But nothing was too special. There was no conversation between me and him, just the exchange of glasses of wine. The tired person in charge laid each stone into the wall. The defense line was gradually being rebuilt. And Rue with difficulty vomited a puddle, and my liver is gradually being destroyed. Night fell again. Many hours passed with me pouring alcohol into my stomach. After 4 days of silent drinking, the War Duke finally opened his mouth. Today Charlie suddenly asked him, "Do you love anyone?" The dim light between them was still on, but no one spoke. Rue's face wrinkled. "Huh?" The War Duke repeated, "I'm asking if you love anyone." He also answered himself, "I guess not." Roy chimed in, Yeah, that's right." Charlie didn't give up. "Think carefully, really, no one." This question made Roy ponder for a moment. "Someone I love." He even thought back to the time before he was on Earth, before he was a game streamer. I was all alone. I just lay in bed with my phone. No one loved me, and I didn't love anyone. I just lived as a lonely person. Fortunately, I found another joy. I started streaming, and my channel grew. I received love from my viewers. A middle-aged man smiled, "Ro Oppa, I love you." Another burly guy scoffed, "How much money would it take for you to shake your butt? Here's 1,001 first." There were even some young elementary school kids lost the mission. "Lulu, take off your clothes." Rue hurriedly waved those faces away. "No, Mom. No, that's just their one-sided affection anyway, no matter how much I think about it." Rue covered his face and cried out, "There's no one?" Then, a comment from Charlie blurted out, "You've lived a hard life, kid." Rue furrowed his brow in annoyance. Then Rue immediately retorted, "You dare say that when you're the one drinking alone in your house, so War Duke, do you love anyone?" He thoughtfully looked at his glass of wine. "I used to. That pure woman will forever be remembered by me, my wife, the only person I loved in my entire life. She's gone 3 years ago." Rue was startled by the new information. Then Charlie added, "She was torn to pieces by monsters. Right in this garden we had to hold her funeral with an empty coffin." The glass of wine remained untouched because no one drank. He only lowered his head to look. "There's a bad omen passed down to the successive owners of this land. I think you could call it a curse." Rai felt confused. "A curse? And it's something I'm also afflicted with, this citadel. And the person you cherish there will come a time when you have to choose between the two. There are no exceptions. Everything had clear evidence from the lords who established this place long ago. My grandfather and my father, none of them could escape this curse." Charlie's hand trembled violently. He was melancholic, and I also went through that time. It happened on a beautiful sunny day. In the previous decades, the monsters hadn't made any moves. He was standing high on the peaceful citadel, but there was no income. The financial situation wasn't good, so I had no choice but to start a business. The War Duke recounted, "My wife said I should plant crops on the southern side of the front lines." Roy was surprised outside the citadel. He also held a lamp illuminating each area on the map. The land north of the front lines has been occupied by war. The land to the south is peaceful and vast, making it much more suitable. That place is full of trees and the air is cool and fresh. Monsters rarely appear there, so the ground is almost unpolluted. We thought that land was perfect for farming, so we expanded our family's fields to the south. Charlie himself also participated in the labor. The fertile land gradually expanded and immigrants gathered here. There were very few monsters, so we could easily protect ourselves. We were successful for a while. Everything, including the trees behind the current villa, this orchard located furthest south of the new front lines, belonged to my wife. This time he looked outside again. My wife oversaw the planting and cultivation in the most dangerous place. Happy memories flooded back. I still remember the grapes she fed me with her dirty hands. The fruits we grew in the first year of cultivation weren't perfect. The happy couple laughed and joked, but they were sweeter than anything in the world someday I had hoped. Charlie stood alone on the cliff, observing the city walls, that I could stop killing monsters, work in the fields and harvest fruit to live. He was still very cheerful. I wondered if I could continue living like that. His expression then was completely different from his current aged appearance, but it was clear this was impossible. That was the second year of cultivation. The appearance of the monsters disrupted everything. We received intelligence that about 100 large monsters were approaching the citadel. I hurried back to the city. He quickly put on his armor and left. His wife, who was managing the orchard, told him to be careful and bid him farewell. Saying this, Charlie stopped again, filled with bitterness. Only when I reached the citadel did I hear that the monsters had split into two groups. The large bodies of the monsters flooded the fields. One group separated from the main force and invaded the cultivated land. The fruit basket fell and the fruit inside spilled out. On Charlie's side, the situation was also fierce. The main group of monsters had begun attacking the citadel, and I had to choose. He gritted his teeth. Would I go save my wife on the farm, or would I protect the lives of thousands of people inside the citadel? The dim lamp flickered in the wind. He asked, "Which one do you think I chose?" The answer was all too clear. You chose the citadel. He decided to stay at the strong city walls. Yes, as my ancestors did, as the principles and rules say, I chose the citadel. Cannons fired continuously. I defended the walls and fought the monsters. We successfully defeated them after hours of fighting. And when I rushed back to the cultivated land, that place was full of blood and bodies. The fields were destroyed and everyone was killed. The grapes were crushed underfoot, mixed with deep red. Only about a dozen monsters had killed hundreds of people, including the orchard and my wife. His shoulders trembled. Warduke Cross, loyal to his mission, instead lost what was precious to him. Where did things go wrong? Each accusing word pressed in his mind. The defense line trembled while protecting the front lines. He considered all the situations. The land was expanded too much. He regretted, yes, it was all my fault, but the most painful thing was that during that time, my wife's picture shattered in my heart. I abandoned my wife and chose the citadel. He gently picked up his glass of wine. My daughter calls me a madman. She can't understand why I chose the citadel instead of her mother. The carriage gradually moved further away. A few days later, she left. His hand still trembled with fear. In the end, this is the consequence of protecting this place with my life. He said quietly, "My wife is dead, my daughter left, and I am here rotting alone." That story also touched Ro's heart. "This is just one example, Your Highness." He suggested, "You probably know what this place is called." Ryu quickly replied, "You mean the graveyard citadel. Many graves have sprung up. Yes, this citadel was built on death. It will also force you to choose." The old man affirmed again, "To protect the citadel, there will come a time when you have to choose to sacrifice what is precious to you." Ro was silent. "It's not like a curse, but a prophecy of cause and effect that cannot be avoided in the future." The old man's story reached its end. My family has endured that sacrifice over the years, but now it's no longer possible. He honestly revealed his feelings. "I cannot pass this cursed duty on to my daughter." The prince quickly grasped the situation. "I understand." He spoke out his understanding. "So you retreated from your position to protect your daughter from inheriting it?" Charlie agreed. "That's right." Charlie looked at his aged hands. "I want my daughter to leave this cursed land and live happily and freely." Rue himself was also thinking about the daughter SSR Evangeline Cross. "The character I really want to recruit is the one the War Duke wants to keep off the battlefield." This time brown liquor was poured again. "Look here, Prince, you want me to help protect the citadel, right?" He slammed the bottle down heavily. He looked at Ro tiredly. "I've protected it enough, even at the cost of my loved ones." The prince only listened. "I want to give up." The old man's face appeared in the wineglass. The War Duke's eyes, reflected in the glass, held no pride in protecting the front lines his entire life. His emotions poured out. "I want to die in this orchard, not on the city walls." In his eyes, there was nothing but regret for not being by his wife's side when she passed away. Under the starry night sky, Cross flatly refused Ro's request. "This is probably enough reason for me to refuse to help you," he said in a low voice. "I've told you the truth as a token of gratitude for staying with me." Cross looked directly at Rue and advised, "Now go, and one more piece of advice. If that moment ever comes for you, choose carefully." Ryu seriously looked at Cross. The old man added, "Don't end up regretting it like me." The fifth day of repairing the city walls in front of this place were countless scattered fragments. Only 2 days left until the next wave. Ryu's shoes appeared before him. He spoke. "Everyone did a great job." Ryu pointed towards the food and reminded everyone, "Take a break and eat something." The repair workers, seeing this, cheerfully cried out, "Yeah, we get to eat." One person happily told Ru, just as expected from our prince when needed. He's always ready to spend money. Another worker wondered, Your Highness, do you have any alcohol? The workers all smiled and surrounded Roy. He frowned and told them off. Quiet, you lot, just eat your food. The old worker who Roy poured milk for happily exclaimed, Oh, Your Highness. Roy asked the old man about the repairs. The worker cheerfully replied, Because Your Highness provided enough manpower, I think we can finish on time. The old man looked towards the steel plates patched on the wall and affirmed the temporary wall repairs will be completed in 2 days. Roy said with satisfaction. Well done, he thought to himself. The most important thing is done. Ru turned to look at the trembling alchemy commander and asked, So shall we attach that thing now? Holding the scroll in his hand, the commander excitedly said finally, I get to use this. Ru explained the function of the summoning scroll they found during the previous expedition. It can only be used after being researched at the alchemy workshop, he also mentioned, and it was just finished today. The system window appeared with the option, Do you want to use the automated defense turret, summoning scroll? Yes, no. Ru, holding the scroll in his heart, thought definitely yes. The scroll in his hand emitted a dazzling light. The system displayed Ryu has acquired a character skill magic, summoning automated defense turret. Ryu looked at the pile of scrap metal in front of him and thought this should be enough. The leader of the construction workers laboriously carried a stone to him. Ryu recalled sitting on his bed with a satisfied expression, overjoyed. Finally, the item I got from the reward chest. The scroll in his hand transformed into a gem. He looked at it and stated, and a Tier G energy core. With this, all the materials are complete. The system presented him with an option, automated defense turret select installation location. Ru pointed to the map displayed on the system and wondered to himself, should I put it here? He looked up with a smile at the pile of scrap metal he had just collected, now floating in the air. They began to combine together. Ru watched as the scrap metal quickly formed a defense turret. Moments later, a complete defense turret appeared right near where he was standing. It moved its gun barrel back and forth. Ryu looked at the defense turret with satisfaction and clapped his hands, saying, Excellent. The alchemy commander looked at it with admiration. This is the lost magic architectural technology from hundreds of years ago. Ru placed his hand on the defense turret and began to boast, Well, thanks to everyone, this defense line is getting stronger and stronger. The workers all looked excited upon hearing this. Ru reminded everyone, keep up the good work. He thought to himself, the atmosphere is great. Ru looked happily at the workers in front of him. In his heart, he felt that if things continued like this, everything would be all right. Ru stopped in front of the blacksmith's house and announced the next stop is the blacksmith. Inside the forge, he called out, How does it look? Lucas, wearing brand new armor, cheerfully replied, It couldn't be better. Ru thought to himself, The armor we ordered is finished. According to Ru's explanation, this armor was made from the energy core of a Shadow Knight as the main material. SR level 30 Shadow Armor, defense rating 50 to 55, durability 12, increases the wearer's physical damage resistance by 33%. The wearer gains the special skill Shadow Form level 1. After reading the armor's information, Ryu commented, I don't like that its durability is only as strong as glass. The system displayed Shadow Form level 1. Nothing can touch you for 5 seconds. You are immune to all attacks, but cannot attack. Ryu remarked, This is more useful than I thought. Lucas happily wiped away his tears and said, I will use it well, yes. Your Highness, after hearing this, Ru instructed, I ordered it specifically for you, so remember to use it well. Ru smiled at Lucas and calculated he almost cried when they took his measurements, so I should give him gifts more often. Ru smiled and told the old blacksmith, Thank you for making such good armor. The blacksmith looked at him and replied, I'm just grateful for the opportunity to use such rare and good materials. The old blacksmith cheerfully declared, If you trust me again, I will do my best. Just place your orders here whenever you need anything. Yes, Your Highness. Roy agreed. Upon hearing this, I will. The information for the blacksmith's house appeared blacksmith facility level 3. From his previous game experience, Ru knew that creating equipment at the blacksmith was very important. Even at the end of the game, I will definitely come here often. Ru crossed his arms and called out Lucas. Yes, Lucas immediately replied, Your Highness. Ru seriously ordered Lucas, Let's go to the west side of the citadel. The most important part of the event is there. At the empty land on the west side of the citadel, the sound of cannon fire commemorating the lost echoed in the air. Ru's thoughts appeared. We are holding a funeral for the soldiers who died in the previous wave. He stood on the stage with Lucas below, where countless people lined up neatly. They began to shovel sand to fill the coffins, Ru explained beneath these neat tombstones. New coffins are buried in the ground, he pondered for a moment, and commented, not too many casualties in the previous wave. Ryu's expression was solemn. As he looked ahead, he fell into contemplation. I don't know if this is good or bad. The singing of the choir boys echoed. Ru stood alone in front of the tombstones of the fallen soldiers. He thought to himself, all the plans for today passed by in a flash. Ru sat on the hill looking at the cemetery before him. Lucas stood beside him. Someone's footsteps approached the two of them, and a voice spoke. So you used most of the city's budget for the funeral, and you even arranged compensation for the fallen soldiers. Cross remarked in a low voice, that's certainly how the royal family uses money. Ru turned his head toward Duke. He said thoughtfully, but this is the front lines with monsters. Young lord, this is a place where lives are swept away, like an earthen dam in a monsoon. There will be times when you can't hide them with just good intentions. Ru lowered his head in disappointment and asked, Cross, did you just come here to say that? Ru stood up and asked, puzzled, or have you run out of wine at home? He calmly replied, there will never be enough wine. I usually come here alone to buy it, Cross announced. But today I came here for a different reason. He looked at Ru and said in a deep voice, I asked the opinions of my former comrades. I asked them if they wanted to defend the citadel. Ru furrowed his brow curiously and asked, and what was the answer? Cross immediately replied, they all want to. They will defend the city once more. Ru, hearing this, excitedly shouted. He exclaimed excitedly, this is the best news I've heard all week, Ward Duke. Cross recalled the images of his comrades in his mind. He announced, I don't know what those old men can do, but they are now preparing to rearm. I will transfer command to you. Cross carefully instructed, use them carefully. They are all old men like me now. Ru joyfully grasped his hand. Thank you so much, Warduke. Truly this surprised Cross a little. No need to thank me. I thank them. Ru remembered Cross's resolute appearance from before, thinking to himself, the Warduke is so determined, I wondered what to do next. But who knew he would help me honestly? I was completely surprised, but also grateful. He turned and looked at the city below, then spoke anyway. Thanks to you for talking to them. Thank you. I think this is all I can help you with. Cross turned to look at Ru. He said in a low voice, protect the citadel, new lord. Good luck. Ryu cheerfully responded to Cross's request. Thank you for your help, Warduke. I will try my best. He added, I will visit when I need your wisdom, the old man said uncomfortably. What wisdom? Just bring wine. Seeing Cross turn to leave, Ru shouted to him out of concern, for your health, I'll also send some good health herbs. Cross angrily turned back and scolded him. It's better if you don't send anything at all. He sighed, looking at Ru. Then Cross waved goodbye to him. Ru silently watched his retreating figure. He speculated he probably went to the orchard. He thought to himself, I wanted to stop him. Ru thought of the image of Count Cross standing on the city walls, looking at his people, and stated even though he resigned, Warduke Cross was still a commander who protected this front line his entire life. He will definitely be a great help during the city defense. According to the information Roy knew, but he also lost so much in this citadel. His eyes held a hint of sadness as he looked at the old man, thinking in his heart, so I didn't dare stop him and just watched him leave. Ru imagined himself happily discussing things with Cross, his heart filled with anticipation, believing that next time they would be able to talk more and he could receive some advice as a lord. His retreating figure gradually disappeared. Ru stated at this time, I had no idea that there would never be a next time. 2 days later, the morning of the next wave began. The repaired city walls had become more solid and sturdy than before. The wall repairs were finally complete. The leader of the construction workers, his face pale, stammered to Ru, there are some parts we did a little hastily, but it's still enough for the wall to fulfill its role. Ru patted his shoulder and replied, well done, truly very good. Ru concluded, all preparations are complete. He looked at the ammunition crates with labels placed beside them and stated, we have enough supplies. Ryu added, and an army has increased to about 300 silver-armored soldiers. He recalled what they said initially, there were about 1,000. Even though the number was smaller, Ryu still turned his head and smiled at them, but this is already more than I expected. The defense turret moved its barrel to the right. Ryu happily hugged and kissed it, thinking, oh, my reliable little darling. He looked at the shields and the scattered sharp fragments on the ground. The kill zone is ready. Ryu smiled, commenting, everything is perfect. He was so confident that he thought, come here, you monsters. A masked clown appeared. He moved his feet. The figure stood looking at the city walls from afar. A soldier hurriedly rode his horse towards the city walls. He rode his horse at breakneck speed. The soldier breathlessly shouted, informing the soldiers. He looked towards the monsters frantically running towards them and announced, the monsters are coming. Ryu stood on the city walls watching the horde of monsters running towards them. The system displayed Wave 2 begins in 10 minutes, 0 minutes, 9 seconds, 13 ticks. He loudly reminded everyone they're coming, don't let your guard down. The soldiers replied in unison, yes, Your Highness. Roy believed the preparations were perfect. The symbolic flag fluttered in the wind. Ryu excitedly thought out, of all the times I've played this game, never has everything gone so smoothly from start to finish like this time. He smiled at the horde of monsters, confidently thinking, just come at me, you monsters. The figure of the clown appeared behind the mist. Ryu saw his face. He looked astonished. Ryu wondered in his heart, who is that guy? Ryu immediately pointed at the clown and asked Lucas who was standing beside him. Hearing this, Lucas asked back, what's wrong? Prince Lucas, can you see that person over there? By this time, the clown in front of him had disappeared without a trace. Lucas squinted, looking ahead. I don't see anything. Your Highness. Prince Roy turned again and loudly asked Demian, Demian, can you see anyone over there? He activated his skill, looked ahead and replied, there's no one there, Your Highness. Ryu, upon hearing this, turned back to look down from the city walls. He wondered, is it an illusion? Ryu thought to himself, I hope so. He recalled the figure of the clown and wondered, but what if it's not? What if that person is really there? Ryu posed an unanswerable question to himself, then who exactly is he? The footsteps of the monsters made the ground tremble. Ryu stated the ground is starting to shake. The monsters were swarming towards the city walls. Ryu, standing on top, thought to himself, they're here. He clenched his fists, reminding himself to stay calm. Ryu looked at the monsters frantically running towards them confidently, thinking whether it's an illusion or not, or however large their numbers are. Ryu's face became serious as he affirmed, there's only one thing I can do, stop them. Ryu immediately ordered the soldiers, mages, load your cannons. They quickly loaded their ammunition. He yelled fire. The cannons roared in unison. The cannons positioned right below also opened fire. A barrage of projectiles flew towards the horde of monsters. The projectiles struck them and exploded, blowing the monsters away. One monster was also caught in the blast. Ryu above observed everything. The system announced killed 9. Looking at the scene before him, he stated nearly 100 rats were blown to bits in the first volley of fire. Roy smiled with satisfaction and said, kill them all in his heart. Roy was somewhat overconfident, thinking they're numerous, but killing them is as easy as pie damn rats. He looked at the rats constantly running towards them and thought to himself, the numbers are absurdly large, making them gather even more densely. Projectiles were continuously fired, eliminating countless charging rats. Ryu realized, in other words, if we focus our attack on a specific area, we can eliminate a large number at once. He reached out and touched the system screen, observing that the battle had been going on for 30 minutes. The screen displayed Level 3, Level 5, Level 5. Giant sewer rats killed 924. After a moment, Ryu concluded, at this rate, there won't be any problems. At this moment, the rats began to climb over the barrier placed below the wall, astonishing him. He watched their actions through binoculars. Ryu frowned. The corpses of the rats have piled up into mountains, making it easy for others to climb over the barrier, damn it. I saw a mountain of corpses. The rats continuously climbed over the barrier, causing Roy to curse inwardly. The rats successfully knocked down the barrier. Roy recounted what he had seen. The mountain of bodies is too large, they're climbing over the wall. Thanks to this, the rats had expanded their path. This made Ryu reconsider the kill zone being breached was outside my calculations. He hurriedly issued instructions. Artillery change, your target area, catapult team, prepare. Rue looked at the sharp fragments scattered near the path leading to the city walls. In his mind he thought the kill zone is far from the fortress walls, and the front yard is covered in obstacles. It should be fine. The cannons continued to fire. The entire archer team also kept shooting arrows. Below the city walls, a few rats dodged the arrows fired at them. Roy felt somewhat uneasy. However, there's one thing I overlooked. A soldier frantically reported, "Your Highness, they're too fast. It's very difficult to hit these things." Hearing this, Rue gritted his teeth in anger and cursed, "Damn these uselessly fast rats." He thought about the rat's body structure and felt somewhat resentful. How could I not have foreseen the running speed of a four-legged monster, damn it? Ryu speculated, at this rate, many more rats will reach the fortress walls than I anticipated. His defense turret began to move. It fired a series of shots at the rats. Seeing this, Rai couldn't help but be astonished. It's the automated defense turret. A rat opened its mouth and growled. Just a few shots from the defense turret blew away countless rats. Seeing this, Roy was somewhat dumbfounded and involuntarily drooled. He exclaimed, "Oh my god, this is really something." Reu silently observed the situation. Only now did he clearly realize that the automated defense turret was the best defense option. Despite the terrifying destruction, there were still many rats that hadn't been eliminated, leading Rue to believe no matter how good it is, it can't protect the entire front lines. Ryu looked up at the defense turret and stated furthermore, the automated turret has run out of ammunition and will go into a reloading state. He looked down and saw that the number of rats was still large, exclaiming, "There are so many, they're too numerous." At this moment the rats had run closer to the city walls. They were impaled by the sharp fragments. Thoughts flashed through Ro's mind. The front lines are closing in faster than I thought. The sword-wielding troops are on duty, but... Ro frowned, calculating that sooner or later they'll reach the fortress walls. Perhaps a melee is unavoidable, but a melee with them will cause a lot of damage. An explosion appeared, blowing away the rats in the back ranks. Ro was surprised to see this. Shots fired from above the city walls eliminated countless rats. This made Ro wonder what those shots were absolutely perfect. He turned to look beside him, trying to find the person who fired those shots. Just now, who is that? It turned out to be Cross's old comrades. The commander placed his hand on his comrade's head and happily said, "That's right." Just as I wanted, the young soldier, hearing this, excitedly replied, "I understand, boss. I can shoot them." Rue realized that the people just now were the Silver Hair Brigade. He explained about them, "That's a mercenary army full of old warriors, and their effectiveness is beyond my imagination." Another soldier in the Silver Hair Brigade loudly reminded, "Wake up, you rookies, stay alert, don't lose heart. We still have a long fight ahead of us." On another side, there were also soldiers pointing forward. "Commander, it's okay if you miss, just keep firing. Even the gunfire is useful." The captain firmly asserted, standing beside the warriors and guiding them. "Don't worry, Your Highness. These old guys will take good care of the soldiers." Hearing this, Rue felt somewhat relieved and smiled. "All right, I trust you all." Rue stood on the wall looking down, seeing that the shots were still being fired. With incredible accuracy, the defense was still progressing smoothly. All thanks to the help of the Silver Hair Brigade. Ryu stated the rat attack has been going smoothly. He turned his head calmly to look in another direction, thinking, "And meanwhile, if you're curious about what my team is doing..." At this moment, Lucas was standing and commanding the defense soldiers on the left flank. "Your firing range is too thin. Stay alert and shoot carefully." Rue stated that Lucas was commanding the front lines. Ryu recalled his discussion with Lucas. "Suppose I issue a directive to the entire front lines. Lucas will issue detailed orders that align with my directive." Lucas's expression stiffened slightly upon hearing Ro's words. Rue further explained, therefore, "Despite my ignorance of this world's military command techniques, what yields results is a series of vague and even terrible directives. Yet Lucas somehow miraculously understands and issues precise orders." Rue smiled with satisfaction, watching him busily giving orders to the soldiers. He cheerfully commented, "Truly, a talented main character." Demian on one side raised his crossbow. He seriously aimed at the rats below. Roy thought to himself, "Demian is practicing his shooting." Demian's arrows all hit the rats, causing Rue to conclude slowly and accurately. He explained Demian's actions. He's making holes in the heads of the rats that dare to approach the city walls. After shooting, Demian's eyes were bloodshot, however, because Demian's strength lies in long-range sniping. He is less prominent in battles with such a wide battlefield. Even so, Rue was quite satisfied with his performance, but either way, the increasing number of corpses is a good thing. He smiled, looking at Demian, who was focused on aiming. Well done. A circle appeared on the orb. Rue looked towards Lily, who was sitting in a wheelchair monitoring the two people in front of her. Lily was in charge of controlling the constructs in the battle. Lily seriously ordered everyone: Gravity Construct number 1, deactivate in 3 minutes. Prepare Gravity Construct number 2. Rue, who was watching, Lily saw her turn her face to look at him. He thought to himself, there she goes, raising her voice and moving busily. There it is. She gave him a thumbs up and winked. Lily's actions made him speculate. It's like her way of saying, I'm trying my best. Rue hurriedly turned his back to her, blaming himself. Sorry, Lily. No matter what you do, I still need you on the front lines. Seeing this, a look of disappointment appeared on her face. Rue cheerfully turned his head in another direction and looked at the next and final member of their main team, Jupiter. He saw Jupiter lying sprawled on the bed, resting with a glass of wine in hand, saying everyone's working so hard. Rue's eyes almost popped out as he wondered, resting. Rue's expression became terrifying as he looked at Jupiter, causing her to feel a little scared. He angrily thought, I did tell her to rest and wait for orders, but this is a bit too comfortable. Jupiter hurriedly turned her back to him, lamenting, why does my back hurt when I focus my mana? She forced a smile, thinking I can't even scold her because she's a rare mage in the end. Rue helplessly reminded her, you better remember to do your job carefully. Jupiter picked up her glass of wine and replied, of course. Rue, seeing this, had to admit, I really don't like this old woman. He looked down from the city walls and commented, well, thanks to everyone's hard work, except for Jupiter, the front lines are being controlled quite well, even though the rats are getting closer. The defense turret continued to fire, eliminating the rats. The destructive power from it easily killed countless rats. He couldn't help but marvel. Furthermore, the power of the automated defense turret is truly astonishing. He hugged the defense turret and praised it. Excellent. Looking at the rat corpses scattered on the ground, Rue confidently thought, at this rate, we'll easily clear this wave. He still hugged the defense turret with a smug look in his heart. Rue wondered, could this be the first time we clear a wave without suffering heavy losses? He saw a figure in the distance and looked astonished. The clown appeared from behind the dust. Roy recognized him, the guy from before, so I wasn't hallucinating. He hurriedly shouted, create a map. Rue looked at the map before him and cursed in utter surprise. Damn it. The clown's position appeared on the map. Roy wondered somewhat, an enemy NPC invasion in Stage 2. He immediately explained there are many events that can occur in the stages. The reason is that variables make the game more interesting. According to Rue's understanding, an enemy NPC invasion was one of them. Rue also revealed whether it's an NPC from an underwater kingdom or from an enemy kingdom of the Empire. All sorts of nasty things can ruin a stage, but this is only Stage 2. Rue gritted his teeth, glaring at him with a scowling face, thinking it's not time for those events to happen yet. He remembered his steward and became even more angry. I don't even have the administrator by my side to ask why he designed the game like this. At this moment, Rue couldn't maintain his composure and shouted at Demian, Demian, you saw that guy, right? Hearing this, Demian immediately looked down and saw the clown. Demian replied, yes, that's Par, isn't it? Hearing Demian's reply, Rue loudly ordered, shoot him immediately. Demian looked at Rue and wondered what, but he looks like a human, not a monster. Rue ignored his words and repeated his request. It doesn't matter, just shoot him. Immediately after Rue judged the clown's identity, I'm quite sure that's an NPC from the Underwater Kingdom, and that outfit, that Par style, there's no mistaking it. Thinking of this, he revealed, now I remember who he is. Rue hurriedly pointed towards Par and instructed Demian, you have to shoot him before he blows that flute. This made Demian a little panicked. Demian tremblingly held up his crossbow. Rue lost his temper and yelled at him, Your Highness, I am your trigger finger. Demian, if you don't want to see more people die, shoot him now, hurry up. Demian was frightened by Ro's appearance. The sound of a flute rang out. Roy froze upon hearing this sound. He quickly turned his face to look down. Ru saw Pa had raised the flute to his lips to play. The rats, hearing this sound, reflexively looked towards him. The soldiers standing on the wall also saw this scene. They buzzed with discussion. What is it? What's happening? The rats stopped. Pa's flute sounded again, making the rats' eyes even more crazed. They were completely controlled by him and ran towards the city walls. A soldier shouted, reporting they're focusing their attack on one point. Ru frowned and hurriedly asked, where are they heading? Lucas immediately replied to him, the center of the city walls, right there. The rats are all charging towards one section of the gate. Lucas reported, that's the part we just finished constructing. Ryu quickly reacted, ordering the soldiers redirect all the ballistae and cannons, unleash everything we've got. They immediately opened fire. Ru, seeing the situation before him, realized the defense line can't keep up with their speed. The rats were still frantically charging in one direction. He thought they changed direction too suddenly. A rat lunged forward with incredible speed. It put all its strength into its legs. Then the rat leaped forward. The cannons had just finished firing smoke, billowing from their barrels. Ru's face turned pale. He saw the rat crash into the city wall, creating a small crack. Ru wondered, what the hell are they trying to do? Two other rats also frantically charged forward. They simultaneously slammed their heads into the wall. Roy recounted their bizarre actions. The rats are continuously ramming their heads into the city wall. The soldiers above were all terrified. Are they crazy? Why are they doing that? A series of other rats also slammed their heads into the wall. Ru stated, that wall we just repaired this morning. Reo broke out in a cold sweat, saying lunatics. As soon as he finished speaking, he recalled that city wall was only just repaired a few hours ago. According to Ro's thinking, although everyone had tried their best in the short term, the fact remained that the wall was not perfect. He looked at the gap in the city wall and recounted, because we only focused on filling the empty parts, a crack was overlooked. Ru now realized that the sewer rats were ramming their heads directly into that crack. The rats continue to ram into the city wall. He thought they're attacking the wall with their heads. Some even bent the metal bars with their claws. Another gnawed through the stone with its fangs. Ru recounted they're digging straight into the city wall. A crack has appeared in the wall. He thought further in a way that no monster from Ro's understanding besides these rats could do. Ru gritted his teeth in anger. He looked at the flute player in the distance in that moment. Maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks. Ru saw his expression and deduced, but that bastard looks like he's smiling. Pa's identity is an NPC from the Underwater Kingdom, a poet who controls monsters. With his flute, Rui thought to himself, players call him. He stated the name players usually call him is the Pied Piper. Ru affirmed in his heart, I have to kill him. He shouted loudly, ordering Demian, shoot him now. But Demian hesitated for a long time without shooting. Demian's hand trembled as he held the crossbow. Pa stood still without moving. He reached up to adjust his hat and bowed his head. Ru lost his temper and roared, Demian. A gust of wind blew past, and at the same time Pa vanished. Seeing this, Roy was speechless, not knowing what to say. Demian lowered his head. Demian sobbed, I'm sorry, Your Highness, but even if he is the enemy, I still couldn't shoot him. Ru frowned, looking at him, thinking to himself, I didn't expect him to react like this. Demian was supposed to be a healer. He looked at Demian, constantly thinking, but the enemy also includes humans. He will have no choice but to fight humans in the future. If he can't overcome this issue, Demian's combat ability will be halved. Then Ru placed his hand on Demian's shoulder. Let's talk later, he thought to himself, but right now, the thing I prioritize is that we have to deal with this issue. Ryu shouted orders, artillery archers focus fire on the center. Each arrow was released. He loudly said in a hurried tone, Jupiter, I need you here, hurry up. Jupiter, with a cigar in her mouth and a very eager expression, said, I knew you'd say that, so I'm already ready. Ru yelled, fry them all, heavenly lightning descend and strike those monsters. He continued to shout the next command, Lily, prepare the flamethrowers, use everything at maximum power. Lily was already prepared. Yes, Your Highness, activating flamethrowers. The flamethrowers were activated by Lily's magic circle. After the command was shouted, the flamethrowers were launched. First, everyone fire. Heavenly lightning and flamethrowers attacked the wide area. Rue happily exclaimed, "Yes, it's effective," but he wondered why are they all concentrated in one spot. One monster after another was burned to ashes, while many others were electrocuted to death by the heavenly lightning. He harbored an idea in his mind, so the area in front of the wall will become a new corpse zone. Rue smirked, his face no different from the sewer rats. "You must have thought the fortress walls were no joke, right, you little rats?" Suddenly the system appeared unexpectedly. He widened his eyes, looking inside the names of the bosses, which were question marks before had now been revealed. He read their names on the board level: 30 Elite Champion Rat, 3 Champion Rats, if the name has appeared. The Champion Rat roared loudly. Ryu had also foreseen the current situation, so they've probably appeared on the battlefield now. Moreover, they're leading the second wave of the sewer rats attack. The wall was now gradually cracking. They're trying to get over the city walls. Rue sweated profusely, stopped them. They stomped on the ground with their veiny feet. It lunged forward, its sharp claws outstretched. Rue urgently shouted, "Don't just stand there, stop them." The flamethrowers rapidly fired in succession, but they were completely ineffective against these champion rats. He gradually felt a sense of unease. It looked at least twice as big as the rat they encountered inside the dungeon. They were extremely ferocious if that thing rammed into the city wall. The fortress shifted its mana-firing Aurora rounds. They aimed directly at the horde of rats. This time it had an effect on them. Their blood flowed profusely on the ground, but they weren't completely immobilized. Rue had also realized this. His mood was extremely heavy, and another thing, get ready. Without stopping there, the rats stood up immediately and ran forward. "We have to take down those champion rats first." He focused all his manpower on this battle shoot. Don't conserve ammunition. The flamethrowers fired continuously without stopping. Rue interspersed strategies, activating the energy amplification cannon. The recipient was Jupiter. Jupiter was ready and in position. She was more frantic than ever. "Get ready, you little rats." Terrifyingly dense heavenly lightning descended from above onto the champion rats below. That power was immense. To some extent, the rats were also greatly affected. Countless rats were slaughtered, however. Among them, it was still ineffective. She panicked. "Damn it, it's still not enough." According to the principal, because the damage had to be spread out, it still wasn't enough to kill the champion rats. Rue yelled, "Lily, where's the fireball?" A look of worry appeared on her face. "What, the skill is still on cooldown?" he retorted. "I know." Suddenly she was terrified by what she saw before her eyes. In fear, Lily subconsciously attacked with fire. She incinerated the rat approaching her. "I knew this would happen. Oh my god." It was pushed back by her firepower, incinerating it completely. It was burned pitch black. Without stopping there, another one pushed the corpse aside, then frantically charged forward. Rue was utterly horrified. "There's still one left, stop it." Lucas was now on the offensive. He used a quick throw skill, sending his sword flying. The sword pierced the rat, dragging it along. Lucas yelled, "Still need one more hit." He looked at Demian, urging Demian, "Hurry up." He focused all his concentration on his eyes, then fired accurately in the aimed direction. The arrow pierced, spraying blood. Rue at this moment was unaware. "That's right, we defeated." The rat, with countless wounds, still moved without showing any signs of stopping. He was extremely shocked to see that it still has the strength to move. It was ferocious with massive muscles. He sensed something bad. Wait, no. It pierced through the city wall. Then it infiltrated inside as if it hadn't sustained any injuries. Cross sat on horseback, looking towards the battlefield. He realized something was wrong. Having been a war general his entire life, fighting against monsters, the man immediately recognized it. Cross guessed that there was something different about this monster attack. He noticed that this attack was completely different from when he was in command. Cross thoughtfully looked towards the city walls. From what he observed, he stated, "The monsters not only have overwhelming numbers, but also the ability to coordinate. They are no longer just a disorganized rabble, but a unified army." Cross's face turned pale. He wondered, has Prince Rue had to withstand attacks of this scale 3 times already? Cross recalled the times Rue had come to him for help. Now the man understood why the new commander, the Empire's youngest prince, had desperately sought his aid. In his memory, the young prince was indeed very talented, even though this was hard to believe, given his notorious reputation in the city as a drunken wastrel. Cross thought to himself, "This is bad." He touched his spear and wondered, should I help? Cross recalled his painful past. His expression darkened. Cross closed his eyes and made a decision no. He turned his horse around and rode away, muttering to himself, "I'm retired, there's no reason for me to rush into battle, Cross. Thought again, I can live a peaceful old age and pass away peacefully by my orchard." He suddenly widened his eyes. On the city wall, a large hole had been breached in the gate by a monster. Cross's pupils contracted. His face was covered in sweat. "No, I haven't fought in a long time." Cross remembered his vineyard. He made a decision. "I have to go home, back to my orchard." At his wife's tombstone, a bouquet of flowers was placed right beside it. Cross affirmed, "Wait for me, this time I will protect you myself." Rue hurriedly issued instructions. "Order the evacuation of the city immediately." The sound of the rats' footsteps echoed from the direction of the city walls. Rue, standing above, saw them approaching and thought the second wave of the sewer rats' attack has gotten this close. The soldiers hurriedly moved as he requested, except for a small number of artillerymen and archers. All the infantry still capable of fighting moved down to defend below the gate of the city walls. Turning his head, he ordered Lucas, "Take command of the soldiers for me." The remaining cannons continued to fire, and everyone else continued to maintain firepower. He continued laying out his plan. "We must establish a fire barrier to shield the breach in the city wall." Rue commanded Jupiter, who was standing beside him. "Jupiter, fight freely as you wish, but kill as many as possible in one blow." Her hands were enveloped in lightning. Rue loudly ordered, "As soon as you accumulate enough mana, immediately release all the lightning." She was exhausted, but still replied, as he wished, "Yes, Your Highness." He turned to face Lily and asked, "Are there any constructs usable right now?" She replied that only the acceleration construct was available. Rue wondered, what about the flamethrower construct? Hearing this, she immediately replied, "But it takes 10 minutes to recharge." He turned and ordered use acceleration on the soldiers immediately and use the flamethrower as soon as it's fully charged. She replied clearly, "Yes, Your Highness." Finishing his words, Rue hurriedly moved in another direction, and Demian. He was startled by what he saw. Demian was now crying in fear, "Yes, Your Highness." Piecing everything together, Rue understood Demian's current state of mind. He must still believe that everything was his fault. He flicked Demian's forehead, then encouraged him, "Well done, kid." Demian felt somewhat moved, Your Highness. Ryu placed his hand on Demian's shoulder and reassured him, "Don't blame yourself for just one or two small mistakes. Be confident." His perception of Demian was of a marksman who never missed his target, a true hidden game-breaking character. Then he continued to praise, "Your mere presence is already a great contribution to me." He went on, "So believe in yourself as I believe in you." Demian replied with tearful eyes, "Yes, Your Highness." Rue added, "One more thing, very good, Demian, because you are the last line of defense." Then he gave him the next task. "Your mission is to shatter those rats over there, the ones breaking our soldiers' defense line." Demian, now invigorated, replied firmly, "Understood. Your Highness, I will do as you wish." Rue nodded now. He could only hope that everyone was doing their best to complete their tasks. A swarm of rats was rushing into the hole below. Ryu commanded, "The rats are advancing. Prepare battle formation." That was also what the soldiers feared. The champion rat, crushed by the rocks, lay blocking the center of the gate. One of them stepped on it to enter, and was instantly decapitated. Each slash from Lucas cleanly took down one rat after another. His sword was already stained with their blood. Lucas commanded, "Everyone, the rat's entrance is narrow. Calmly deal with them one by one." The soldiers replied, "Clearly understood." The soldiers surged forward to fight. Ryu, from above, sensed something unusual. "What's that?" They were crowding each other to rush, and the number of rats squeezing through the city wall was increasing. The rats were gnawing at the city gate. Are they widening the entrance? He felt uneasy about this strangeness. What kind of sewer rats are these? They're no different from mole rats. Ryu shouted the next command. "Flamethrowers ready, begin activation." Suddenly there was a piercing scream. Rue quickly turned his head and asked, "What's wrong, Lily?" The rats jumped up and gnawed at people. Those attacked by them raised their bloodied hands, clutching at Lady Lily. Rue hurriedly ran over. He punched a rat with a sky-shattering blow. "Eat this, you Prince Punch." Random points obtained, jackpot 015. The rat was sent flying into the sky by the punch. Rue was extremely angry. They're even climbing over the walls now. A swarm of rats climbed the walls and crawled up. Her eyes welled up with tears, but she still didn't forget to defend. At this moment, Lily was no longer afraid. Her eyes clearly showed determination. "Come here, you scum, get back to hell." Rue's face gradually paled. He couldn't activate the constructs because many alchemists had been injured and some had died. A soldier unexpectedly had his arm severed. He hugged his arm and screamed in pain. My arm is gone. He couldn't do anything now." The soldiers defending below the city walls also began to suffer losses. They were all trying to fight back against the rats. The long-range attackers were dealing with the disruptors. Both teams were gradually losing numbers. He punched one after another. Rue was gradually losing strength at this rate. The current situation felt too unstable to him. At this rate, the damage would be beyond control. He was dealing with a rat when suddenly that's Lord War Duke. Ryu, looking disheveled, was also surprised. What? A light flashed in the distance. A spear was raised to the sky. A strange figure was riding a horse towards the city gate, incredibly fast. He roared, "Turn around and fight me, you beastly sewer rats." He immediately drew the attention of the rats. Rue recognized this tactic: wide area provocation. The rats roared ferociously. He was also quite curious about this strategy of his. "What are you planning to do, Cross?" But Rue was equally worried. "What are you doing, War Duke? You'll die." Lord Cross knew beforehand that this would be very dangerous, but still handled it calmly. In Rue's memory, Charlie Cross's entire life had never stopped the killing. The place he was born was a fortress that always had to fight against monsters. So even when his father died and he inherited the position, becoming a young city lord, what he usually did was still kill monsters every day. He was the nemesis of monsters, basically. The golden-eyed girl with snow-white hair was holding a bouquet of flowers waiting for him. "Good morning, City Lord," in his narration that was before that girl appeared. He was quite wary. What was she trying to sell? But she gently placed the flowers in his hand. Flowers. So what she wanted was a merchant's desire, a permit to open a flower shop. He was a little impressed. Warduke Cross was astonished by her. Cross carelessly ignored all that. "This place is the front line of the city. All we need are spears, swords, arrows and cannons. What's the meaning of your flowers? They'll only wither quickly." She still didn't give up and enthusiastically explained to him, "It's precisely because they are useless and weak that people need to cherish and protect them, sir." Those words were etched into his memory. Beautiful flowers would wither quickly, but they always carried some meaning for everyone, but he couldn't understand this. She smiled kindly. Cross had initially suspected that she was a foreign spy. One day a customer visited the flower shop. She cheerfully welcomed him back. That customer was Lord Cross. "I've never seen this kind of flower before." Strangely, he came to the flower shop almost every day looking for evidence. She diligently guided him. He gradually learned the differences in color and fragrance and remembered the names of each flower. But even so, that changed him. He still didn't know why they were beautiful. A year later, Charlie Cross proposed to the girl. Back to reality, the sound of horses galloping on the battlefield. Cross didn't forget to curse, "Take this, you rotten rats." He had drawn the attention of the rats. Ryu was puzzled. "What are you doing? Are you Don Quixote and the windmills?" He tried to shout as loudly as possible. "What are you doing, War Duke? Don't commit suicide." However, Cross showed no fear at all, as if he had prepared himself mentally. He gritted his teeth tightly, and then shouted. Cross charged straight into the swarm of rats. Flashback on that moonlit night. He had rushed home anxiously. The monsters attacked that very day. His wife, who had just given birth, was lying in bed holding the baby in her arms. She couldn't hold back her emotions and cried, "Look, darling, this is our daughter." He rushed over and carefully hugged the baby. Charlie Cross forgot to wash away the blood and dust. He awkwardly and carefully held the baby. Her name was Evangeline in his eyes. Our daughter is as beautiful as her name, Charlie, he thought, but he didn't understand beauty, so he couldn't respond to her. The baby's tiny hands grasped his finger. That made him feel a pang of emotion that he couldn't quite understand. The baby smiled innocently. "Why is this small, fragile and vulnerable child making my heart ache so much?" He felt just moments before when he was tirelessly killing monsters and commanding everything to protect this place. Now his mind was completely blank. Back to the present, Ryu ordered, "Gather the soldiers, quickly stop firing the cannons. The War Duke might get hit." He continued to command, "Use crossbows and arrows to shoot at the rats on this side. Obey." Rao looked down Lucas. He replied, "Yes, Your Highness." He loudly said, "Gather forces in front of the city gate. You must rescue the War Duke." Lucas objected to this. "No, Your Highness, this isn't a rescue." He offered a different reasoning. "We can attack the rats from behind. That might kill them all." Lucas's face grew even angrier. "We will win and return with the War Duke. Please give the order as soon as possible." Understood. The city gate gradually opened. Lucas shouted the command: "Advance, eliminate these crazy rats and protect the War Duke." Lucas and the legion of soldiers charged forward. Rue was constantly fearful, not keeping up. He had to be faster. His arms were already stained with blood. But that still didn't make him falter. Cross stabbed one after another, sending them rolling dead on the ground. Ryu, seeing that he was unwell, couldn't understand. One after another charged forward. But Cross persevered there, War Duke. He wondered, why am I here doing this? His promise from that year, he had promised his wife he would meet her again when he died. That was his decision. What Cross often said was, why do I have to fight for this damn city? The rats attacked from all sides, making it impossible for him to be vigilant. The wounds on his body kept bleeding. Why? The armor on his body couldn't withstand it, and fell apart. The question he had spent his whole life searching for still had no answer. The spear was propped on the ground, but one thing was extremely clear to him. His body trembled as if he was about to collapse. At this moment he ran towards the rats himself. The image of his wife, the flowers, his precious child, his baby, the things that were important to him, so weak and small, yet the things he needed to protect at all costs. After all, his greatest skill had always been killing monsters, hadn't it? Cross cried out loudly, "My daughter is living in this citadel. This is the world she lives in." Along with his determination, "I will not let anyone trespass." His arm was almost severed. A part of his body was pierced through, but he still carried on to the very last moments. He knew clearly the truth that no matter how many orchards he planted, no matter how many monsters he killed, what he had always longed for those days would not return. Cross from the past until now, but for a man who only knew how to fight, he would still raise his spear. His spirit from the past until now had not changed. Kill one! Another was defeated. He stood valiantly in the battle, yet another one. The War Duke gritted his teeth and stood straight, waiting for the last ones. Drops of blood flowed down the spearhead, but a strange silence fell. The silence was eerie. Why weren't they attacking anymore? Was his whole body exhausted, or was he already dead? A voice spoke, "War Duke Cross." Lucas stepped forward to report, "All enemies have been eliminated. The battle is over." He couldn't believe his eyes. Lucas and the soldiers stood surrounding him. "You can rest now, sir." Those words made him feel more at ease than ever before. The spear in his hand fell to the ground. Lucas stood before Rue, "Your Highness." His expression was extremely serious. "I think we arrived too late." Rue stood silently for a few seconds. He looked around. Rue widened his eyes, looking ahead. He saw Demian using magic to heal Cross, and called out, "Demian." He looked at Rue, his face showing sadness. Demian shook his head. He bit his lips, suppressing his emotions. Then he quickly thought of a way. "I still have the high-grade recovery potion from the reward chest from the previous expedition. Maybe this will." Cross's voice spoke, "Stop. This isn't a simple wound that a divine elixir can heal. I think it will only make me hurt more." Rue softly said, "Lord War Duke," he replied. "Just help me sit up first. I can't see anything." Under the setting sun's rays, Rue quickly supported him. "Has the battle ended?" Rue continued, "The battle has truly ended. War Duke, your dedication is truly immeasurable." He looked towards the city gate and asked, "The wall was breached?" He replied, "The wall was breached, but not a single monster got through. Everyone inside. The city is safe." That reassured Cross somewhat. How fortunate. He looked at everyone. Everyone around him couldn't hold back their tears. He then said, "Don't be so gloomy, everyone." Cross instructed, "This is the front line. Casualties are unavoidable. There's nothing surprising about it. It's just my turn to die here now." He advised them not to look so sad when someone had to die. "Be happy that we won, and that you were able to survive and return." He looked around the place. Cross said, "One thing first. This is a city of graves. There will be many deaths in battle." He smiled at Rue and continued, "But it also means that on those graves, everyone will continue to live." Cross instructed, "If the city keeps mourning the lost, the city itself will not be able to move forward. Your Highness, caring for the bereaved is good, but you must ensure that people don't forget happiness because of regret." He tried to remain calm. "I will certainly do so." He looked up at the sky and said, "Because hope is the lifeblood for those who continue to walk on." Cross softly said, "So if someone dies, it's perfectly reasonable for me to die here, because I lost hope at that moment. Please promise me one thing, Prince Roy." He replied, "Please speak war, Duke. I will do everything within my power to fulfill your wish." His eyes gradually lost focus. "If my daughter comes here." He recalled the old memories. "Please send her my apologies." His hands gradually loosened and tell her to be free. The image of his precious child flashed in his mind for a moment, and live a life that she wants to live. Rue sadly agreed, "I will certainly convey these words for you." Cross thought with relief, "Good, then it's good." He looked up at the sky, thinking silently, "I'm sorry, my dear." Cross silently blamed himself. "I couldn't keep my promise to the orchard, to you, to my daughter, to everything." Ryu touched his hands. "No war, Duke. You saved this country, not just once." Ryu encouraged him, "But you've done so your entire life. You've protected every person, both above and below the front lines." He affirmed this nation owes you a debt of gratitude. There was no response. Cross gradually lost consciousness. "I'm sorry, in the end I couldn't do anything." His current state was such that he could no longer hear his words. Suddenly Roe was startled, and then I remember. He took a small pouch from his trouser pocket, the pouch of dried fruit that the War Duke had given him. Rue recalled at that time, "I didn't understand why he kept this pouch of fruit when its taste wasn't even good. Perhaps the pouch of fruit was for this moment." He put the dried fruit into his mouth. Cross gradually sensed it. He recognized. Cross recalled the moment when his wife had fed him. "This grape is really..." Although it wasn't delicious for him, it was sweet. Rue now knew that the War Duke's pulse had completely stopped. From far away, the sound of a bell rang. The people gathered. That signified that the monster invasion had ended, and the evacuation order had been lifted. Rue was still holding him. "I can't understand." He kept thinking, this man threw away everything to protect this city. This man hated this city so much that he wanted to end his own bloodline. Rue still truly didn't understand why he had returned at the last minute, and what he had fought and died for. And a big question mark remained: why would the battlefield make a person sacrifice their life for it? Ryu's expression darkened. "So heavy, Lord War Duke, in your position as the commander of this city." He looked at Cross's face. "It's truly too heavy." A moment of victory, yet an eerie silence enveloped the place. The system announced, "Tag 2. Clear your rewards have been sent. Please check your inventory." The rewards appeared: Stage MVP 3-star Lucas SSR. Urgent notification: injured or deceased character guest Charlie Cross SR on the night of the full moon. The door gradually creaked open. Ada anxiously asked Han, "Oh my master, are you injured anywhere? I have been waiting with great worry." Rue was covered in blood. Before Ada could finish praising, Rue immediately grabbed his collar. "You also did very well in this stage. You were truly very impressive, master." He struggled. "Master, you're..." Rue angrily said. "Tell me." Ada coughed and replied what Roy continued to ask. "I said answer me." Ada was even more confused. "Master, what are you talking about?" Rue's expression was extremely fierce as he interrogated. "Stop pretending to be stupid and answer me right now. You damn director, this situation is clearly very strange." Rue pressed the interrogation. "What is with this insane difficulty level?" He reproached. "The tutorial was usually like that, so I ignored it. Next living armor appeared in stage 1, but I just blamed it on my bad luck." However, Rue wondered, how come in every segment of stage 2, an NPC appeared and commanded the monsters even in hell difficulty? It wasn't like that. "Tell me, what tricks did you pull?" His voice grew louder. "Why is the game so insanely difficult? What other strange things will happen in the next stage?" Rue was eager to hear the answer right now. "Explain to me why you pretended to help me, but hid these conditions from me. Speak carefully, you bastard." Ada was silent for a moment, then spoke. "You may not believe me, master." He replied seriously, "But I am helping you in my own way. I am telling the truth." The answer was unsatisfactory, so Rue tightened his grip even more. "Stop talking nonsense. You're helping me, and this is how I end up, and you still say you're helping me." Ada pointed to the collar. He explained, "The collar you received is the reward for clearing the no-death run. If you clear stage 3, its functions will be unlocked." Ada said further, "When its functions are unlocked, you will understand why these strange things are happening." He explained, "If you just clear one more stage, you will understand why these things are appearing." Ada's face paled as he tried to reassure, "So Master No Ru, I hope that you will be able to overcome this." He said with hidden meaning, "I truly hope that you will be able to continue fighting the way you have been fighting now. Even one day you will know the madness of this world." Ru was puzzled what Ada warned, because at that time you won't be able to escape from it. Ryu asked the crucial question, can't escape from what? He just forced a smile. A grand game of chess has been set. The answer is to ask this very world. Evangeline set foot back in the city. She looked at the surrounding scenery.